Louie. Seattle Sasquatch Hockey, Book 2. Written by Harper Robson. Narrated by Declan Winters and Kevin Earlywine.
Chapter 1. Louie. The sound hits me first. The wet slap of skin against skin, syncing perfectly with the desperate noises tearing out of Ryland's throat. I'm standing in the doorway of my best friend's condo, a place I'm more comfortable than my own apartment, but something's weird. The air is thick with the overwhelming scent of expensive leather, rain, and sex. So much sex. Rye is bent over the arm of his couch, knuckles white where he's gripping the leather, his head thrown back. Behind him is his boyfriend, our teammate, Jamie. I need to get out of here. Turn around. Open the door. Get the hell out. But my feet are cemented to the hardwood. Oh, fuck, Jay. Yes, right there. It's Ryland's voice, but wrecked. I've known Ryland calling since we were kids in snowsuits, and I have never heard him sound like that. From across the room, the gray Seattle light spills through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spotlighting the leather couch. And them. Jamie drives into Ryland, relentless and fluid. The muscles in his back ripple as he grips Ryland's waist, anchoring him, as he snaps his hips forward with a force that makes Ryland's whole body jerk. I can't breathe. My heart is hammering against my ribs, a dull, heavy thud, thud, thud. I need to look away. This is my best friend, the closest thing to a brother I've ever had. I shouldn't be seeing this. But I can't take my eyes off the way Ryland's back arches as he groans, clearly loving every second of this. The way sweat slicks their skin, turning them silver in the diffused light. Jamie shifts, wrapping his arm around Rye and sliding a hand up his chest to encircle his neck. It's possessive, claiming. And my best friend melts into it, whimpering as Jamie increases his pace. My mouth is bone dry. My blood is rushing south, pooling heavy and hot in my groin. The ache is so sharp it's almost painful. Jesus, I don't know what I want. I only know I want to be closer to them. I want to see the expression on their faces. I want to know if Jamie's eyes are closed or if he's watching the way Rye is coming undone beneath him. Suddenly, Jamie looks up, his eyes locking directly with mine. He doesn't look surprised. He doesn't stop moving. He just smirks at me and drives into his man harder. Ryland lets out a high, keening sound that vibrates right through to my bones. Beep, 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 beep. I jolt upright, gasping for air, my heart trying to claw its way out of my throat. The gray light of the dream is gone, replaced by the blinking red numbers of my old-school alarm clock. 6 a.m. I'm in my own bed. Alone. I sit there for a second, my chest heaving as I try to come back to reality. My sheets are tangled around my legs, damp with sweat, and the hardest erection of my life is tenting the duvet. Shit, I whisper, scrubbing a shaking hand over my face. I squeeze my eyes shut, but the image is branded onto the back of my eyelids. Ryland's arched back. Jamie's hands. The raw, naked need in the room. I groan and flop back on my pillows, staring up at the ceiling. What the actual fuck is going on with me? This is the third X-rated dream I've had in the last couple of weeks, and I have no idea what it means. The first two didn't feature Ryland or Jamie, just slightly fuzzy, faceless guys. And that's the thing. They were all guys. No women anywhere. I'm straight. I've always been straight. I love women. I have a long documented history of loving women. I do not dream about my best friend getting railed by his boyfriend. And I definitely don't wake up from it ready to punch a hole through the mattress with my cock. It's just stress, that's all. It's been a while since I've been with anyone, which is not like me. I've been preoccupied. Ryland, who's been like my brother for more than 25 years, unexpectedly coming out of the closet when I had no idea he was even gay, was a shock, to put it mildly. Then, immediately getting used to seeing him with a boyfriend, who's also our teammate, has been overwhelming. Plus, our whole team is under pressure to improve our record. We have until the trade deadline in a couple of months to satisfy our ownership group that we're making progress. Otherwise, they've told our GM, Carson Wells, they'll break us up and start a full rebuild. And none of us wants that. My brain is probably trying to process all the change and stress I've been dealing with. It's just crossed wires. A glitch. No big deal. I stifle a groan, swing my legs out of bed, and get to my feet. I'm determined to ignore my throbbing cock. No easy feat, since I'm hard enough to pound nails. Pull your shit together, Tremblay, I mutter. I'm talking to myself. But when he hears my voice, my bearded dragon Cookie rustles around in his terrarium. He cocks his head to the side and gives me a judgy look. Ugh, I know, dude. It was weird. You don't need to make me feel worse. Cookie doesn't say anything, just blinks at me as I pass him on the way to the bathroom. But even as I sass my trusty reptile buddy, Ryland's moans echo in my ears like the sound is tattooed onto my brain, and my dick twitches hopefully. A freezing cold shower and about a gallon of coffee should get me back on track. Although I may never be able to look my best friend or his boyfriend in the eye again. I pull my SUV into the players' lot at the Sasquatch's practice rink with Metallica's Enter Sandman blasting through the speakers at a volume that's probably illegal in some places. I drum my fingers on the steering wheel, fidgety as a nun in a whorehouse. I need the noise. I need James Hetfield growling at me and the bass thumping against my chest, because if it stops, my brain is going to cycle right back to that dream. To the image of sweat on skin, of rippling muscles and my best friend's groans of ecstasy, to the smirk on Jamie's face. I shiver before killing the engine, and the silence that rushes into the car is deafening. My body is vibrating like I've downed 6 espressos, but all I've had is a green smoothie that tasted like dirt and confusion. I need a distraction. Badly. I need to be Louis Tremblay, 2-time Stanley Cup champ, 2-time Vezina Trophy winner, and the guy who keeps the locker room from imploding when the pressure gets to be too much. I grab my bag and head inside. I'm way early. It's barely 8 a.m. and practice doesn't start until 10. But after that damn dream, there was no way I was going to sit home. The hallways are quiet as the unique scent of the rink hits my nose. Zamboni exhaust, rubber mats, and stale coffee. Usually I love the feeling of being in the building almost alone. It's peaceful. But today it's just a bunch of empty space for my thoughts to run amok. I turn the corner and freeze. Through the open door of the weight room, the rhythmic clank, hiss, clank sound of the squat rack reaches me. I peek inside, then bite my lip to stop myself from swearing out loud. It's Tanner Sinclair, our number 2 goaltender, acquired as part of the deal that brought Jamie Pirelli here from the Florida Jaguars. And my backup. Of course. Sinclair's a rookie. He played with Florida's farm team for a couple of seasons, and he's good. Like, exceptionally good. I've been trying to get to know him, but he tends to keep to himself, and with everything going on in my head lately, I've been slacking on my gentle hazing rituals for the rookies. Time for that to change. Tanner's alone, headphones on, his face set in that grim mask of concentration he wears like a second skin. He's doing squats, his form robotic and perfect, sweat darkening the back of his gray Sasquatch workout tee. He's 23 and built like a brick shithouse, but he acts like he's 46 and doing his taxes. He's also the guy gunning for my job while my almost 35-year-old body decides whether it's going to play nice for a few more years. Normally, seeing him here so early would grate on my nerves. No one likes a keener. Not to mention that he's a constant reminder that while I'm icing my aging joints, battling all the aches and pains accumulated over more than a decade of playing at this level, he's getting stronger. But today, watching him stare intently at his own reflection gives me an idea. A wicked, perfect idea. I back away from the gym door before he spots me and hustle into the locker room. It's empty, the stalls neat and organized. I make a beeline for the equipment room, scanning the shelves until I find what I'm looking for. The basket overflowing with rolls of clear hockey tape, the kind we use to tape our pads and hockey socks. Well, "Hello, friend," I whisper with a grin. It's the oldest trick in the book, a true locker room classic, and it's exactly what this morning needs. I creep over to Tanner's stall. His gear is hung up with military precision, his skates perfectly aligned, his laces tucked neatly into the boot, and not a stray thread in sight. This level of organization is unnatural for a goaltender. We're supposed to be weirdos, agents of chaos. Sinclair's vibe is more that of an accountant in goalie pads. He needs to loosen up. Honestly, I'm doing him a favor. I glance around to make sure I'm still alone before grabbing his left skate. I find the end of the clear tape and carefully, meticulously, lay a strip right over the steel blade. I smooth it down with my thumb, pressing out the air bubbles so it's invisible. Trying to skate on taped blades is like trying to walk on ice wearing bowling shoes. Zero edge. Maximum comedy. I do the right skate next, humming the Metallica guitar solo under my breath. I tell myself this prank is because Sinclair is way too serious. He's a rookie, and being the butt of a few harmless jokes is part of the deal when you're a rookie player. Because it's funny. But on some level, I'm aware that I'm trying to do something, anything, to help me feel like myself. Normal Lou is the team joker, the guy who pulls pranks and makes everyone laugh. Normal Lou does not wake up covered in sweat because he was dreaming about his best friend's O-face. Ta-da, I whisper, stepping back to admire my handiwork. Sinclair will step onto the ice uptight and rigid like usual and go ass over tea kettle. And I will laugh. The guys will laugh. It might take him a minute, but eventually Sinclair will laugh too, and the world will make sense again. I stick the tape in my pocket and head for my own stall, a genuine grin finally cracking through the tension in my jaw.
Chapter 2. Tanner. The locker room smells like expensive cologne, mixed with a faint, permanent undertone of sweat that no amount of cleaning crew magic can completely get out. The scent of success, of the show. I sit at my stall, staring at my knee pads. Custom-molded lightweight and Sasquatch blue and green, with red accents. My leg bounces against my will. I've been here a few months now, but my anxiety is still waiting for the other shoe to drop, and for all this to be yanked away from me. I clamp a hand over my thigh to stop it, but the energy just transfers to my jaw instead. Today's a light practice day, which should not make me nervous, but tell that to my brain. Morning skate will be followed by a few hours off, before we fly to Calgary this afternoon for tomorrow night's game against our divisional rivals. But there's no such thing as a light day when you're the 23-year-old rookie gunning for the job of one of hockey's top goaltenders. The other guys are starting to trickle in. Charlie Reese-McLeod's British accent reaches me from down the hall as he raves about some bakery in Pike Place Market that sells scones bigger than a baby's head. A few guys laugh. Everyone's laid back and chill. I don't do laid back. I reach for my skates, top of the line, as you'd expect for an NHL player. My first pair of skates was 3 sizes too big and held together by duct tape and hope. My grandpa picked them up at a garage sale. I remember him handing them to me, a wide grin on his face, while telling me it's not the skates that make the save, it's the goalie in them. Grandpa was the one who taught me to love hockey. My mom traveled often for work when I was growing up. She was a sales rep for a paper products company. Think Dunder Mifflin, but way less funny. Because she was away so much, I spent a lot of time with my grandparents. She hit her head on the glass ceiling more times than I can count. But once it became clear that I had some talent, she always did everything she could to make sure I was able to keep playing this expensive sport. I'm not going to let her down. I refuse to be the guy who got his shot at the show and blew it because he wasn't focused or didn't put in the work. Suddenly, a deep voice booms through the room. "Good morning, sunshines." Louis Tremblay. I don't look up right away, trying to focus on my routine. But our number one goalie has a gravitational pull. and it's impossible not to know when he's nearby. He sucks all the oxygen out of the room and replaces it with chaotic energy. When I glance over, he's standing in front of his stall, holding a coffee cup that seems absurdly small in his giant hand, while he chats with Gino Santucci, one of our defensemen. His dark, shaggy mop of hair is a mess, as usual. He looks like he just rolled out of bed, and if I were a betting man, I'd bet that bed wasn't empty. Lou's always got a different girl on his arm, or, more accurately, in his bed. He's incredibly attractive and that, annoyingly effortless, I woke up like this way. From the other side of the room, I catch the glint in his chocolate brown eyes, with the little crinkles at the corners, because he spends so much damn time laughing. He catches me looking, and his grin widens as he zeroes in on me and strolls in my direction. He's obviously been here a while, probably interrupting the trainers, or eating all the bagels in the player lounge, while I've been sitting here mentally calculating save percentages. "Hey, Sink," he calls out, leaning casually against the stall next to mine. "You okay?" "Just focusing," I say, keeping my voice level. "Visualizing." "Visualizing? Before a practice?" He chuckles as he pulls off his hoodie. Underneath, he's wearing a tight gray Sasquatch t-shirt, and the way it clings to his chest is borderline obscene. "You know they don't give out trophies for most intense guy in the locker room, right?" he says with a wink. "They don't give it out for treating practice like social hour either," I mutter under my breath. But he hears me and laughs, a bright, unbothered sound that grates on my nerves. "Touché, kid, touché." He doesn't get it. He doesn't have to. He's Louis Tremblay. He's won 2 cups plus 2 Vezina trophies for the best goalie in the entire league. He can afford to be the class clown. I can't. I'm the guy from the farm team who still needs to prove he belongs at this level. I turn back to my gear, sliding my left foot into my skate. It's comfortably tight. I yank on the laces, starting at the toe and working up. Tightening into the boot feels like an extension of my leg. I finish lacing up, throw my mask on top of my head, and grab my stick. My heart does that little flutter it always does right before I step out there. The ice is the only place where things always make sense to me. Angles, trajectories, velocity. The math of stopping a puck doesn't care if you're insecure or anxious, straight or queer, or rich or poor. The only thing that matters is being in the right position. I stand, stomping my feet to settle into my skates. I feel strong and ready. My legs are still warm from the light squats I did earlier, and I'm primed to play my best. I know it's only a practice, but every moment on the ice is a chance to show my coaches what I can do. "See you out there, boys," Charlie shouts as he heads for the door. As I pull open the door to the rink, the cold air hits my face, sharp and clean. Here we go. Another day for me to prove to everyone that not only do I belong here, but I'm ready for the #1 job. I step onto the ice, expecting the bite of my blades as they slice into the surface as I push off, but I get nothing. My feet shoot out from under me like I stepped on a cartoon banana peel. Whoa! My arms windmill, desperately flailing as I try to regain my balance, unsuccessfully. For a second, I'm suspended in mid-air, staring at the rafters as I realize with crystal clarity that I'm about to land flat on my ass in front of the entire team. Splat. I hit the ice hard. The impact jars my teeth and knocks the wind out of me. My stick clatters away. For one heartbeat, the only sound is the hum of the compressors. Then the laughter begins. It starts as a snort and erupts into a chorus. I lie there, staring up at the ceiling as my face burns hot enough to melt the ice I'm lying on. I sit up quickly, but my skates still can't get any grip. I contort myself to look at my blades, and when I see them, my jaw clenches. Clear tape, neatly applied along the full length of the skate. Rage flares in my chest, hot and bright. Are you kidding me? This is Pee-wee level garbage. This is... Careful there, Bambi. Lou is towering over me. His mask is pushed up, and he's grinning like the cat who not only ate the canary, but thanked the chef afterward. Ice is slippery, eh? He teases. Then he winks at me, before extending his gloved hand to help me up. I stare at it, the urge to smack it away almost irresistible. I want to yell at him that this is my job, that I'm trying to be a professional, that I don't have time for his frat boy nonsense. But then I look him in the eye. He's laughing, yeah, but it doesn't seem like he's mocking me. Not really. His eyes are warm, friendly. There's a sparkle in them that hits me right in the chest, and my anger dissipates, a little. I take a breath, swallowing my pride. I'm a team player. I can take a joke. I have to take a joke. Ha ha, I say dryly as I grab his glove. He hauls me up with surprising strength, and for a second, we're almost pressed chest to chest. He smells of coffee and mint toothpaste, with the slightest hint of goalie pad funk. His gaze drops to my mouth, then flicks back up to my eyes. What was that? Maybe I hit my head harder than I thought when I went down. Gotcha, he says. And is it my imagination, or is his voice an octave lower than usual? Always remember to check your blades, Rook. He winks again, and releases my hand before skating backward toward the net, still wearing that shit-eating grin. I quickly grab the boards so I don't wind up on my ass again, before gingerly stepping off the ice and sitting on the bench. My heart hammers as I peel the tape off my skates. I'm pissed because he embarrassed me. But more than that, I'm pissed because, for a second, when he pulled me up, my hand in his, I didn't want him to let go. Practice is a grind. I spend the next 90 minutes playing angry. I make save after save, fueled by humiliation and rage. By the time we wrap up, I'm exhausted. I shower quickly, keeping my head down, and pack my bag. I just want to get to my car, blast some angry music, and analyze every save I didn't make perfectly today. I hoist my gear bag over my shoulder and push through the heavy back door of the facility, squinting against the gray Seattle daylight. Mr. Tremblay! Mr. Tremblay! I pause near the exit. A kid, maybe 8 years old, is running toward where Louis is standing beside his car across the aisle. He's wearing a jersey that's 3 sizes too big, with Lou's number 1 on it. His mom trails behind him, an apologetic look on her face. Louis glances up as the little dude approaches, and the broad grin that spreads across his face makes something low down in my gut flutter. He's unfairly gorgeous, his hair still wet from the shower, his gray t-shirt stretched tightly across the broad muscles of his back and wrapped around his massive biceps. Hey, buddy, Lou says, crouching down so he's eye level with the kid. Nice jersey. You play? Yeah, I'm a goalie, like you. The kid is almost vibrating with excitement. A goalie, huh? The toughest job in the world, Louis says solemnly. You keeping your stick on the ice? Always. Good man. Louis stands up and reaches into the back of his SUV. He rummages around for a second, pushing aside gym bags and what looks like a pile of takeout containers. He pulls out a stick, one of his, probably game used. He grabs a Sharpie from his pocket, uncaps it with his teeth, and scribbles on the blade. Here you go, killer, he says, handing it over. Don't let any soft ones in, okay? The kid looks like he just won the lottery. Whoa! Thanks, Mr. Tremblay. Call me Lou. He fist bumps the kid, then flashes another smile at the mom, whose eyes are wide with shock. Oh my gosh, that's too much. He just wanted to see if you would sign his jersey. We didn't mean to. Louis interrupts her with a wave of his hand and another smile. It's nothing, honestly. That stick's been hanging around in the back of my car for a few weeks. Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Lou, the kid says, his eyes bright as he jumps up and down with excitement. Yes, thank you. He'll treasure it, the mom says. Standing in the shadows, I tighten my grip on my bag as they chat for another minute before the mom and the kid head across the parking lot and Lou gets into the driver's seat. Man, this would be a lot easier if Louis Tremblay were nothing more than an arrogant, bullying prick, coasting on his natural talent and charisma. It would fit my own narrative perfectly. The hard-working underdog versus the entitled star. But he didn't know I was watching with that kid. He wasn't acting. There are no cameras here, no one else around. It was just Louis being a good guy. I unlock my own car, toss my bag into the trunk, and slump into the driver's seat. Damn it, I whisper, resting my forehead against the steering wheel. He's the jerk who pranked me and made me look stupid in front of everyone. But he's also a hero who makes little kids' dreams come true. He's the only person on this team I can't stop watching. And I have to take his job if I'm going to be the Sasquatch's starting goalie.
Chapter 3. Louis. The Cattle Baron has a classic steakhouse vibe. Lots of dark wood, red leather seats, and white tablecloths. The smell of seared meat and money hangs heavily, and the atmosphere makes me think of oilmen wearing cowboy hats gathered around these tables making billion-dollar deals. The team takes over a private room in the back, and within a few minutes the decibel level rises above what would be considered normal for a fancy restaurant. Hockey players aren't exactly known for our inside voices. It's familiar and comfortable. Usually this is where I thrive, where I recharge my battery over a laid-back dinner with the boys. Usually. So, there I am, right? I say, talking loudly enough to make sure the rookies at the far end of the table can hear me. I'm 18 years old and pretty sure I'm God's gift to hockey at this point. I come out of the crease to play a puck behind the net, trying to be all smooth like Marty Brodeur, except I catch an edge. Oh, no, Charlie Reese McLeod mutters into his glass of red wine. I know this face. This is the I ate shit face. I flash him a grin. I go down like a sack of potatoes, and as I'm falling, the back of my mask gets caught in the net, but I don't realize it, and the refs don't see it. So I'm trying to get up, but I keep getting yanked back down. I probably get halfway to my feet about 4 times in 5 seconds, but I keep landing back on my ass, and I'm in such a panic I can't figure out what the hell's going on. Everyone chuckles as they picture a younger me flailing around on the ice like a fish flopping around out of water. So, I'm totally confused. No idea what's going on, but the play continues because the officials don't know what's happening. Meanwhile, the crowd's screaming at me, and when I finally figure out I'm caught, it takes a couple more seconds to pull the mask off to get a whistle. When I finally make it to my feet, my damn mask is hanging off the back of the net like some kind of Christmas ornament. The table erupts in laughter. And I must be doing something right since I even earn a rare smile from Austin Cote as he dissects his ribeye. I laugh with them before taking a sip from my scotch, which burns pleasantly on the way down. Discreetly, I glance at my watch. If I can keep this up for another hour, I'll be able to duck out without attracting too much attention. I'll make some joke about being an old man who needs his rest, and then I can go back to the hotel where nobody expects me to be the court jester. Unfortunately, Coach Shaw decided this season that we all have to have a roommate on the road, something that hasn't been the norm in the league for several years. My roommate is Tanner Sinclair, which makes things a little weird since it means I'm rooming with the guy trying to take my job. But that's the way it works as a pro goalie. The second you get the starting spot, someone's coming up behind you, wanting to take it away. Rooming with Sinclair has been fine so far, but I'm in such a weird place tonight that I'm dreading it. My chest is tight. like my rib cage is shrunk 2 sizes in the wash. I'm exhausted, and my face hurts from smiling. I swirl the ice in my glass and lean back in my chair, trying to let the sound of the team enjoying themselves refuel me the way it usually does. Rylan is sitting diagonally across from me, laughing at something Gino Santucci said, his face open and relaxed. Beside him, Jamie is chatting with Cole Derbyshire, our big, gentle giant defenseman, but the connection between Rylan and Jamie is unmistakable. There's something about the way their shoulders brush against each other, or how one will occasionally lean into the other for a brief second as if they're letting each other know they're there. The way they are together screams intimacy, even though they rarely even speak to each other. It's an unspoken connection, and for the first time, I'm hit with a wave of jealousy so strong it nearly takes my breath away. Jesus Christ, what is that? I'm not interested in that kind of relationship. Never have been. Suddenly, an image from my dream slams into my brain. The arch of Rylan's back. The sweat. The way he groaned Jamie's name. My stomach churns, the expensive scotch suddenly tasting like acid. I jerk my gaze away from them, staring intently at the bread basket in front of me like it holds the secrets to the universe. Stop. Rylan is your best friend. You are a 34-year-old man, not a sexually confused teenager. You okay, Lou? I snap my head up. Gino is watching me, his dark eyebrows pulled together. All good, I say, forcing my smile back up to full brightness. Just thinking about dessert. Feels like a cheesecake kind of night. Gino snorts. I need to look anywhere but at Rylan and Jamie. I scan the length of the long, dark wood table. It stretches into the shadows of the private room lined with happy, relaxed faces. Most of the rookies have clustered together at the far end of the table, chatting amongst themselves as the conversations have split off. Sinclair's with them, but he's not talking with anyone. Instead, he's nursing a glass of water and staring at his plate of salmon like he's analyzing its nutritional content. He appears to be removed from the chaos surrounding him. He's not trying to entertain anyone, he's just existing. Must be nice. He looks up and catches me staring. His expression doesn't change, but he holds my gaze for a second longer than necessary. I paste the grin back on my face and raise my glass to him in a mock toast. Tanner hesitates, then lifts his water glass an inch off the table in acknowledgement before replying to Kevin Marshall, who's chattering away from beside him. I give my head a tiny shake before launching into another story on autopilot. I am the life of the party.
Chapter 4. Tanner. The hotel room is dark, other than the amber glow from the bedside lamp on my side. It smells like generic hotel cleaner and the lingering, expensive spice of Louis' cologne. When I stepped in a few minutes ago, Louis was already a lump under his duvet, facing the wall, back to the room. He didn't move when the door latch clicked. I toe off my dress shoes, lining them up perfectly parallel to the wall before unbuttoning my shirt. My brain is still buzzing from dinner. It was a good time, but I find those kinds of social situations tiring. I'm naturally introverted, I guess. Louis seemed off tonight. Even from the other end of the table, I could sense it. He was almost manic. He was telling stories and holding court the same way he usually does, but his smile never reached his eyes. He was putting on a performance. A good one, but a performance all the same. I grab my toiletries kit and head for the bathroom, stripping off my dress pants as I go. Under the hot water, I try to wash off the day. The humiliation of falling on my ass in front of the entire team after getting pranked isn't pissing me off as much as it was earlier. Instead, I keep thinking about the way Louis was with that little kid in the parking lot. I turn off the water and dry off. Get a grip, Sinclair. I'm obsessing over him, analyzing him like he's a player who shot him trying to deconstruct. The dynamic between us is confusing on the best days. Every team has one starter and one backup fighting for the same job, so the tension is baked in. But with us, It goes deeper than that. Louis Tremblay is lighthearted, always smiling. He's the team prankster who made it to the NHL on a level of natural talent most guys can only dream about. That's not to say he doesn't work hard. Nobody makes it to the league without working hard. But Louis has never had to grind the way so many of us do. The way I always have. Do I resent how easily it seems to come to him? Of course. I've always been the opposite. Serious, analytical, laser-focused. I have some natural ability, sure, but talent alone wouldn't have gotten me anywhere. I'm here because I never stop working, not for 1 second. I'm always looking for the edge, whether it's studying, watching tape, or reading whatever I can get my hands on from the greats who came before me and the ones still playing now. There are no days off if you want to be the best. I step out of the bathroom, with steam billowing out behind me and a towel wrapped around my waist. The light from illuminates the space between our beds. Louis is rolled over, so he's facing into the room now. His eyes are still closed, but he's still awake. Louis Tremblay is a loud sleeper. After rooming together on every road trip for the last 4 months, I know that as well as I know my own name. Currently, the only sound in the room is the soft hum of the heating. If Louis was asleep, there would be snoring. Or at least he'd be making those snuffly little sounds that happen even when he's not snoring. Right now, his breathing is way too controlled and quiet. Deep breaths. In, 1, 2, 3, 4. Out, 1, 2, 3, 4. In, 1, 2. Louis Tremblay is playing possum. I should ignore it. Turn off the light and go to sleep. I don't know what his problem is, but I need to remember this ain't my circus and these aren't my monkeys. Whatever's got him wound up doesn't concern me. I step into the lit area between the two beds to grab my boxers, but my back is a little tight from the flight, and probably from the way I landed on my ass earlier when he pranked me. So I lift my arms, arching my back and rotating my shoulders, trying to work out the kink near my spine. The sound cuts through the silence, a sharp, jagged intake of breath. I freeze. Shit. Is he sick or something? That almost sounded like he was in pain. When I glance over, he's still facing the room with his eyes squeezed shut. But his breathing is faster than it was a second ago. My analytical brain replays the last 5 seconds. I stretched. He gasped. I'm standing here, backlit by the bathroom light, wearing nothing but a towel that I'm about to drop so I can get dressed. And Louis, who is definitely awake, just made a noise that sounded a hell of a lot like he was choking. A weird electric charge zaps through me. No, it can't be. There's no way that was a reaction to me. Even though I'm mostly naked and, perk of being a pro athlete, I look pretty damn good with no clothes on. But that's impossible. I drop my towel and step into my boxers, quickly pulling them up and adjusting the waistband before yanking my t-shirt over my head. I have to force myself not to scramble and hurry to cover up, as if I have something to be ashamed of. I figured out I was pansexual in high school, but outside of my immediate family, that's a vault I keep locked up tight, especially in the hockey world. Being naked around other guys is part of the job, so I've trained myself to be clinical about it. Get in, get dressed, keep my eyes to myself, get out. I don't linger, and I never look. I don't give any potential rumors 1 inch of runway. But just because I keep my sexuality on lockdown doesn't mean I'm dead from the waist down. And the truth is, despite how annoying he is, I've had more than a couple of those thoughts about the man lying a few feet away from me. I turn off the bathroom light and slide under my covers. I lie there for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling. But Lou's still awake. And for some reason, the air in the room is heavy with tension. Finally, it's too much. "You know, I can tell you're not sleeping, right?" I say into the darkness. No response. "You snore. You always snore." I pause. "Like, really loud. It's pretty impressive." "I do not snore," comes the muffled reply. I grin. "Gotcha." "You totally fucking snore, man." I keep my tone light. "Like a fucking chainsaw. Why do you think I wear those little orange earplugs?" There's a beat of silence before he blows out a noisy sigh, and the sheets rustle as he shifts onto his back. "Oh, fuck off, rookie." But his words aren't angry. There's a smile in his voice, which feels oddly like a victory. We both go quiet. I should probably leave it alone and go to sleep. But for some reason, I have the urge to soothe him, to comfort him, and help him figure out a solution to whatever's got him so twisted up. "Hey, Lou? Is everything okay?" He hesitates for a moment, like he's deciding how to answer. "Nah, I'm fine, kid. Don't worry about it." Kid. Usually, that dismissive nickname makes my hackles rise. It's his way of putting me in a box. You're the kid, I'm the vet. You're the student, I'm the master. But tonight, it's almost like he's using it as a shield. "You sure?" I press. "Because you didn't eat your cheesecake, and that's definitely not normal." He lets out a short, dry chuckle, but it dies quickly. "So, if you ever want to talk about anything," I add, the words tumbling out before my brain can vet them. "I'm a pretty decent listener. I mean, I don't talk a whole lot, so the ratio works out in your favor." I'm hoping for a chuckle, but my attempt at a joke falls flat since he doesn't respond. The silence between us stretches out, tight and heavy. Then, abruptly, he throws back the covers, nearly leaps out of bed, and charges over to the floor-to-ceiling window. His broad shoulders are scrunched up near his ears, and his Adam's apple bobs as he paces back and forth in front of the glass like a caged animal. "Shit, he stammers. He runs his fingers through his messy hair, clenching his hand into a fist and pulling at the strands in frustration. He lets out a noise that lands somewhere between a growl and a whine. "I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me, Tanner." Hearing him use my first name causes my jaw to drop. He never calls me Tanner. I'm Sink or Rookie or Kid. If he's first naming me, we're in uncharted territory. I push my covers back and swing my legs out of bed. The room is cold, but I ignore it, walking over to where he's standing by the glass. I stand next to him, close enough to feel the heat radiating off him, but far enough away to give him space. The Calgary skyline is a grid of white lights against the cold, dark sky, but I'm not sure he's seeing it as he stares out. "Did you hear a trade rumor or something?" I ask quietly. "No, it's not. Not about hockey." He presses his forehead against the cool glass, his breath fogging up the pain. "I'm sleeping like shit because I keep having these dreams." "Nightmares?" "No," he says, his voice barely a whisper. Suddenly, he pulls back from the window and starts pacing again, practically wearing a hole in the carpet between the window and the door. "Not nightmares. They're like sexy. Except they're not, normal. At least for me. Not normal for me. He lets out a brittle laugh. And when I wake up, I feel like I've committed a crime. Oh. Does he mean... I'm 34 fucking years old, Tanner. I know who I am. I like women. I love women. I've always loved women. So why has my brain suddenly started running highlight reels of stuff that definitely doesn't involve women? Well, sweet Jesus on skates. Not what I was expecting to hear. But I can't help but feel for the guy. He's clearly struggling. Hard. God, say something, he whispers roughly. He stops pacing, standing in front of me, his dark eyes wide and pleading in the dim light. Tell me it's just stress. Tell me I need to get laid or sleep for a week. Give me the logic, Sink. Use that big brain of yours and tell me this is some kind of minor glitch in my operating system or something. He's begging me to let him off the hook. He wants me to dismiss his feelings so he can shove them all back into a box he can bury at the back of his closet. That would be the easiest thing. I could tell him he's right. And it's probably a reaction to stress because there's a lot on his shoulders this year as one of the team's leaders, and pressure does weird things to the brain. It wouldn't be a lie. But I've never been good at doing the easiest thing. Look, Lou. I can't tell you it's only stress, I say, keeping my voice low and steady. He flinches slightly, but keeps holding my gaze as he stands in front of me, his chest rising and falling with quick, shallow breaths. Normally, stress might make you dream about missing the team bus, or trying to play goal without your skates. Stupid shit like that, I say. Stress makes you grind your teeth. It doesn't make you question who you are. I'm 34 fucking years old. His voice is almost pleading. He runs his hands over his face and steps back to the window, looking out at the skyline again. I know who I am. No one goes to bed straight one night and wakes up queer the next morning. That's not how it works. Says who? I ask softly. He snaps his gaze to mine in the reflection. I take a step closer. I'm treading on dangerous ground here. I haven't told a soul in this league about my sexuality. About the fact that I'm more interested in the wine, not the label, or the shape of the bottle it's in. I'm not sure I want to hand that information over to the guy whose job I'm chasing. But I can't stomach the thought of leaving him hanging out there all alone, after basically coming out to me. You think there's a deadline on figuring out who you are? I ask. Like you have to file all your paperwork by age 21, or the government comes after you? He lets out a shaky breath. Feels like it should be filed by 34. I give him what I hope is a reassuring smile. Look, Louie. Just because you find a new room in the house you've been living in for 34 years, doesn't mean the whole place is burning down. Maybe it means you have more rooms than you thought. Louie doesn't answer. He stares out the window at the steam rising from the buildings. I step closer, laying my hand on his bare shoulder, attempting to reassure him. I half expect him to shrug me off and make a joke, but he doesn't. Instead, he surprises me by letting out a long, ragged exhale and leaning into my touch. He rests his forehead against the cold window glass and lets out a big sigh. I guess I thought that part of my life was figured out already, he murmurs. But I guess my sexuality is one more thing I don't have nailed down yet. Hey, Would it be such a bad thing? I asked gently. My hand is still on his shoulder, and I squeeze gently, trying to offer him as much support as I can. He takes a deep breath. No, I don't think so. Not really. I mean, obviously, Ryland's my best friend, and I don't give a shit who he loves. I'm so happy he found Jamie. And my family's completely fine with it. That's no big thing. I think it's fucking me up because it's not something I ever considered. Even after I found out about Rye. It never crossed my mind that I might be queer. It's an adjustment, I guess. I get that, I say, because I do. A big change in how you see yourself can throw you for a loop. My voice has dropped an octave, and I realize I've been tracing slow circles against the warm skin of his shoulder with my thumb. Wait, he says, lifting his forehead off the glass and looking at me with wide eyes over his shoulder. Tanner, are you? His voice trails off, like he's not sure how to finish his question. I pull my hand away from his shoulder and clear my throat, looking down for a second before snapping my eyes back to his. I refuse to be ashamed of who I am. I nod. Yeah, I'm Pan. The air in the room changes instantly. Louis turns his body, shifting so he's facing me. And suddenly, this conversation isn't about Louis' identity confusion anymore. The world narrows down to the 2 feet of space between us. His dark eyes search mine, wide and vulnerable. And then, as if gravity is pulling them down, his gaze drops to my lips, and his breathing quickens. My breath hitches. Shit. This was not part of the plan. I could close the gap between us right now and take his mouth. He wouldn't stop me. He wants me to. I know it right down to my bones. My pulse hammers in my throat. The memory of his hand holding mine when he helped me up this morning flashes through my mind. Fuck. I want to taste him. His tongue darts out, moistening his lips. And suddenly, I'm very aware that my dick is hard as a rock. This is a horrible idea. Beyond horrible. He's spiraling. He's exhausted after not sleeping properly for weeks. And he's just experienced a huge revelation about himself. He's emotional and reaching for me because I feel like the only solid thing he can hold on to right now. Kissing him would be a really fucking dumb thing to do. And I don't make dumb mistakes. I swallow hard, clearing my throat again. Stepping back from him might be one of the hardest things I've ever done in my whole life. Jesus Christ. Have I ever wanted to kiss someone so badly? We should probably get some sleep, I say, my voice rougher than intended. Gotta be sharp tomorrow. Louis blinks, looking dazed. There's a flash of something in his eyes. Relief, maybe? Or disappointment. It's hard to tell. He looks like a little kid who got tucked in after a nightmare. Like he's both comforted, but also desperate not to be left alone. Yeah, he croaks. Right. Tomorrow. He runs a hand over his face, and we turn away from each other, toward our separate beds. Night, Tanner, Louis whispers into the dark, after we've both settled under our blankets. Night, Lou. I lie on my back, staring up at the ceiling. My heart is still racing, thumping frantically against my ribs. what the hell happens now? How am I supposed to go back to being the ruthless young gun out to take the #1 job from him, when this man basically cracked himself open and showed me part of his soul tonight? 5 minutes pass, then 10. Finally, Louis's breathing settles into the snuffly, snory cacophony that tells me he's actually sleeping. I close my eyes, but I know sleep isn't coming for me. I'm in deep trouble. Not because I want to kiss Louis Tremblay. That's just lust. I can handle lust. Lust is nothing more than biology. I'm in trouble because when I saw him hurting, my first instinct wasn't to use it against him. It was to protect him. To take away the thing that was troubling him. And caring about the guy whose job you're trying to take? I don't have a formula for that.
Chapter 5. Louis. I slide into consciousness, the hotel blackout curtains doing their job so well I have no idea what time it is. For a second, I consider pretending to be asleep until Tanner leaves for breakfast, avoiding the inevitable awkwardness that's going to come after I trauma-dumped my sexual crisis all over him last night. But that's not me. Sighing, I roll over and reach for my phone. 7:03 a.m. Still early enough that I could reasonably be sleeping, but Tanner's probably been awake for at least half an hour. The guy's a machine. Morning, I mumble, my voice still rough with sleep. The pause lasts a beat too long. Morning, he finally responds, the sheets rustling as he sits up. I do the same, running a hand through my hair, which I'm sure is sticking up in every direction like a mad scientist. Sleep okay? He asks. The forced casualness in his voice makes my stomach twist. Yeah, fine. I clear my throat. You? Fine. We're like two teenagers the morning after losing our virginity on prom night. I'm gonna shower, he announces. Cool, I respond too quickly. I'll, wait right here. Oh my God, I'll wait right here? As opposed to what, jumping into the shower to join him? He disappears into the bathroom and I flop back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. Fucking hell. How is it possible that in all my years of locker room bullshit and casual hookups, this is the most awkward morning after I've ever experienced? And nothing even happened. Well, nothing physical happened. Not technically. But I can still feel the way his cool hand felt against the overheated skin of my shoulder. And the way his eyes dropped to my lips, the way he looked at me like he was a man dying of thirst in the desert, and I was a cool drink of water. Jesus H. Christ on a piece of toast. And he's queer. Tanner Sinclair is pansexual. That surprises me almost as much as my own queerness, or whatever it is that I am. That word doesn't feel like it fits me, but maybe it will in time. Hell, after last night when I wanted to kiss him so goddamn bad I thought I might actually die from it, the word queer fits a whole lot better than it did before. Of course, he had no trouble shutting that shit down. We should probably get some sleep. I cringe at the memory. Shot down with extreme prejudice. Smooth, Tremblay, real smooth. The shower runs for exactly 7 minutes, because of course Tanner Sinclair times his showers, and I run my hand over my face when I hear him turn the doorknob to come out. Fuck. Should I mention it? Thank him? Pretend I was sleepwalking and don't remember our conversation? When he emerges in a cloud of steam, he's already dressed in team sweats, his hair damp and neatly combed. All yours, he says. I nod and grab my stuff, darting past him into the bathroom, careful not to make eye contact. I let the hot water beat against the back of my neck, trying to wash away the confusion. Maybe if I take a long enough shower, he'll have already left for breakfast when I get out. But shit, what if he thinks I'm jerking it in there? What if he thinks I'm jerking it while thinking about him? Oh, fuck. What if he thinks I'm gonna be all over him now that I know he's pan and I'm... whatever the fuck I am? Fuck me sideways. How the hell did my life get so complicated? When I come out of the bathroom after a relatively normal-length shower, Tanner's sitting on his perfectly made bed, scrolling through his phone with intense focus. Who the fuck makes their own bed at a hotel? Tanner fucking Sinclair, that's who. I dress quickly, pulling on my sweats and long-sleeve t-shirt. The silence is making me itchy. I've never been comfortable with quiet. I usually fill it with bad jokes or smart-ass comments, but at the moment my brain is empty. So, I start, with absolutely no idea how to follow it up. He finally looks at me cautiously. So, about last night. We don't have to, he cuts in quickly. We both stop before I wave for him to continue. We don't have to talk about it, he says again, his voice careful. You were stressed. I get it. It happens. Don't worry. I won't mention anything to anyone. Right. Yeah. Cool. Okay. I nod too enthusiastically. Just, thanks again for, listening. And for, telling me that stuff. About you. A flicker of hesitation crosses his face, but he shuts it down. No problem. His voice is clipped and professional. Glad to help. Anything for the team, right? Anything for the team. His words hit me like a splash of ice water. Right. Of course. Last night wasn't an us moment. It was a starter and backup moment. That whole thing was just crisis management. Tanner was only trying to keep his starter in a good headspace so we don't blow this game against Calgary. And here I was wondering if his hand on my shoulder meant something more. Clearly not. I force a grin, ignoring the weird hollow feeling in my chest. Message received. Well, I'm starving. Should we head down? I need about 4 gallons of coffee if I'm going to stop pucks tonight. Ping. The unmistakable sound of the puck hitting the goalpost cuts through the crowd noise, but the scrape of skate blades and the grunted curses of the guys surrounding me as they scramble for the rebound is my only focus. The Broncos have pulled their goalie early, sending out an extra attacker with 7 minutes still left to try and tie up the game to force overtime. They're coming hard, throwing everything they've got at me, but I'm in the zone. My mind is crystal clear, and time is slowed down. I'm in that weird hockey matrix where I can not only see the puck, but I can feel its energy. I know exactly where it is and exactly where it's going. And the one place that little rubber disc is not going is into the back of my net. The rebound pops out of the scrum towards Calgary's top defenseman, who winds up for a slap shot. I'm perfectly positioned, tracking the puck like a laser. He fakes the shot, trying to draw me down low, and instead of shooting, he passes to one of his forwards, who's hoping to get it past me with a quick one-timer. They're fast, but I'm faster. I know what they're going to do before they do. But as Villeneuve's shot rockets toward me, my mind flips the channel and suddenly I'm back in my dream. Only for some fucking reason, it's not Rylan and Jamie I'm envisioning. It's Sinclair and me. Tanner's hot, hungry mouth is on mine as he rails into me from behind, the same way Jamie and Rylan were against the couch. Jesus fucking Christ. My focus wavers for 1 split second. I recover fast, but it's a fraction of a second too late. I get my blocker up, extension perfect, ready to deflect it wide. But as the puck meets my glove, all hell breaks loose in front of me. Bodies crash together, Rylan trying to tie up their center and Austin colliding with Calgary's winger, and suddenly I'm caught in a tangle of falling skaters. I try to pull my arm back, but there's no time. Someone's knee clips my shoulder, wrenching it at an angle it was never meant to go. And the full weight of 3 giant professional hockey players comes down on top of me, driving my extended arm into the ice. The sound that comes out of me is somewhere between a scream and a grunt as something in my shoulder tears. Not pulls, not strains. Tears. I feel it rip like fabric, a wet, nauseating sensation that sends white-hot agony exploding through my chest and down my arm. Fuck! The word barely makes it past my lips as I'm crushed under the pile of bodies, my shoulders screaming in protest. The weight finally lifts as the guys scramble off me and the arena erupts in cheers from the home crowd. The puck's in the back of the net. The Broncos have managed to tie it up, but all I can focus on is the nuclear bomb of pain that's just detonated in my shoulder and chest. I lie on the ice, gasping for breath, cradling my arm against my body. Every inhale sends fresh waves of agony through me. It feels like someone took a machete to my pec and shoulder. Rylan appears in front of me, his face so worried that I can see it even with my vision obscured by my mask. "Lou? Louie, what happened? You okay?" The roaring in my ears is so loud it sounds like he's yelling at me while I'm underwater. "My shoulder," I gasp, unable to form more words as waves of nausea roll through me. "Something's wrong." I'm dimly aware of Rylan signaling the bench for help, and seconds later Gabe and Joey, two of our trainers, race onto the ice. It's okay. I'm okay. It probably feels worse than it is. But when I try to move my arm even an inch, another bolt of pain stabs through my chest, and I fall back to the ice with a strangled groan. "Don't move," Gabe says, kneeling beside me. "Where's the pain?" "Shoulder. Chest," I gasp out as another alarming jolt of agony shoots through me when he carefully tries to assess the injury. "Feels like something ripped." The guys gather around my net, forming a protective circle as Gabe shines that stupid bright light into each of my eyes to make sure I don't have a concussion. "It's not a fucking concussion," I want to snap at them, but I'm gritting my teeth so tightly I can't speak. I'm worried the only sound I'll be able to make if I unclench my teeth is another scream of agony. "Think you can make it off the ice with help, or should we get the stretcher?" Gabe asks, and the fact that I have to think about it is one of the scariest things I've ever experienced. "The stretcher? No. No fucking way. I'll skate off or I'll crawl off, but I'm not taking any goddamn cart." Gabe and Joey get help from Rylan, Austin, and Gino to hoist me to my feet. Gabe tries to give my fucked up arm some support, but it doesn't do anything for the tsunami of pain that's swamping me. Every tiny movement sends fiery stabs of pain through me. This isn't good. I've never felt this type of pain before, so I have no idea what's wrong, but it's pretty fucking clear it's bad. Even though the pain is excruciating, there's no way in hell I'll allow myself to get carted off the ice like a corpse in front of a full house in Calgary. Not a goddamn chance. "I'm okay. I got it," I mutter when Joey goes to take my non-fucked-up arm to help guide me. He cocks an eyebrow at me, but I push off gingerly. As I make my way slowly across the ice to the bench with Rylan on one side of me and Gabe and Austin on the other, Tanner skates past us on his way out to take my place in net. Our eyes meet briefly, and his are filled with concern and determination. He's ready for this. "You got this, rookie," I manage to grind out as we pass. It's what a good teammate would say, what a mentor should say. But even as the words leave my mouth, my gut twists with the knowledge that this could be bad. Like really bad. "Hang in there, Lou," Rylan says, his eyes dark with worry as he helps the trainers get me off the ice. "We'll finish it for you." I can't do more than give him a nod. I get a round of applause from the crowd as I'm helped off the ice, and the last thing I see before disappearing into the bowels of the Calgary Broncos arena is Tanner Sinclair sliding into the crease. My crease. Settling into position as the linesman gets ready to drop the puck for the face-off. I'm in the worst pain I've ever felt, but the cold dread that's snaking its way up my spine is almost worse. I feel like I may have lost a hell of a lot more than just this game.
Chapter 6. Tanner. Tap, tap. I hit both posts with my stick as I slide into the crease, a ritual I've performed thousands of times. The ice under my skates should feel the same as it always does, but it doesn't. It feels charged. This is it. This is my chance. But it doesn't feel the way it should. It hits different because of Lou's injury. The expression on Lou's face as they helped him off the ice has me shook. Pain we can handle. We all play through pain. But the look on Louis Tremblay's face was more than pain. It was stone-cold fear. The goalie who once finished a period with 2 broken fingers and cracked jokes about it during the intermission looked like his world was ending. Stop it. My job is to be ready. The starter went down. I'm the next man up. That's the whole reason I'm here. The ref drops the puck in the circle to my left. The Broncos forward wins it clean. My heart hammers against my ribs as their top line cycles the puck. Their passing is fast and precise. I drop into my stance, trying to lock in on the black rubber disc, trying to purge the image of my starting goalie crumbling to the ice. One of their wingers cuts toward the net. Our defensemen scramble, looking rattled. Gaudreau fakes a pass, then snaps a quick wrist shot. I react on instinct, getting a piece of it with my blocker and deflecting it wide. Focus, damn it. The puck cycles back to the point. I shuffle left to track it, but the geometry is off. My movement is jagged. I'm not seeing the puck. I'm seeing Lou's eyes meeting mine as I skated past him. A one-timer rockets from the blue line. I throw up my blocker a split second too late, and the puck clips my shoulder pad as it shoots into the net. The red light flashes, the horn blares, and Calgary leads 3-2. Motherfucker! I resist the urge to smash my stick against the post. I should have had that, but my mind isn't in the game. Ryland skates over, tapping my pads. Shake it off, Sink. There's still time. We'll get it back. I nod, but we both know. The Broncos tighten up for the final 90 seconds, collapsing around their own net. Coach Shaw pulls me for the extra attacker, but the clock bleeds out. The final horn sounds, and it's 3-2 Calgary. It's like a morgue in the visitors' locker room. Equipment hits the floor with heavy thuds. The usual post-game chatter, nowhere to be found. Coach Shaw gives a perfunctory speech about burying this one and focusing on Edmonton tomorrow night. But his eyes are distant. None of us are really focused on the moment. The guilt is eating me alive. I blew my chance to prove myself in a game that mattered. And why? Because I was too busy worrying about the guy whose job I'm supposed to be trying to take. It makes no fucking sense. I feel like an imposter in this locker room. I'm the guy who let in the game-winning goal. Our real hero is lying broken in the other room. Most of the guys go back to getting undressed after Coach's speech, peeling off jerseys and unlacing skates, trying to put the loss behind them. I start undoing my own pads, my fingers a little shaky. I want to get the hell out of here. I want to hide in the back of the plane, put on my noise-canceling headphones, and retreat into myself while we fly to Edmonton. Sinclair? I flinch, looking up. Rylan is standing over me. He looks exhausted, his normally perfectly composed demeanor slipping a fraction, revealing the worried friend underneath it. You okay? He asks, his voice low enough that the guys on either side of me can't hear. Yeah, fine, I lie. He studies me for a second, his eyes shrewd. Listen, Lou is in the medical room, he says, leaning in closer. I was just in there. He's not handling this well. He runs a hand through his wet hair, wincing slightly. He's gonna need a hand getting dressed, even though he's not gonna want to accept help. After you're cleaned up, could you bring him his clothes and maybe hang out there? Help him as much as I'll let you? My stomach twists into a knot. Sure, I guess. But, wouldn't he rather someone else help him? I'm probably the last person he wants to see right now. Rylan glances toward the mob of reporters standing by the door, making sure they're not paying attention to us before he leans in. Look, if I go in there, Lou will put on a show. He'll crack jokes and pretend he's fine because he doesn't want me to worry. It's what he does. He pauses to catch my eye. But he's scared. He won't show it to the trainers, and he definitely won't show it to Coach. But he's terrified. He needs someone he doesn't need to protect. You're his backup and his roommate. He might be prickly with you right now, but I think that might be easier on him than trying to laugh this off, you know? That weird instinct to take away whatever is hurting Louis is back. But there's nothing I can do to help him right now. Except maybe this. Maybe allowing him to be angry or upset or scared without having to worry about taking care of anyone else is what he needs. I can do that for him. Yeah, I say, standing up on legs that are a little shaky. I'm still in my hockey pants, the stink of the loss still clinging to me. Okay, I got him. Rylan claps a hand on my shoulder and squeezes. Thanks, Sink. I'll let him know you'll be in to help him as soon as you're showered. Bus leaves in 45. He turns and heads for the gathered press outside the locker room doors, squaring his shoulders, his confident captain's mask sliding firmly back into place. I rush through my shower, and a few minutes later, I'm pushing open the door to the medical room. My heart is hammering against my ribs, harder than it was during the game. So I suck in a deep breath through my nose, holding it for a moment to steady myself before stepping inside. The room smells like rubbing alcohol and bad news. Lou's sitting on the edge of the exam table, stripped to the waist, with his left side heavily wrapped in compression bandages. He's staring up at the ceiling, his lips moving silently, almost like he's counting to himself. His skin is white as a ghost, and when he sees me step into the room, his jaw clenches so tight, I half expect his teeth to crack. Carson Wells, our GM, is standing off to one side with his arms crossed. His face is impassive, but his eyes are worried. I might be new to the NHL, but I know he wouldn't be down here if Lou's injury wasn't serious. Meanwhile, Coach Shaw is pacing near the sink. We don't have enough info yet, Doc Kendall says calmly. He's wearing that carefully neutral expression they must teach doctors to perfect in medical school, the one they use when things are shit but they don't want to freak anyone out. The x-rays were negative for breaks, but from my exam, we could be looking at a grade 3 tear. Pectoralis major, possibly involving the anterior deltoid. Louis doesn't look away from the ceiling, but he swallows hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. What do you think, George? Carson asks. Do we fly him back to Seattle tonight? The doctor checks his iPad. No, I don't think sending him commercial would be a great experience. He looks at Louis. Let's bring you to Edmonton with us. We'll get the MRI done there first thing tomorrow morning. The University of Alberta has a world-class facility and some of the best doctors in the field. He gives Louis an encouraging smile. They'll take good care of us up there. Fine, Carson says. He pulls out his phone immediately. He taps the screen and puts it to his ear. Yeah, it's Wells, he says, turning away and stepping into the corner. I need to call up Casey McWhittier. Tonight. We need him in Edmonton to back up Sinclair tomorrow night. Lou exhales sharply, like he's been punched in the gut, and he grips the edge of the exam table so tightly, his knuckles go white. Jesus, next man up. The poor guy's getting a front row seat to watch the business of pro hockey move forward, less than an hour after his injury. Coach Shaw stops in front of Lou and reaches out to give his knee a comforting squeeze. Hey, Louie, he says in a low voice, while Carson continues his conversation, and Doc Kendall types more notes into his iPad. We're gonna get you through this. Try not to get into your head, okay? Louis doesn't say anything, just gives him a curt nod without making eye contact. Coach notices me hovering by the door, Lou's bag in one hand, and his warm-up suit draped over my arm. He gives me a nod. Sinclair, good. Give him a hand getting dressed, and we'll see you both on the bus and... He checks his watch. 25 minutes. Carson ends his call. McWhitier's flight leaves Seattle in 2 hours. He won't get much sleep tonight, but he'll be at morning skate. He looks at Louis, his expression softening. Try not to worry too much, Lou. We'll know more tomorrow. Right, he rasps. No problem. The fact that he doesn't attempt to make any kind of joke is one more sign that Louis Tremblay is rattled. He sits still for a long moment after management and the doc file out, staring at the closed door like he's waiting for someone to come back and tell him this is all a mistake. When no one does, he turns his attention to me. I'm still standing awkwardly next to the door, holding his stuff. He holds his good arm out. Give me the shirt, he mutters, more to himself than to me. I hand him the gray team t-shirt. He slides off the table, turning his back to me. He tries to shake it out one-handed, but the soft cotton tangles around his wrist. He curses under his breath and tries to get it over his head using his one good arm, which is surprisingly difficult, and his agitated movements pull at the muscles in his chest. He hisses sharply, and the t-shirt drops to the floor. Fuck! He clenches his good hand into a fist. Fuck, fuck, fuck! He squeezes his eyes shut, breathing hard through his nose, trying to ride out the wave of pain. He doesn't want help. Nothing could be more clear. But he needs it. I cross the room and grab the shirt off the floor. Stop, I say quietly. His eyes snap open. I can do it. Give me my damn suit. No, you're not wearing the suit. Don't be stupid, Lou. I step into his personal space, shaking out the soft t-shirt. We've got 2 bus rides and a flight to get through. You're already going to be uncomfortable enough. You're wearing the sweats. I don't show up looking like a slob, he argues. But the fight is draining out of him. You show up looking like a guy who left everything he had out on the ice. Let me help. He stares at me, his chest heaving. Is he going to tell me to get the hell out? Fine, he whispers. Just be careful. I nod and step closer, engulfed in his scent. Sweat, tiger balm, and man. We'll go slow. I get the t-shirt over his head without too much trouble. He holds his breath as I pull it down as gently as possible over his injured side, careful not to jostle him. Bruises are already starting to bloom underneath the compression badges, the dark purple beginning to spread across his chest like spilled ink. My stomach turns. Breathe, Lou, I murmur. He lets out a shaky exhale as I pull the hem the rest of the way down. Okay, let's do your hoodie next. I drape it over his shoulders, helping him get his good arm into the sleeve and leaving the other side to hang empty. I move to stand directly in front of him and grab both sides of the hoodie zipper. It's a simple task, but for some reason, my hands are trembling slightly, so I fumble with it, and it takes me a minute to get the zipper started. Carson called up McWhitier, Louis says suddenly, his voice rough. Before I was even off the table. I finally get the zipper to catch and start to pull it up slowly. I know. I'm fucking finished, Zink. His voice cracks. I'm 34. A grade 3 tear? At my age? That's it. I keep my eyes focused on the Sasquatch logo on his chest as I pull the zipper up. No, it's not. You're Louis fucking Tremblay, I say quietly. This isn't going to be how you go out. He lets out a bitter laugh, You saw what happened. They're already moving on. McWhittiers a placeholder. I smooth the hoodie down over his good shoulder. It's still your net. We're just borrowing it. He goes quiet. When I step back, he's looking at me with glass in his dark eyes. He's holding on by a thread. Thanks, he whispers. I nod. Then I glance down at his bare feet. Okay, get your ass back on the table. Shoes next. He follows my gaze and breathes out shakily. Okay. He reaches for his socks, but lets out a hiss of pain when he bends forward. Don't, I say. I got it. I grab the socks and kneel on the floor between his knees. Jesus, could this be more suggestive? A rush of blood heads south, directly to my dick. Being on my knees in front of Louis Tremblay is a thrill I had no idea I needed. But my body definitely likes it. Fucking hell, not the time, Sinclair. This isn't about sex, or even about the power dynamics. The whole young gun on his knees before the fallen king scenario. This is about helping a man who's hurting. I pick up his socks. Left foot first. He stares at me, like he can't quite believe I'm doing this. I slide the socks on, then grab his sneakers. I slide them onto his feet and tie them efficiently. When I'm done, I look up at him, resting my hands on his knees for a second. His good hand twitches like he wants to reach for me, but he doesn't. I get to my feet, and the spell breaks. Ready? I ask. He swallows hard and nods. Yeah. Let's get on the bus. I open the door. It sounds like the media scrum has moved down the hall, probably in search of Carson or Coach. I'm sure they're voracious to get news about our star goaltender's injury. I step out of the room first, positioning myself between Louis and the noise, using my body as a shield. We walk toward the exit together, and I don't move out of the way until we're safely on the bus.
Chapter 7. Louis. The hotel room door clicks shut behind us, and I lean against it for a second, breathing through my nose. The bus to the Calgary airport was a nightmare. Every little bump felt like a hot poker through my chest. But then the pain meds must have kicked in because I don't remember much of the 30-minute flight or even the bus ride from the Edmonton airport to our hotel. Tanner drops both our bags on the luggage rack and turns to look at me. His blue eyes assess me like he's reading stats off a spreadsheet. Doc gave me some meds for you while you were conked out. You can take them as needed for pain, but the anti-swelling ones you gotta take every 4 hours, he says. Yeah, my voice comes out rougher than I want. Got it. Okay, good. He moves past me toward the bathroom, flipping on the lights as he goes. You need to get out of those clothes and into bed. Can you manage? I'm fine. I got it, I say automatically, pushing off the door. I take 2 steps toward the bed, and my left side screams in protest. I stop, gritting my teeth, and Tanner's already back in front of me. Lou, come on. You're not fine. His voice is quiet and steady, his eyebrows furrowed with concern. Let me help you. Okay, he's right. I'm pretty far from fine at the moment, and I'm so fucking tired of pretending I am. Yeah, I breathe. Okay. He nods once, then moves in close. The scent of clean sweat, the soap from the rink in Calgary, and something underneath that's all him fills my nose. My heart kicks up, which is stupid. The guy's helping me get undressed for bed because I'm too fucked up to do it myself, not because sexy time is coming up. Except the way he's looking at me with all that focused intensity kind of makes my stomach flip. Let's get your hoodie off first, he says. His fingers find the zipper pull at my chest. I'm going to unzip this slow, okay? Tell me if it's too much. I nod. He pulls the zipper down, the teeth separating with a soft zip. I try to help him by shrugging out of the jacket, but even moving my so-called good side sends a wave of pain across my chest that cuts right through the medication haze. I freeze, letting out a hiss of pain. Tanner stops for a moment to give me a reproachful look. Stay still, idiot. Just let me fucking do this for you, okay? I nod, finally giving in and letting him help me. His knuckles brush against the fabric of my t-shirt, his hand warm even through the cotton. There's light blonde stubble beginning to shadow his jaw. He swallows, his Adam's apple bobbing. Once the hoodie is off, he tosses it onto the bed, then flicks his gaze to my sweatpants. You're not going to want to sleep in those. My face heats. I'll do it. It's fine. Nope. Come on. Pants off, Bing. He grins at me. My jaw drops. Wait. Did you just make a joke? A Friends quote, no less? He shrugs. My mom used to watch Friends all the time when I was a kid. Pretty much know all the good lines. That one seemed to fit. I snort a laugh as Tanner hooks his fingers into the waistband of my sweats. Yeah, but weren't Monica and Chandler trying to get pregnant in that scene? She wanted his pants off because they were about to fuck. He shrugs. Whatever. I didn't analyze the full transcript before I said it. He rolls his eyes. See, this is why I don't joke. It never lands right. He immediately reverts back to his usual no-nonsense self like he hadn't even tried to be funny. No, it was good, I argue. It was funny, I swear. I was just surprised. You don't usually joke around much. He's slowly working my sweatpants over my hips like he's taking care to be gentle with me, even though my injury is in my upper body. He crouches down in front of me as he drags them down my legs. This is the second time today Tanner Sinclair has been on his knees in front of me. His movements are efficient, like he's trying to be clinical, but there's something almost reverent about the way he's touching me. Like he'd rather do anything, like take 10 minutes to get my pants off, rather than hurt me. Like he cares about me. I realize through my slightly medicated haze that his face is only inches from my cock. The only thing between us is the thin layer of cotton from my boxer briefs. And my traitorous dick twitches. The sweats pool around my ankles and I step out of them, quickly taking a step back, hoping like hell he didn't notice the movement in my underwear. He grabs the pants and glances up at me. And holy fuck, are his pupils dilated? Is he turned on? How's that? Okay? He asks, getting to his feet. Yeah, I reply, still trying to process that look on his face. He nods, then glances at the bed behind me. You're not going to be able to lie flat. It's going to pull on your chest. Hold on. He crosses to the other bed and starts grabbing all the pillows, even the decorative ones, and the extra blanket folded at the foot of the bed, leaving only one for himself. He comes back to my bed, pulls back the covers, and proceeds to arrange the mountain of bedding until he's built a ramp that'll let me sleep half sitting up. Try that, he says. I get into bed, letting myself sink back into the nest he's built. The angle takes the pressure off my chest, and for the first time since the injury, I can take a breath without pain shooting through my ribs. Oh, fuck, I breathe in relief. That's good. His mouth quirks in a small, satisfied smile. Good. He moves to the nightstand and grabs the little bottle of water the hotel left. He twists the cap off and hands it to me. Drink. I'm not thirsty. I don't care. You need to stay hydrated or the meds will wreck your stomach. I take the bottle and drink because arguing seems like a lot of work. The water is cool and I drain half of it. Tanner goes to his bag and grabs the pill bottles Doc Kendall must have given him for me. He sets them next to the water. You can take another pain pill in about an hour if you need it, but you gotta take the anti-inflammatory in about an hour. I'll set an alarm. I blink at him. You don't have to do that. I know. He's standing next to the bed, his arms crossed loosely over his chest, and I realize I'm staring at him. The pain meds have turned everything soft and hazy, and I can't quite figure out why Tanner Sinclair, the guy who wants my job, the guy I've been low-key resenting for weeks, is here taking care of me like it's the most natural thing in the world. You're good at this, I say. The words come out a little slurred. Like, really good. Why are you so good at this? Something flickers across his face. For a second, I think he's going to brush me off, give me some non-answer and change the subject. But then he sits down on the edge of my bed, careful not to jostle me, and looks at his hands. My mom traveled a lot for work when I was a kid, he says quietly. Sales job for a paper company. He chuckles. Think Dunder Mifflin, but a lot less funny. I stayed with my grandparents mostly, but when I was 14, my grandpa had his first heart attack. My grandma had to take care of him, so I helped. Learned how to manage his meds, set up his recliner so he could sleep sitting up, all that. I stare at him. I didn't know any of that. I didn't know anything about Tanner's life before hockey. I assumed he was like the rest of us, some small-town kid who lived and breathed the game. He okay now? I ask. Yeah, he's tough. Made it through 2 more after that one. His mouth curves up in a faint smile. Stubborn old bastard. Kinda like you. I huff a laugh and it pulls at my chest, making me wince. Fuck. Don't make me laugh. Sorry, he stands, and the smile fades. You should sleep. You look like hell. Thanks, I mutter. But he's right. I'm so tired I can barely keep my eyes open. He crosses to the other bed and sits, pulling off his shoes and then getting up to put everything away neatly. His shoes are perfectly lined up and his suit hangs neatly in the closet. He slips into the bathroom for a few minutes, and when he comes out, he pulls his e-reader out of his bag before sliding into bed. That's weird. It's late, and Tanner Sinclair is usually a fanatic about getting enough sleep. The mattress creaks as he stretches out. Sink, I say. Yeah? You don't have to babysit me. He turns his head to look at me, and in the dim light from the bedside lamp, his eyes are dark and serious. I know, he says again. Your next dosage is in 45 minutes. You should get some rest. But he doesn't put down his tablet. I close my eyes, letting myself sink into the pillows, into the hazy warmth of the pain medication, and the weirdly comforting feeling of having Tanner Sinclair in my corner. My last thought before I finally let myself drift off is that for the first time in a while, I don't feel so alone. The buzzing phone pulls me out of deep sleep. I surface slowly like I'm swimming through molasses, my brain foggy and my mouth dry as hell. Lou. Tanner's voice is close. Hey, time for your meds. I crack my eyes open. The room is dark except for the faint glow from the bedside lamp Tanner must have left on. He's standing next to my bed, holding a glass of water and the pill bottles, his hair sticking up like he's been running his hands through it. What time is it? My voice comes out rough, scratchy. Little after 2. He shakes out 2 pills into his palm. Anti-inflammatory and another pain pill to stay ahead of it. Doc said you need to stay on schedule. I take the pills and wash them down with the water he hands me. The cold liquid feels good on my throat. When I hand the glass back, our fingers brush, and I'm too out of it to care that my heart does a stupid little skip. Tanner sets the glass on the nightstand and starts to move away, back toward his own bed. Wait, I say. He stops. Yeah? I sink back into the pillow nest, tilting my head to look at him. How did you get so good at this? Taking care of people. He shrugs. My grandpa. You asked me that already, though, he says with a small smile. Yeah, you said that. I study his face. It's probably because I'm high as a kite on the pain medication, but I push him. I get the feeling there's more to your story. Sometimes you act way older than 23, like you've been taking care of people your whole life, not only helping your grandma when you were a teenager. His jaw works, and for a second I think he's going to deflect and tell me to go back to sleep. But then he gets back into his bed and leans against the one lonely pillow he allowed himself, since every other piece of bedding in the room is currently cushioning my injured ass. He arranges the blankets carefully and looks down at his hands. My parents were best friends in high school, he says. They grew up together in this tiny Minnesota town where everyone knew everyone's business. I wait. The meds make everything soft around the edges, but I'm alert enough to know this matters. My dad knew he was gay from the time he was a little kid. Tanner continues, his voice quiet and measured. And as he got older, he realized there was no way he could survive in that town. His parents were ultra-religious. If they would have found out, he knew he'd be on the streets. He was the typical stereotype. A gay boy who wanted to get out and move to New York so he could be himself. But he was also really fucking scared. He thought maybe he could be wrong. Like, maybe he just needed to try harder to be normal. He pauses, swallowing hard. So on prom night, he asked my mom to help him figure it out. He didn't lie to her. She'd known he thought he was gay, but he wanted to be sure. And my mom... He huffs a quiet laugh. My mom loved him. Not like that, but she loved him. So she said yes. The pieces clicked together in my foggy brain. They slept together. Yeah, Tanner nods. He left for New York 2 weeks later. My mom found out she was pregnant a couple of months after he was gone. Fuck, I breathe. So she raised you alone? Yep. She told him, though, Tanner corrects. His first instinct was to come back to Minnesota and marry her. He was ready to give up everything to do the right thing. But she didn't let him. Nope. She told him absolutely not. She knew if he came back, he'd be miserable. He'd be living a lie in a place that would never accept him. So she told him to stay in New York, to build his life, and that she would raise me. She set him free. I stare at him. This kid, this man who's been carrying so much weight I never saw. She raised you by herself? Mostly, yeah. My dad helped out where he could, when she let him, but her reasoning was that she had a supportive family and he had no one. He came back to visit when he could afford it, but it was hard for him emotionally, too, because his family wouldn't even see him after he came out. Apparently they offered to help my mom financially, but she told them to fuck off. She didn't want me to ever be around that kind of toxic bullshit. They moved away a couple of years later. I've never met them. Whoa, I said softly. Your mom sounds kind of amazing. Oh, she totally is. She worked her ass off. Sales job for this boring paper company, traveling all the time. She never finished college because she had me at 19. So she spent the rest of her life trying to prove she was as good as everyone else with their degrees. His mouth twists. I watched her hit the glass ceiling over and over, but she kept going, kept working, and she never, ever complained. The hotel room is so quiet I can hear the faint hum of the heating unit, the distant sound of traffic outside. Are you close with your dad now? I ask. Yeah, pretty close, considering we've never even lived in the same city, he snorts. He still lives in New York. He got married a few years ago to a guy named David. They both work in theater. He's a good guy. But you don't ever talk about him, I say, because I've never heard Tanner mention his dad. Not once. Not in hockey. Tanner's voice goes flat. Press doesn't know he's gay. None of my teams knew. It's simpler. I get it. I hate that I get it, but I do. Hockey's changing, but it's not there yet. And having a gay dad who works in the theater like every stereotype ever, that's the kind of thing that makes people question you more. Makes everything harder. Okay, I say quietly. But that still doesn't explain why you're so good at this, at taking care of people. Tanner looks at me, and in the dim light his eyes are darker than usual, almost gray. I watched my mom work herself to the bone, Lou. We had my grandparents, but she was stubborn and determined to do it on her own as much as she could. She was always tired and stressed, and I realized pretty early that she was carrying a lot more than other moms were. He pauses. So I decided I wasn't going to be another problem for her to solve. My chest tightens, and it's not from the injury. If I got hurt, I hid it, he says. If I was sad, I fixed it myself. I learned how to be low maintenance. I learned to take care of my own shit so my mom didn't have to worry. Then when my grandpa got sick, I stepped up because that's what you do. I stare at him, this 23-year-old kid who spent his entire life making himself smaller so other people didn't have to carry him, who learned to be useful because if he was useful, he wasn't going to be a problem someone had to solve. Tanner, I say, and my voice comes out rougher than I mean it to. You know you're not, right? He blinks. Not what? You're not a problem someone needs to solve. And while I appreciate what you're doing right now, you don't need to take care of me to prove this team needs you. To prove you deserve to be here. You do. His mouth opens, then closes. He looks away, and when he turns back to me, there's something raw in his expression that makes my heart squeeze in my chest. But it's only there for a moment before he regains his composure and his mouth quirks up in a small smile. You're high on pain pills. I'm serious, Tanner. You belong here. You belong on this team. He clears his throat and our gazes lock in the low light. For a moment we stare at each other like this is the first time we're actually seeing the person in front of us. Thank you, he says softly. He clears his throat, looking down at his hands, and the moment is broken. You should get some sleep, he says, his voice less guarded than I'm used to hearing it. So should you. The pain medication must be hitting my bloodstream because things are starting to get fuzzy around the edges again, so I nod and let my eyes drift shut. Thank you, Lewis. His voice is barely a whisper. I needed to hear that. Just speaking the truth, I mumble, before allowing myself to let go.
Chapter 8. Tanner. My phone vibrates against the nightstand, the dull buzz cutting right through the thin layer of sleep I actually managed to get. I slap a hand over it before it buzzes again. It's 7 a.m. The room is washed in the flat gray light of a northern Alberta winter morning. Just looking out the window makes me shiver. Beside me, the other bed is a fortress of pillows, with Louis still buried in the nest I built him. His hair is a mess against the white linens, and his dark eyelashes contrast against his still pale skin. And Jesus, why the hell am I noticing his eyelashes? Ugh. He does look peaceful, though. Of course, that's a big lie. The second he wakes up, the pain meds will have worn off, and the reality of his chest muscles being ripped apart will come rushing back. My gut twists. I scroll through my notifications. A text from Rylan. How's our man doing? Hope you both got some sleep. Big 2 points tonight. Need you dialed in, dude. I switch to the NHL app, where the current standings glare back at me. We're sitting right on the wild card bubble. If we lose tonight, we'll drop out of the spot. And while team ownership hasn't specifically said what they will consider a big enough improvement to keep the team together, most of us feel like as long as we make the playoffs, we should be safe for at least another season. If not, the Everton family, the owners, told Carson that they would start a full team rebuild, which means breaking up the core group of players and starting from scratch. And Louis isn't playing in this hugely critical game. I am. I slide out of bed, the hotel carpet rough under my bare feet. My routine kicks in automatically. It's how I keep my anxiety locked down so it doesn't spiral into panic. Most of the time, it's a pretty reliable system. But today is different. For a lot of reasons. I go through the motions anyway. First, a nice hot shower, followed by 30 seconds of icy cold to wake up my nervous system. I shave, brush my teeth, and put on deodorant in the exact same order as always before stepping out of the bathroom. I pull on my Sasquatch warm-up suit and pack my bag. E-reader, headphones, iPad, clean socks and underwear if I want them after practice. Everything has a place. Control what you can control. Lou's still sleeping, which is weird. Those must be some good drugs since he usually wakes up while I'm getting ready. I move to the side of his bed. "Louis," I say gently, my hand hovering over his good shoulder. "Time to get up." He rumbles a groan and cracks his eyes open. They're unfocused and glassy with sleep, before the clarity and pain hit him. "Oh, fuck," he rasps, cringing with pain. Again, my stomach churns, and I wish more than almost anything that I could do something to help. I don't bother to ask if he's okay, since we both know he's not. We move into the weird routine we've somehow established last night, neither of us hesitating anymore. It's intimate in a way that makes my skin prickle. It's like we're a unit. It's not fun, but it is efficient, and we get him dressed and ready quickly. When he's dressed, sitting on the edge of the bed and looking pale under the fluorescent lights, I hand him the coffee I had room service drop off before I showered, and he closes his eyes as he takes a sip. "Fuck, rookie. Nice job on my coffee." "This is perfect." He forces a grin, but it's a shadow of itself. He's not complaining, not even mentioning the pain. But the tension around his eyes tells me he's working hard to act like he's okay. I shrug. I pay attention to shit. He nods. "Thanks." I putter around, making sure things are neat and everything's put away before we leave the room, even though housekeeping will come in later. It calms my mind. "Edmonton has a heavy forecheck," he says, his voice gravelly. "They like to crash the net. Don't let them rattle you. And Bolton likes to go high glove side on the rush. Make sure you don't cheat the post." I stare at him. He's about to go find out if his career is over, and he's giving me a scouting report. "I know the book on Bolton, Lou." "Just saying. You have a tendency to do it when you're screened." "I'll handle the pucks," I snap. He presses his lips into a thin line, focusing on his coffee mug. I huff out a breath. "Shit, I'm sorry." I run my hand through my hair in frustration, suddenly wishing I didn't keep it so short, because it would feel really good to pull on it right now. "I guess I'm a little nervous." He nods. "It's okay, kid. I get it." I guess I'm back to being kid, or rookie. Sigh. He opens his mouth to say something, but a sharp rap on the door cuts him off. "That'll be the doc," he says grimly. I grab his heavy winter coat and drape it over his shoulders like a cape, so he doesn't have to struggle with the sleeves. My knuckles brush his throat as I zip it up, and his pulse is thumping, fast and anxious. He looks at me, his confident mask slipping for a second, giving me a glimpse of the terrified man underneath it. Dr. Kendall is waiting a few feet away, checking his watch. "Morning, gentlemen. How are we feeling?" he asks, as Louis grabs his phone and steps into the hallway. "About as well as expected," he answers. "Well, this is the first step in getting you back up and running, so let's get to it," Dr. Kendall says with an encouraging smile. "Your chariot awaits, sir." He winks at Lou as they turn toward the elevator. "Hey, Lou," I call, my voice embarrassingly creaky. They both look at me. Just, wanted to say good luck. He manages a crooked, half-assed version of his trademark smirk. It doesn't quite reach his eyes. "See you at nap time, Rook." He walks down the hall without looking back. I make it through morning skate, and even through the team lunch with the guys in the hotel restaurant without anything terrible happening. But I still haven't heard a word from Louis. When I get to our room, the blackout curtains are drawn tight, strangling the watery afternoon sun that's trying to creep in. It feels less like a hotel room and more like a cave. Louis is lying on his back in his pillow nest. His eyes are open, but he's just staring up at the ceiling. He doesn't move when I drop my bag. "Well?" I ask. My voice is loud in the quiet room. "What's the verdict?" He turns his head slowly to look at me, and even in the dim light, he looks wrecked. "It's a grade 3, he says. His tone is flat, like it's been stripped of all of his usual emotion. Surgery at the end of the week. Out 4 to 6 months. The words hit me like a gut punch. 4 to 6 months. That's the rest of the regular season and the playoffs, if we make them, plus part of the off-season. I walk over to the bed. "Lou." "Don't," he croaks, turning. He looks back up at the ceiling. "Don't give me the 'we'll get through this' speech. I can't hear it again. I swear to God, if you tell me to keep my chin up, I might actually punch you with my bad arm." I huff out a chuckle. "Okay." I kick off my shoes. My normal game day schedule tells me I should be meditating right now, visualizing the crease, and seeing myself stopping every puck that comes my way. Instead, I'm climbing onto the bed beside him. No speeches. I lie down facing him, careful of his left side, stealing a slice of the pillow nest. The antiseptic scent of the doctor's office clings to his clothes, mixed with his own coffee and sandalwood warmth. He turns his head toward me, and the expression on his face hits me right in the solar plexus. His eyes are almost haunted, blown wide with something that looks like panic. He's terrified. His funny, optimistic Joker mask is gone, and the guy underneath is staring directly into the abyss. "I don't know what I'm gonna do," he whispers, his voice cracking. "I have no idea who I am without hockey." My heart breaks for him. His pain is so raw and real, and the only thing I can think about is taking it away. I reach out, cupping his jaw with my hand. His stubble is rough against my palm. My thumb brushes his cheekbone, tracing the tension there. "You're gonna figure it out," I whisper, and I mean it with my entire soul. He will, but he can't see that right now. I don't think about it. Acting on pure instinct, I move toward him. I don't ask for permission. I crush my mouth to his. He doesn't hesitate, returning the kiss with all the coiled-up energy inside him. It's not soft or gentle or romantic. It's frantic and urgent. He makes a desperate sound in the back of his throat and grabs the back of my head with his good arm, pulling me down and deepening the kiss. He's drifting out to sea right now, but I can be his anchor. I can do this for him. I angle my head, drinking down his panic and swallowing his moans. He tastes like coffee and sadness, but it's the most intoxicating thing I've ever tasted. "Tanner," he gasps when we finally break apart for air. "I got you," I murmur, moving my mouth to his neck and drawing a slow, hot line of kisses along it. "Fuck yes. God, yes," he groans, urging me on. "Careful," I murmur against his lips when he moves to arch against me. But I don't stop. I slide my leg over his, pinning him gently to the mattress so he doesn't twist his torso. "Don't move. Just let me." Our mouths collide again, frantic and wet, his tongue tangling with mine. This isn't the same as the almost kiss from the other night. That was curiosity. This is survival. He's drowning, and I'm his oxygen. And God help me, I want to be. My usually noisy brain, cluttered with constant stats and analytics, goes completely silent. The only thing I'm aware of is Louis. The slide of his lips, the feel of his tongue, the heat from his body. I slide my hand from where it's still cupping his cheek to the back of his neck, tangling my fingers in his hair, holding him in place as I devour him. "Tanner," he groans again, breaking the kiss to bury his face in the crook of my neck. His breath is hot against my skin. Hearing my name from his mouth undoes me. I press my hips down, grinding my rock-hard cock against him, careful not to put weight on his chest, but needing him to feel me. Needing him to know I'm here, and solid, and real. "I'm here," I grit out, sucking gently on the pulse thundering under his jaw. "I'm right here." He hums, a vibration against my throat, before turning to capture my mouth again. He sucks on my lower lip, biting down hard enough to sting, and a groan escapes me because, fuck, it feels good. It could be 5 minutes or 5 hours. I have no idea. We're just heat and breath and desperation in the dim light. I forget about the game, the standings, and it's possible I forget my own goddamn name. I don't care. Suddenly, a shrill electronic beeping cuts through the room, hitting us like a bucket of ice water. Motherfucker. That's my alarm. Bus in 15. Louis goes still beneath me, his chest heaving. His eyes are hazy, his lips red and bitten, and his dark hair is a disaster. He looks so fucking hot. He blinks up at me, and it's almost as though I can see the weight of reality crushing back down on him. He lets go of me, letting his good arm drop to the bed. "Right," he whispers. "The bus." I scramble off the bed, almost unsteady on my legs, as I reach for the phone to kill the alarm. Once the annoying as fuck beeping stops, the silence that follows is almost worse. Louis watches me, his chest rising and falling rapidly. "Louis, let's not do this now." He cuts me off. "You got a game to win, rookie." I hesitate, not sure what to do. We have to talk about what just happened, but I also have to get myself ready to play, both mentally and physically. I hurry to gather my things, changing into my suit as fast as I've ever done it in my life. But it's like I'm moving underwater, and by the time I'm ready to leave, I'm cutting it close if I want to make the first bus. I always prefer to be at the arena with plenty of extra time. It helps me get my head on straight. Considering what we just did, I'm going to need all the time I can get for that. I open the door, pausing and turning to where Lou's still lying on the bed. Are you gonna be there?" I manage to choke out, trying to hide how desperately I want him to be there. I need him there, as insane as that is. "Yeah," he says, his voice rough. "I'll be in the press box." "Okay, yeah. Good. That's good." I nod, knowing if I open my mouth, a bunch of words I shouldn't say right now will come tumbling out. The door clicks shut behind me, but as I hurry toward the elevator, it's not the Edmonton Arctic Wolves and their red-hot power play that's filling my mind. Focus, I tell myself sternly. Lock it down. Now. But it's no use. Because as I step into the elevator, I can still taste him on my lips. The Edmonton visitors' locker room is loud, as usual when we're all in pregame mode. Gino is today's DJ, and he's got old-school heavy metal cranked up while we get ready. I've spent the last couple of hours desperately trying to get into a calmer headspace, but I'm not sure it worked. At this point, I'm just hoping my instincts take over once I get onto the ice. I'm working on positive self-talk, telling myself I've got this, but my hands are shaking slightly as I lace my skates. Instead of armor that makes me feel invincible, my gear feels restrictive and suffocating today. Every time I close my eyes to center myself, like I've been trained to do since I was a kid, I don't see the ice. I see Louis. His pupils blown wide as he looked at me with naked hunger, feel his body under mine, and taste the raw want on his lips. Focus, Sinclair. Rylan walks by, tapping my shin pads with his stick. You with us, kid? I look up, forcing a mask of calm onto my face. Yeah, I'm here. Locked in. He searches my eyes for a second, his brow furrowed. Before he can say anything else, Coach Shaw steps to the middle of the room. Okay, gentlemen, a couple of quick things here. First, I want to let you know Lou is going to be out for a while. Once he gets through the surgery, we'll know more about when he'll be back on the ice. There were a few murmurs around the room, but it seems like most guys heard the shitty news earlier. In the meantime, Coach continues, our excellent backup, Tanner Sinclair, is going to stand tall in net for us while Tremblay recovers. And I also want to welcome our newest Sasquatch, Casey McWhittier, called up from the farm last night to back up Sink. Congratulations, both of you. Everyone hollers and claps for us. McWhittier sports a huge grin, loving every second of it. I should be feeling the same joy, considering this has been my dream since I was 9 years old. Instead, I feel like I'm about to throw up. When the room quiets, Coach claps his hands. Okay, boys, 5 minutes. Stick to the game plan tonight, and we got this. We're going to show these guys what Sasquatch hockey looks like. Usually, the transition out of the tunnel into the bright lights of the arena is a sensory reset, allowing me to hone my focus and let go of everything that isn't happening on this ice sheet. But not tonight. As I scrape my crease, roughing up the ice between the posts, I look up. High above the ice and the cheering crowd is the press box. Lou's up there, watching me take his crease and stand in the spot he earned. The same crease he broke his body trying to protect. God damn it. Focus, Sinclair. For the first period, my body moves on autopilot, muscle memory doing the heavy lifting. I turn away a slap shot from the point. I smother a rebound a minute later. We head into the first intermission with no score. But my head isn't quiet like it should be. I'm fighting off random thoughts, and partway through the second, I start to lose the battle. Edmonton is cycling the puck, looking for a lane. I'm tracking it, sliding post to post. But for a fraction of a second, my mind flips to Louis. To the haunted look on his face when he said he was finished. It's a micro-hesitation, like a tiny glitch in the machine. Bolton, their winger, releases a wrister from the top of the circle. I see it coming, but my arm feels heavy. I'm a split second late. Ping! The puck skims the underside of the crossbar before going in. The horn sounds, and the light glows red. It's 1-0 Edmonton. Shake it off, Sink! Austin yells, tapping my pads as he skates past. You got the next one! I nod, squirting water through my mask, trying to wash the taste of failure out of my mouth. But it's like I'm not playing hockey anymore. I'm fighting a war inside my own head. 5 minutes later, there's a scramble in front of me. Bodies are everywhere. I drop into my butterfly, sealing the ice. Suddenly, I can feel Lou's hot breath against my neck, and his hard body underneath mine. The sensory memory is so vivid, I lose spatial awareness for a microsecond, drifting an inch to my left. It's like I'm chasing the ghost of a feeling, instead of tracking the black disc. The puck squirts through the gap. It's 2-0. By the third period, I'm no longer a goalie. I'm a goddamn sieve. Every time the red light flashes, it's like a taunt. You wanted this job? You wanted to be the hero? You thought you could do this? Think again, asshole. I let in a soft backhand that Louis would have stopped in his sleep. 3-0. I misplay a puck behind the net because I'm wondering how the hell I'm going to face him later. And it's 4-0. The final minutes are a blur of humiliation. When the final horn mercifully sounds, the scoreboard reads 5-0. I don't look at the bench. I don't look up toward the press box. I keep my head down, staring at the ice as I skate to the tunnel. The guilt is a physical weight, heavier than the soaked gear clinging to my body. The locker room is like a morgue. No music. Conversation is minimal. It's brutal. I peel off my chest protector, feeling exposed. Ryland sits down next to me and leans over to untie his skates. "Rough night," he says quietly. "I wasn't good enough," I grind out. "Nope," Ryland agrees. And the honesty stings, even though it's better than a lie. "You weren't. But you're not the first guy to choke on his first start, and you won't be the last." I squeeze my eyes shut. I shouldn't be here. It should be Tremblay. Ryland stops. He leans toward me, dropping his voice so the rest of the room can't hear. "Louis isn't here, Tanner. You are. So go ahead and feel sorry for yourself tonight. Wallow in it if you want. But tomorrow, it's gone, and you get back to work. Because we fucking need you." He slaps my knee and stands up. I sit there, half-dressed, staring at the floor. He's right. But when I look down at my hands, they're still shaking.
Chapter 9. Louis. The hotel room is dim, lit only by the light from a single sconce between the beds. My pain, which had been manageable at the game's start, came back with a vengeance partway through, and by the time the final horn sounded, I'm not sure which pain was worse, the physical pain from my shredded muscle, or the mental agony of watching Tanner completely fall apart in goal. I'm propped up in my fortress of pillows, a bag of melting ice draped awkwardly over my shoulder. My pec feels like someone took a blowtorch to the muscle and then tried to shred it with a cheese grater. The pain meds I downed as soon as I got back have shaved off the sharpest edges of reality, leaving me a little floaty. Unfortunately, the memory of the score is still crystal clear. 5-0. I know what a goalie looks like when his brain disconnects from his body. Watching it happen to Tanner was almost worse than experiencing it myself. The lock beeps and the door flies open, banging against the stopper. Tanner stalks in, looking like a thundercloud. He doesn't say a word or even look in my direction. He rips his suit jacket off his shoulders like it's burning his skin, the fabric hitting the floor with a soft whoomp. Usually, Tanner Sinclair is a machine. The guy folds his socks, for God's sake. He lines up his toiletries in alphabetical order and treats his clothes like they're ecclesiastical vestments. Right now, there's a glitch in the machine. He tears at his tie, but the knot refuses to give. A low, frustrated sound, half growl, half sob, tears from his throat. He yanks the silk loop over his head and flings it toward the desk, but he misses, the tie sliding into the trash can. He keeps pacing, his energy wild and uncontrolled. Very unlike the Tanner Sinclair I've gotten to know over the last few months. "Fucking useless," he mutters as he kicks off his dress shoes without untying them, sending one skidding into the wall with a thud. I stay quiet. I know this dance. The shame that radiates off him like heat waves off hot asphalt. 5 goals, Tanner snaps. He's talking to the demons in his head, not to me. 5 fucking goals. On 22 shots, I'm a motherfucking sieve. He runs both hands through his hair, gripping the short strands tight enough to hurt. They should have yanked me. McWhittier would have been better. He chokes on a breath. I'm nothing but dead weight to this team. To you. Shit. He's so deep down the hole of shame and self-loathing he can't see the light. His chest heaves under his crisp white dress shirt. The poor guy looks about 10 seconds away from a panic attack. Sinclair. I drop my voice to its deepest register, my tone sharp and demanding. He freezes, his back to me. His shoulders are hiked up to his ears. Stop, I say firmly. This isn't my jokey fun voice. It's not the voice of the guy who tapes skate blades or makes fart jokes on the team bus. This voice means business. You don't understand, he starts, turning halfway toward me. His face is pale, his eyes wide and glassy. That was 100% on me. I cost us the game. The score doesn't matter. His jaw drops, indignation flooding his face as he rounds on me. The score doesn't matter? What the fuck do you mean it doesn't matter? It's the only thing that matters, he yells, lashing out wildly. This is your team. It's your net, and I pissed all over it. His voice cracks. I wasn't watching the puck, I tell him, keeping my voice low and steady. I was watching you. I didn't see a bad goalie, Tanner. I saw a scared one. The fight drains out of him all at once. His shoulders slump as his rage is suddenly replaced with exhaustion. I can't do this, he whispers hoarsely. I'm not you, Louis. I can't be what they need. What you need. My heart gives a painful squeeze, and it's got nothing to do with the torn muscle fibers in my chest. I shift my weight, wincing at the movement, and pat the mattress beside my good hip. Come here. He hesitates, eyeing the bed like it's a trap. I'm sweaty and gross. I need another shower. I didn't ask for a hygiene report. Come here. He swallows hard before taking a tentative step toward me, followed by another, before sitting on the edge of the bed facing away from me. His back is bowed, and the tension rolls off him in waves so thick I can almost smell it. He's waiting for me to tell him he needs to pack his bags and get the hell out. I reach out with my good arm, placing my hand gently on the back of his neck. His skin is burning hot and damp with sweat. The second I touch him, the dam breaks. A shudder rips through him. He makes a broken noise, crumbling under my touch like he's run out of strength. I stroke the tense cord of muscle in his neck. Breathe. Just breathe. I fucked up, he gasps, his head dropping back, exposing his throat. I couldn't focus. I kept seeing... I couldn't stop. I know. He turns to me, his blue eyes glassy and red-rimmed. I wanted it so bad. To prove I'm good enough. To the team, to everyone. To you. The air in the room is suddenly thick. We're not talking about hockey anymore. I take him in. This incredibly talented, intense, driven man who was utterly terrified of being a burden. Suddenly, the clarity hits me harder than the painkillers. This is no longer about helping a teammate get over a tough loss. It's about comforting someone I'm starting to care about. A lot. For weeks, I've been agonizing over labels. Straight, bi, confused, just curious. But my injury stripped away the bullshit and brought everything into focus. I don't care about the label or the optics or what everyone will say. I only care that he's hurting and want to soothe his pain. I want to erase that shitty game from his mind. I want to be the only thing he can think about. I slide my hand from his neck to his jaw, brushing my thumb over his bottom lip. He goes still, his pupils blown wide. Come here, I command, tugging him down. Let me take care of you. My words hang in the small space between us. Tanner stares at me, his breathing shallow, like he's searching my face to see if I'm lying, or like he's waiting for the other shoe to drop. I keep my hand on his jaw, grounding him. Slowly he leans into my touch, just a millimeter, like a plant seeking the sun. It's a surrender. I tug gently on his neck, urging him closer. He moves to follow, shifting his weight on the mattress, but then freezes. His gaze drops to the bulky ice pack wrapped in a towel and the swath of compression bandages peeking out from the neck of my t-shirt. "I'm too heavy," he says softly. "I'll hurt you. Christ, Louis, you're literally held together with tape right now." "I'm not made of glass," I say, ignoring the throb in my back that argues otherwise. I gently turn his face toward me, forcing him to look at me until our faces are so close that I can feel his breath on my lips. "Just get close to me." He hesitates, his blue eyes wide and vulnerable, stripped of all their usual icy, detached focus, and I realize I was wrong. This isn't about helping him deal with losing the game or providing comfort. It never was. This is about being close to him. It's about connecting with him and tasting him and feeling his body against mine. I pull him down and crush his mouth onto mine. He freezes for a split second before melting into the kiss. Our mouths move together urgently until I lick at his lips and he opens for me. I push my tongue inside his mouth, and damn if he's not the best thing I've ever tasted. He groans, and I swallow it down, sliding my fingers into his short hair. "What?" he gasps, breaking the kiss. "What is this?" "It's kissing," I murmur, urging him closer and taking his mouth again. The only thing I care about is keeping his mouth against mine right now. This time it's my turn to moan, and his hand tightens on my uninjured bicep. He shifts, swinging a leg over mine, and breaks our kiss, pulling back until he's kneeling between my legs. I'm still propped up in the pillow nest he built me earlier, so I can meet his eyes without lifting my head or using any muscles in my chest. He runs a hand through his damp, messy hair. "I'm burning up," he mutters, plucking at the buttons of his dress shirt. "Take it off." He pauses. "Are you sure?" "I want to see you," I say, surprising myself because I do. I want to see him. All of him. This man who fights so hard to be perfect, stripped of his armor. He nods jerkily, undoing the buttons with trembling fingers. He shrugs the shirt off, letting it drop to the floor. My breath hitches. I've seen Tanner shirtless in the locker room 100 times. We're professional athletes. Nudity is part of the job. But here in the soft, low light of a hotel room with the silence heavy between us, it's different. He's leaner than me, corded with wiry muscle that looks carved from marble. His skin is flushed and slick with a sheen of sweat. Contrasted with my broken, bandaged body, he looks alive and powerful. He looks me up and down, his gaze snagging on my waist. I'm still wearing my dress pants. I was so desperate to get ice onto my shoulder I didn't bother to change into sweats. My hard-on is obvious through the fabric, and his tongue darts out to lick his lips, his eyes flicking back up to mine. "What do you want, Louis?" His voice is low and husky. "I don't know," I whisper truthfully. "I want to be close. Want to feel your skin against me." I reach for my belt with my good arm. "No." Tanner's hand shoots out, grabbing my wrist in his firm grip. "Let me," he growls. "That's mine right now." His eyes burn with intensity he usually saves for the crease. He needs this. He needs to do something right, to feel confident and powerful after feeling like he failed everyone tonight. "Okay. Show me," I whisper, letting my hand drop. He leans forward, and the frantic energy that was between us a few moments ago melts into something slow and deliberate. He makes quick work of my belt before slowly, carefully, dragging the fabric down, leaving me lying on the bed in nothing but my black boxer briefs. The cool air hits my skin, followed immediately by the heat of his hands as he moves them slowly up my thighs, from my knees to my hips. He shifts backward and bends at the waist, keeping his eyes locked on mine as he lowers his face toward my groin, like he's waiting for me to stop him. But there's no way that's happening. Finally, he closes his eyes, nuzzling into the crease of my thigh, and sucks in a deep breath through his nose. "Fuck," he groans softly. "You smell so fucking good." I need to touch him, so I scratch my fingernails against his scalp gently as he moves. He mouths my balls and my achingly hard shaft through the soft cotton of my underwear, and his hot breath damn near sets my entire body on fire. He treats me like I'm something precious, like my body is something he wants to worship. I let out another groan, desperate for more. I'm dying to feel him against my skin with nothing between us. This over-the-underwear action is hot, but I want so much more. "Please," I whisper, my voice like gravel. "God, Tanner." Without pausing to think, I stick my hand under the waistband of my underwear, clumsily pushing them down on the one side I can reach, ignoring the stab of pain that shoots through my chest and shoulder as my core muscles engage. He lifts his head, and the grin on his face lights me up from the inside out, even with the pain radiating from my fucked-up shoulder. "So impatient," he murmurs, clucking his tongue as he hooks his fingers under the waistband and drags them down. My cock springs free, and he looks at it for a long moment before shifting his gaze up to my eyes and licking his lips. "You have a gorgeous cock," he whispers. "I never let myself imagine you hard. If I did, I'd end up with a hard-on in the showers." I groan again. I can't believe how hot it is to hear those words from his mouth. When he finally lowers his head, he drags his tongue up the side of my cock, licking it like it's a popsicle. My hips buck off the mattress involuntarily. "Fuck!" I hiss, pain shooting through my chest again. "Is it too much?" he asks softly, raising his head. "We can stop." "Fuck no. Don't you dare fucking stop," I gasp. "I just have to try to keep still." He gets a wicked gleam in those blue eyes, one side of his mouth curling into a smirk I've never seen on him before. "I can help with that." He takes hold of both my hips with his big hands, pinning me in place before lowering his head again, taking my cock fully into his mouth all at once. "Oh, God," I whimper. The searing heat of his mouth is a shock against the cold radiating from the ice pack on my shoulder. The contrast sharpens every nerve ending. He takes his time, learning the terrain of my body. It's agonizingly slow and focused. It's meticulous, just like everything Tanner Sinclair does. I force my eyes open, and the visual hits me harder than the physical pleasure. Tanner, the golden boy, the rookie who's been driving me crazy for months on his knees between my legs, swallowing around my cock. His eyes are squeezed shut, his brows drawn together in concentration before he opens them and looks up, his eyes meeting mine. Their normal icy blue color is darkened, dilated with pleasure and heat. "That's it," I groan, my voice sounding wrecked. "Fuck, Sink, that's so good." It's incredible. I've had more than my share of blowjobs over the years, but this, what Tanner Sinclair is doing to me, is next level. I've been with women my whole life. I know their softness, their gentle curves. This is completely different. It's not that he's rough. He's taking care not to hurt me, but something about the strength of a man's body, the roughness of his stubble and the solid weight of him. It's like it's somehow more. My hunger for him is sharper than anything I've felt before. It's like it's not only physical, it's a transference of energy between bodies of equal strength. I want to take everything he's giving me and more. He's pouring everything he has into me, and I'm drinking it in. He makes a low noise in his throat, and the vibration reaches all the way to my toes. Then he takes me even deeper. His throat bobs, his hands gripping my hips, anchoring me in place. That self-defeating loop in his head telling him he messed up is being overwritten, beat by beat, with this. With us. "Yes," I praise him, grabbing a handful of the sheet with my good hand. "You're incredible. God, Tanner." He picks up the pace, sensing I'm close. The friction, the heat, the wet slide of his mouth, it's all too much. My world narrows down to the feeling of his mouth on my cock. The pain in my shoulder disappears, drowned out by the roar of blood in my ears. Tanner, I'm gonna come. He doesn't stop. He works harder, swallowing me down and taking everything I have to give. My orgasm hits hard, my core muscles contracting and sending another sharp flare of pain through my chest and shoulder, but I don't care. It's almost like the pain grounds me, because without it, this pleasure might shatter me into a million tiny pieces. I slump back into the pillows, gasping for air, my heart hammering against my ribs. Tanner pulls back slowly. He's messy and flushed, but his eyes sparkle as he wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, his chest heaving. He looks beautifully wrecked. You okay? I wheeze. He nods, staring at me with wide-blown pupils. I should be asking you that, he says with another smirk. I'm good. So good, I murmur. But then it hits me that there's not much I can do to reciprocate. Shit, I whisper. What about you? What can I do for you? It's okay, he says, looking down. That's not fair. Shit, I'm sorry, I say, but he cuts me off. I came, he whispers, a flush rising up his neck that has nothing to do with the room temperature. I didn't even touch myself. That was so fucking hot. My brain short-circuits. He came just from giving to me? Hands-free? Ideally, I'd pull him on top of me. I'd roll us over. I'd do a hell of a lot of things, but my body is a wreckage site, so I do the only thing I can. I hook my hand behind his neck and pull him down. Come here. He collapses forward carefully, avoiding my injured side, resting his forehead against my good shoulder. His breathing is still ragged against my skin. I press a kiss to his damp, sweat-spiked hair. My mind is officially blown. I'm 34 years old, and I just got the best blowjob of my life from a guy who came hands-free just from tasting me. Thank you, I whisper into his ear. That was incredible. He lets out a long, shaky breath. Yeah, he murmurs against my skin. It was.
Chapter 10. Tanner. I wake up with my head resting on Lou's good shoulder. I don't move. I don't even open my eyes. I lie there, wrapped in the woodsy scent I now recognize as Louis Tremblay. Strangely, my panic is gone. In the light of day, I can see that my terrible performance didn't put an end to my career. And even though I crossed a giant red line by hooking up with a teammate, I feel calm, steady. I open my eyes. The room is gray with morning light. Louis is asleep, propped up in his pillow nest. I'm not usually a cuddler, but neither of us moved an inch last night. Louis looks younger like this. The ice pack has slipped, revealing the angry purple bruising spreading like spilled ink across his chest. A brutal reminder of the difficult road he's facing. He shifts, a small groan vibrating against my cheek. His breath hitches, and his eyes flutter open, dark and unfocused. Hey, I whisper. He blinks, trying to orient himself. His eyes meet mine, and I brace myself for him to pull back, for the morning after panic to set in. But he doesn't move. One corner of his mouth twitches up in a half-smile, before he lets out a long, shaky exhale, his head falling back against the pillows. Truck, he mumbles, voice thick. Feel like I got hit by a truck. A truckload of hockey players fell on you. It's kind of the same thing. He huffs a weak laugh that turns into a wince. Too soon, Rook. You want your meds? Yeah, please. I extract my numb arm and roll out of bed to fetch the pills and water. When I turn back, he's struggling to sit up, his face gray as he tries to leverage himself without his left side. Stop. I cross the room in 2 strides. Let me. I put a hand on his back to get him upright. His skin is clammy. He swallows the pills dry, chases them with water, and hands the glass back. Thanks. There's no awkwardness. This routine feels weirdly familiar already. I need a shower, he says. I feel gross. I hold out a hand. Come on. He raises an eyebrow. You're gonna help me shower? I grin. No, I'm gonna take a shower with you. Different. He snorts, then takes my hand. Under the bathroom lights, his bruising looks violent. I guide him into the shower and step in behind him. Some of his tension seems to bleed out when the hot water hits his back. He groans, leaning his forehead against the tile. Okay? Yeah. God, that feels good. I lather my hands. Tell me if I hurt you. I run soapy hands over his muscles in slow circles. His skin is slick and warm. He leans back into my touch, and something in my chest flutters. I'm making him feel good. He trusts me not to hurt him. The knowledge goes right to my head. Sink? Yeah? I need a knot on his good side. You're quiet. I'm focusing. You're overthinking. He tries to turn his head but gives up. Spit it out. What's that big brain telling you? I pause, my hands on his lower back. The water cascades over us like a warm curtain. You don't seem freaked out? It comes out as a question. Do I look freaked out? No. But until a few days ago, you thought you were straight. Usually there's a panic phase. He sighs, a heavy sound. Tanner, look at me. He shuffles around until he's facing me, his left arm pinned to his torso by the compression bandages. His wet hair is plastered to his forehead, and water droplets cling to his dark eyelashes. He looks broken and beautiful. My chest is torn open. My career is on ice. I can't put on my own socks right now. He reaches out with his good hand, resting it on my neck. His thumb brushes my racing pulse. I'm not a deep thinker, Sink. I don't overanalyze everything like you do. I never question my sexuality because I never had a reason to. He shrugs his good shoulder. I just didn't see it. Until you showed up. He grins. Apparently, you made it impossible to miss. He leans in, resting his forehead against mine. I don't know what label fits me. And I don't care. I just know I don't want to stop doing this with you. The knot in my chest unspools. Okay. Good. He tugs me closer and plants a soft kiss on my mouth. Before it gets too heated, he pulls back. Now, are you going to wash my hair? Or are you going to stand there and watch me struggle to do it one-handed? He winks. I huff a laugh. Shut up and tilt your head back. He closes his eyes, and I work shampoo into his scalp, enjoying the noises of pleasure he makes. It doesn't take long before we're both visibly enjoying it, our dicks plumping up. I wish we had more time, I murmur, rinsing the suds from his hair. But the bus leaves in half an hour. He sighs. I know. Surgery in 2 days. I hate going under. You're gonna do great. Yeah. And you're going to do great while I'm out. He throws my words back at me, challenging me to disagree. I'll handle it, I say firmly, channeling his confidence. You work on healing. I turn off the water and reach for the towels. Come on, let's get you home. The team plane is quiet. Normally our flights are full of chatter. Card games, guys chirping each other, movies blaring. Today, it's eerily subdued. Coming home with back-to-back losses and our Vezina-winning goalie broken isn't great for creating a cheery atmosphere. We're sitting in one of the mid-cabin club sections, 4 massive leather recliners grouped around a height-adjustable table. It's usually the prime spot for high-stakes poker, but right now, it's serving as Louie's recovery ward. We kept the walnut table lower to give him leg room, and he's propped up on a mountain of pillows I raided from the flight crew. Every time we hit turbulence, my hand twitches, ready to steady him. Mine. The word flashes in my mind like a neon sign. The thought is totally reckless. I'm a rookie fighting for my life after 2 terrible games. But looking at his sleeping face, dark circles under his eyes, hair damp from our shower, my panic recedes, and I feel grounded. How's he doing? I jump. Rylan is standing in the aisle. He looks like he's aged 5 years in the last 48 hours. Doc gave him the good stuff, I say, keeping my voice low. He was out before we took off. Rylan nods, eyes softening as he looks at his best friend. He slides into the empty seat across the aisle. Good, he needs it. He's terrible at being injured. He gets bored? Annoying, Rylan corrects with a ghost of a smile. I snort. Louis stirs, letting out a pained grunt. I freeze until he settles. You good, Sinclair? Rylan asks. Yeah, I'm good. Last night was rough. Yeah, well, I pick at a piece of invisible lint on my pants. It won't happen again. He holds my gaze. I know. Movement toward the front of the plane catches my eye. Carson Wells is walking down the aisle, followed by Coach Shaw. Coach is clutching his ancient leather day planner like a shield. Carson looks tired. His tie is loose, and the top button of his shirt is undone. It's rare to see him not perfectly put together. They stop at our table, Carson sliding directly into the empty rear-facing seat opposite Louis, while Coach drops into the seat across from me, completing the square. Suddenly, this isn't just a check-in. It's a meeting. He awake? Carson nods at Louis. In and out, I say. I'm awake, Louis rasps. I turn. His eyes are glazed and heavy as he blinks awake. He shifts, wincing. Hey, I whisper, adjusting the pillow behind his back. I'm good, Louis mumbles. He blinks up at the brass. Not as good as we'd like you to be, Carson says with a wry smile. We want to talk about our situation. Situation is an understatement, Coach mutters, flipping open his planner. Carson takes a breath. As you both know, we're up against it. The trade deadline is looming. I need to know where your heads are at so we can plan. He looks directly at me. Tanner, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Can you carry the load with McWhittier backing you up? Or do I need to go shopping for another goaltender? My stomach drops. Being asked to justify your existence by the GM at 30,000 feet is a new level of pressure. Before I can answer, Coach Shaw speaks up. He can do it. Travis Shaw's steely gray eyes drill into mine. My gut says he's ready. Sinclair's a hell of a goalie. I exhale a breath I didn't know I was holding. But, Shaw continues, pivoting to Louis, his success depends a lot on you, Lou. Louis blinks, struggling to track the conversation. Me? You heard me, Coach says. Sinclair provides the body. You can provide the brain. Ouch. Fair, but ouch. Tanner's got the talent, Shaw goes on, his gaze flicking to me before settling firmly on his starting goalie. But he doesn't have the miles. He needs your experience. We need your experience. So as soon as you're through the surgery, you're not just a goalie on injured reserve. You're coaching. Louis frowns. What? You want me to coach? We want you to mentor, Carson clarifies. Travis and his staff will handle the technical stuff. You're going to handle the mental stuff. The pressure. You're the best there is at that. Coach Shaw nods. Truthfully, a lot of what we're envisioning is stuff you'd already be doing if you weren't injured anyway. But this will make it more official. You'll travel with the team, take part in video sessions. You're going to act like Tanner's mental and emotional training wheels. Without your help in this, I don't think we make the playoffs. Jesus Christ on ice skates. No pressure or anything. Beside us, Rylan lets out a cough that sounds suspiciously like a laugh. I snap my head toward him. What? Sorry, Rylan says, waving a hand as his eyes spark with mischief. I said the exact same thing the other night. He looks at me and smiles. Your natural talent is incredible, you know that. You've got the makings of one of the greats. And with Lou helping, you could be unstoppable. His gaze flicks between me and Louis. For one terrifying second, I wonder what he sees between us. Can he tell my knee is pressed against Louis's? Has he noticed the way Louis is leaning toward me? Or how I'm hovering over him like a worried mother hen? How do you both feel about this idea? Carson asks. I'm pretty certain the decision has already been made, but I love that he wants our feedback on this slightly unusual plan. I'm in, Lou says without hesitation. You know I'll do whatever I need to do. Carson looks at me. And you? What are your thoughts, Sinclair? Yeah. I clear my throat. I mean, yes. I think that sounds great. The more I can learn from Louis, the better. Right, settled then, Carson says. Lou, good luck with surgery. I'll be in touch. Carson heads back to the front. Coach Shaw gives us a final nod before following. Mentor. They want us to spend every day together. Video sessions, traveling, talking. I look at Louis. He slumped back in the chair. His eyes are heavy, but he's watching me. A slow, drug-hazed smirk tugs at his mouth. Mentor, huh? He mumbles. Does this mean I get to boss you around, rookie? I fight the heat rising in my cheeks. Go back to sleep, old man. Aye, aye. He closes his eyes, slipping back into sleep. His hand slips off the armrest, landing on my thigh. It's supposed to be an accident, something he did in his sleep. But he doesn't move it, and neither do I. The plane drops through the thick layer of cloud as it descends into Seattle. It's early afternoon, but it's dim and gray out there, the flat, colorless light of a stormy Pacific Northwest winter. Rain slashes sideways across the windows as we touch down with a thump that reverberates through my chest. Beside me, Louis hisses in pain. The quiet bubble we've been living in for the past hour or so dissolves in a noise and movement as we taxi to a stop, and guys start getting up to gather their stuff. We let most of the team file out before getting up, to avoid anyone accidentally bumping Lou's shoulder. Once it's clear, I grab our bags. We step out of the cabin door onto the outside stairs, and the cold, wet wind hits like a slap in the face. 45 degrees and sideways rain. Delightful. Louis stops dead, ducking and turning his face away from the wind. Shit, he breathes, shivering as he grabs the railing. I want to take off my own jacket and wrap it around him. Better yet, I want to wrap my arms around him and take him somewhere warm and dry. But we're surrounded by teammates and management, so I have to settle for using my body to block the worst of it as we descend the stairs. You good? I ask quietly. Yeah. His teeth are chattering. Just fucking cold. Rylan and Jamie appear beside us. They've grabbed Lou's suitcase in addition to their own. Come on, we'll take you home, Rylan says to Louis. Jamie'll drive yours, you can ride with me. There's more room, and heated seats in the truck. Jamie already has his hand out. Louis blinks, slow and confused. What? No, I can... What? Are you going to drive with one arm while high on painkillers? Rylan rolls his eyes, but his voice is gentle. Come on, dude, don't argue. Right, okay, yeah. Louis fumbles in his pocket, wincing at the movement, and drops his keys into Jamie's hand. Rylan's big black F-150 is parked 3 spots down. He opens the passenger door, and the interior light spills out, warm and inviting. He helps Louis up, one hand on his back and the other gripping his good arm. It's the kind of familiarity that comes from a lifetime of friendship. Louis settles into the seat. Before Rylan closes the door, Lou's eyes find mine through the rain. He looks exhausted, the dark circles under his eyes visible even from here. He raises his good hand in a small, tired wave. He looks vulnerable and uncertain, like he's trying to summon his usual happy-go-lucky persona, but he doesn't have the energy. I nod, standing there with the rain soaking through my jacket, as the door slams shut and Rylan rounds the truck. Jamie jogs past me toward Louis' SUV. See you tomorrow, Sink. Yeah. My voice sounds far away. The lot empties fast. Engines rumbling to life, and headlights cut through the gray gloom, catching the thick, heavy raindrops as they fall relentlessly. Everyone's heading home to partners or families. I'm heading home to an empty condo in an impersonal tower. I unlock my Civic and slide into the driver's seat. It's frickin' freezing. The windshield is fogged, and the interior smells faintly of old coffee and gear tape. I sit there, watching the rain hammer the glass as the wipers slap back and forth. Thud, squeak. Thud, squeak. Fuck. I want to be the guy who takes him home, who makes sure he eats, that his pain is controlled. I want to be the one to sit with him through the nerves and the pain and the long, uncertain hours before his surgery. I want to take care of him. Instead, I put the car in gear and pull out of the lot, merging into the slow crawl of Seattle traffic. The wipers keep slapping, and the rain keeps falling.
Chapter 11. Louis. The sound of relentless knocking on my front door and multiple voices arguing in the hallway pulls me out of a fitful sleep. It makes me want to pull a pillow over my head and pretend I'm not home, but since I'm trapped on this couch with my arms strapped to my torso, hiding isn't really an option. Oh, maybe we should have called first, my mom's voice carries through the door. Jenny, I thought you did call. He's not expecting us until 7 p.m. and it's barely noon, my dad replies, slightly out of breath. Well, since we were in such a rush to grab the earlier flight, I didn't get a chance. But I wasn't going to sit home for another 12 hours when my son is lying here alone and in pain, Mom shoots back. The door rattles as someone tries the handle, followed by more frantic knocking. Louis, open the door. That would be Kaylee, my sister, using her ER doctor voice that could probably wake the dead. Kaylee, he could still be asleep, for God's sake, my dad sighs. I'm coming. Give me a second, I shout. I have to bite back a groan as a sharp pull radiates through my pec and shoulder when I lever myself off the couch using only my good arm. Getting to the door isn't a marathon like it would be if I had a leg injury, but since I feel like I've been run over by a dump truck, it takes a minute. I turn the deadbolt and swing it open to find all 3 members of my immediate family grinning at me. Mom moves to grab my shoulders, then freezes when she sees the sling. She settles for grabbing my face instead, looking me up and down like she's checking for signs of impending death. Oh, honey, you look terrible. Thanks, Ma. Just what I wanted to hear. Oh, stop, you know what I mean, she says, slipping past me into the kitchen. My dad follows, wheeling 2 massive suitcases and carrying a shoulder bag that smells like an Italian deli exploded inside it. How's your pain level, son? Before I can answer, Kaylee sweeps in like a hurricane. You need to sit down, she orders, pointing at the couch. You look gray. Well, I had to answer the door because you animals were about to break it down, I mutter, but I'm secretly relieved to see them. The empty condo has been driving me crazy all morning. Mom is already bustling around my kitchen. I didn't have time to make everything, but I brought a lasagna, plus your favorite, Nonna's meatballs, some of that bread from Antonio's. Mom, I'm having surgery tomorrow. I can't eat a feast tonight. She waves a hand dismissively. After the surgery, Louie, you'll need to keep your strength up. Kaylee helps me settle back into my pillow fortress on the couch, adjusting the support behind my bad shoulder with professional efficiency. I'm fine, I tell them, lying through my teeth. All 3 of them give me identical looks that clearly say bullshit. Louis Frederick Tremblay, Mom says, using the full name she reserves for felonies. Don't you lie to us. Before I can defend myself, there's another knock at the door. 2 quick raps. Pause. 3 more. That'll be Rye, I say, grateful for the distraction. Rylan and Jamie walk in, and the volume in the room doubles. Mom descends on Rylan like he's her long-lost son. Rylan Joseph Collins, look at you. She pulls him into a hug that I'm currently ineligible for. Hey, Mama T, Rylan grins. He's one of the few people who can handle the Tremblay intensity without blinking. Mom turns her critical eye to Jamie. And you must be Jamie. Jamie gives her a brilliant smile. Yes, ma'am. It's great to finally meet you. Manners, Mom nods approvingly before wrapping him in a hug. Guess he passed inspection. The next 20 minutes are pure chaos. Mom forces food on everyone while Dad peppers Rylan with questions about our playoff chances. Kaylee alternates between fussing over my sling and interrogating Jamie. It's loud and overwhelming and perfectly familiar. But amidst the noise, I find myself wondering what Tanner's up to. Today is a rare mid-season day off. There's a game tomorrow night, but since I'll probably still be drugged up, I'm not sure how much of it I'll be awake for. There's another knock at the door. I'll get it, Rylan offers. I got it, I say, pushing myself up. I need a second of air anyway. I love my family more than anything, but they can be a lot when you've been away for a while. When I open the door, Tanner is standing there, holding a bag of takeout and wearing a concerned expression that morphs into confusion as the wall of sound hits him. Warmth spreads in my chest. Hi? He says, looking past me toward the circus in my living room. I thought, you said your family was coming later tonight. Change of plans, I say, grinning at him like a fool. I'm so damn happy to see him, it's a little pathetic. They caught an earlier flight. Tanner nods, unsure. I just, wanted to check on you. Brought you a couple of things in case you didn't feel like cooking, but he trails off. I step aside, motioning him inside with my good arm. Thanks, man, I say, wishing I could wrap him up and kiss the hell out of him. I'm really glad to see you, but you're gonna want to brace yourself, I warn quietly. The minute we walk into the living room, the Tremblay family descends on him. Family, meet Tanner Sinclair. Oh, you're back up, Mom says, beaming. You're the one who's been taking care of our Lou. What? Tanner glances at me, panicked. Louie told us you've been taking really great care of him, Kaylee adds from her perch on the arm of the couch, her eyes lighting up with knowing amusement. She shoots a grin in my direction that says, "We are definitely talking about this later." I want to crawl under the rug. All I told them was that my roommate helped me over the last couple of days, but leave it to my sister to read between the lines. "Well, thank you so much," Mom says before wrapping him up in a hug, the same way she did to Jamie. "We appreciate it," Dad chimes in. Tanner's cheeks turn a sweet shade of pink. "It's nothing. Just, teammate stuff." I settle back onto the couch, watching this unfold. Tanner handles it better than I would have expected, though I can tell he's overwhelmed. But even while my dad is quizzing him about his save percentage, Tanner keeps a close eye on me, checking on me. He notices I'm wincing and subtly nudges the water glass closer to my good hand. He adjusts the pillow behind my neck when no one's paying attention to us, and my heart does another one of those fluttery things in my chest. It's quiet care. It's the exact opposite of my family's loud love, but God, I appreciate it. I catch Kaylee watching us. She's looking at Tanner, then at me, with that analytical expression she gets when she's diagnosing a complex case. "I should get going," Tanner says eventually, looking like he's survived a combat mission. "I'll let you guys catch up." "I'm sure we'll see you again before we head back," Mom says, hugging him goodbye. "I'll try," Tanner says. He shoots me a small private smile that does weird things to my gut. I walk him to the door, moving slower than necessary and wishing I could walk him down the hall to my bedroom instead. "So, good luck tomorrow," he says. "I'm sure it'll go great." I grimace, not wanting to think about going under the knife. "Thanks. I'm sure I'll survive," I say. "Good luck to you too. Vancouver tomorrow night, eh?" He nods, looking at the floor and chewing on his bottom lip. "Yeah." "Sink," I say, using my commanding voice and waiting until his eyes meet mine. "They're a decent team, but they're not great, and their best scorer's still out with an ankle sprain. You got this. Trust yourself." I reach out and squeeze his bicep. He sucks in a deep breath and nods again, summoning more confidence. "Yeah, I got it. You focus on healing." After the door closes behind him, the condo feels oddly quiet, despite my family, Rye and Jamie, still being there. "He seems like a nice boy," Mom says. "He's a talented kid," Rylan says from where he's sitting across from her at my small dining table. And when I glance over at Kaylee, she's still wearing that thoughtful expression. The world is made of cotton balls and warm water. That's the only way I can explain it. My living room has turned into a soft, hazy aquarium, and I'm floating here on the couch with my busted arm strapped tightly to my chest. The pain is there, but it's distant. More like a dull, rhythmic thumping in the background, rather than a full-on concert happening right in front of me. My family finally tapped out a while ago, so the condo is quiet. Mom and Dad are in the guest room, and Kaylee's in the den on the Murphy bed. I should be asleep, too. My eyelids feel like they've got weights on them, but I'm fighting the good fight to keep them open. I need to see the game. The TV is turned down low, the blue-white glow casting an eerie glow in my living room. It's late in the third, and the Sasquatch are up by a goal against the Kodiak. Usually, when I watch hockey, I spend the whole time analyzing. I try to track the angles, read the forecheck, and pick apart what the goaltender's doing, but tonight, everything's way too fuzzy for that. Tonight, I'm just watching. Specifically, I'm watching Tanner Sinclair. He looks smaller than normal in the net. He's not a small guy, obviously. He's nearly as tall as me, but his posture is tight. He's jumpy. A shot rings off the post behind him and he flinches. "Sinclair looks a little shaky in the crease tonight, Jim," the announcer says, his voice grating even with the sound turned way down. "He's fighting the puck. That last rebound was a juicy one." "Shut up," I mumble at the screen. My tongue feels too big for my mouth. He's doing fine. But even through my fuzzy brain, I know what they mean. He is fighting it. Every save looks like a battle. He's not in the flow of the game. He's reacting. I can practically hear the gears in his head grinding from here, the overthinking that turns simple saves into advanced geometry problems. Just play, rookie. Get out of your brain. The clock ticks down. 40 seconds. 30 seconds. Vancouver dumps the puck in. It bounces off the boards right into the slot, and it's total chaos. Bodies everywhere. Tanner drops into a butterfly, but he's scrambling. He loses his stick. 3 Kodiak players are crowding him, whacking away at the loose puck. No, I whisper, my heart pounding. He makes a desperate, sprawling lunge. It's an ugly, flailing cover-up that looks more like he's tackling a fumble than making a save. But thankfully the horn sounds. Sasquatch win, 3-2. On screen, the guys celebrate, but I keep watching Tanner. He doesn't throw his arms up or pump his fist in victory. Instead, he stays down on the ice for a second before slowly hauling himself to his feet. He pulls his mask off. His hair is plastered to his forehead, and he looks wrecked. Not triumphant, just relieved it's over. I know that feeling. The adrenaline crash when you know you played ugly but got the W. You don't feel like a winner. You feel like a fraud who got away with one. I fumble for my phone on the cushion beside me. My goddamn fingers feel like sausages. I try to open my texts, but the screen keeps swimming. GPPD job. Nope, not right. I delete it and then slowly and carefully type out another message. Nice one. For fuck's sake. I don't have spelling right now, or proper control of my digits. I close my eyes for a second to clear my head. When I open my eyes again, I don't know how much time has passed, but the post-game show is over, and the TV's showing some weird rerun of an old cop show. Fuck it. I hit the call button on his contact. Hello? Louie? What's going on? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. His voice is tight, but he sounds wide awake. Hey, I say. Or maybe I slur it a little. You watching? Am I watching what? Lou? There's rustling on the line like he's shifting the phone. Hey, are you okay? Is something wrong? Where's your family? No. I'm good. Family's sleeping. I sink deeper into the couch cushions, smiling at the ceiling. Hearing his voice settles something inside me. Just wanted to say you did good. Tanner lets out a long sigh. I was shaky, Lou. I was fighting it the whole time. That second goal was soft. I lost the post. Doesn't matter, I say, and I mean it. Sure, he wasn't perfect, and the coaches will have things to talk to him about, but tonight he needs to feel good. Doesn't matter if it's ugly. A win's a win. You won. I guess. He sounds unconvinced. I know I could have done so much better. That last goal. Nope. I close my eyes. The drugs are pulling me under, a gentle tide washing over my brain. Don't do that. You saved the game, babe. Shit. Was that something I was supposed to say? Tanner sucks in a sharp breath. That was luck, he argues. Doesn't matter, I insist again. I was proud watching you play tonight. The silence on the other end is heavy. You were? He asks quietly. Yeah, big proud. A giggle bubbles up in my throat. I got all the good drugs today, Sink. I feel all marshmallowy. That sounds kind of nice, he chuckles. You should get some sleep, Louie. Did you hear me? I ask, focusing all my remaining energy on getting my words out. My brain might not be working, but I know he needs to hear me right now. Stop beating yourself up. Another heavy sigh. I'm trying. You belong here, Tanner, I mumble. My eyes are already closed. The phone is slipping in my loose grip. You belong with us. With me. I don't know if I was supposed to say that last part. The filter between my brain and my mouth is dissolved. But it's true. He belongs with me. For a moment he's quiet, the sound of his soft, rhythmic breathing reaching my ear. It's like a lullaby, making me want to let go and slide back into sleep. Lou? He whispers. I hum. Thank you for telling me that. I really needed to hear it. His voice is gentle. Okay. Just wanted to make sure you knew it. Okay. He lets out a soft chuckle. Thanks. You can rest now, okay? Sleep well, Louis. Okay. I will. I let the phone slide out of my hand. It lands somewhere on my chest as I drift away with the sound of his voice tucked safely in my head. With me. Chapter 12. Louis. I wake up to the smell of coffee and something that might be bacon, which is weird because I'm pretty sure I don't have bacon in my fridge. My neck feels like I slept on a pile of rocks, and the dull ache radiating from my shoulder reminds me why I'm not in my own bed. But the cotton ball haze from yesterday is gone, replaced by a somewhat fuzzy memory of exactly what I did before I passed out. You belong with me. Oh, God. Did I seriously say that? Morning, sunshine, Kaylee calls from the kitchen, her voice way too cheerful for whatever ungodly hour this is. I squint at the windows. Bright light streams through the blinds. What time is it? Almost 11. You've been out cold for hours. Where are Mom and Dad? They went down to Pike Place Market. Mom decided they'd better take advantage of the sunshine since it's winter in Seattle. I roll my eyes. Makes sense. Because they're not getting enough sunshine now that they live in Palm Springs. My parents moved out of the small Ontario town where I grew up and retired down in Palm Springs last year. They were tired of the hard Canadian winters, and since I'm on the West Coast and Kaylee was offered a permanent position at the hospital in California where she did her residency, it made sense. But good Lord, apparently it doesn't take long to get totally spoiled by warm weather. I managed to sit up, testing my shoulder. It hurts, but it's manageable. Not like the screaming agony from a few days ago. Coffee's ready when you are, she says, handing me a mug that smells like heaven. I take a sip, letting the caffeine hit my bloodstream. I'm trying to act normal, trying to pretend I didn't drunk dial my backup goalie and basically propose marriage. Kaylee leans against the counter, blowing on her own coffee. She's watching me with a look I know well. It's her, I've diagnosed you and I'm waiting for you to admit symptoms look. So, she says casually, you were chatty last night. I choke on my coffee. What? Calm your tits, dumbass, she says, smirking. The walls in this place are pretty thin, Lou. I could hear you from the den. I groan, covering my face with my good hand. Oh, God. How bad was it? Bad? It wasn't bad. It was actually really nice. She pauses. I haven't heard you sound that way in a long time. You sounded really happy. I frown. What do you mean? I'm happy. I'm always happy. She shakes her head. Maybe happy isn't the right word, but you sounded, I don't know, content or something. Settled. I sounded like a Hallmark card, I mutter. I don't do Hallmark cards, Kay. I do, hey, good game, let's get a beer. I don't tell people they belong with me. You like him? It's not a question. I drop my hand and look at my sister. I could lie and tell her it was the drugs talking, but Kaylee knows me better than anyone, and she wouldn't believe me. Yeah, I think I do, I admit. A lot. And it's fucking terrifying. She tilts her head to the side. You mean because he's a guy? No. I mean, yeah, that's obviously new, but that's not the issue. I run my hand through my hair. I don't feel normal with Tanner. I'm usually Mr. One and Done, mostly because I've never been interested in all the hassle and stress and general bullshit that everyone in a serious relationship seems to deal with. I've never really felt the need, you know? But this thing with Tanner feels completely different. I look down at my coffee, watching the steam rise. It's like I care about his feelings more than my own. I care what's going on in his head, whether he's okay. If something's bothering him, I have this need to make it better. Last night I could tell something was bugging him from the way he left the ice after the game, and I physically couldn't sleep until I fixed it. I've never been like this with anyone. I feel exposed. Kaylee nods slowly. You've got it bad, brother. I don't do sappy, Kay. I'm 34. I should have figured this out. Instead, I'm acting like a teenager with a crush. Isn't that weird? Maybe you just weren't paying attention before, she suggests gently. Or maybe Tanner is special. He is special, I whisper. That's the problem. If I screw this up, it's going to hurt. Like, really hurt. So you're scared, she says. Good. I stare at her. Good? Yeah, good. It means it's real. Just because you've never felt this way before doesn't mean it's wrong, Lou. It just means the stakes are higher. She walks over and flicks me on the forehead. Ow! Listen to me. You've spent your whole life being the fun guy because it's easy and safe. But easy and safe is boring. If this guy matters to you, and he obviously does, then stop whining about how scary it is and man up. Man up? I raise an eyebrow. That's your medical advice? My medical advice is that emotional constipation is why men die before women. My sisterly advice is to stop running away because you might have finally found something worth keeping. I snort a laugh as she drains her mug and sets it in the sink with a clatter. Now, do you want some of this bacon, or are you going to survive on coffee and fear of commitment? I laugh. Bacon sounds good. As she hands me a plate and refills my coffee, the knot in my chest loosens a little. I'm still nervous about whatever this is between Tanner and me. There's a shitload of consequences if things go sideways. In particular, the fact that the whole reason he's in Seattle is because he wants the #1 goalie spot. What happens when I'm ready to play again? Is he going to be happy with being moved down to backup? And if he plays well enough to be a #1 goalie after all this, then there's no way for us both to stay with the Sasquatch. But the relief in Tanner's voice when I told him he belonged last night, that might make everything worth it. The sound of wheeled suitcases rolling across my hardwood floor echoes through the condo like a countdown timer. It's almost been a week since my surgery, and the fam is finally heading back to California. Don't get me wrong, I love them more than anything, and having them here during the worst of the post-surgery pain and helplessness was exactly what I needed. But fuck me sideways, I am more than ready to get my space back. You sure you don't want me to stay another few days? Mom asks for the 5th time, hesitating near the door and chewing on her bottom lip. She looks like she's resisting the urge to snatch the suitcase out of my dad's hands and take it back to the guest room. Mom, I'm fine. Kaylee already gave me the whole rundown. I lean against the wall, guarding my sling. Besides, you said Dad's been moaning about missing his golf games. Dad chuckles, adjusting his baseball cap. That's true, and your mother's been complaining about missing her book club. I have not been complaining, Mom protests while trying to hide her smile. I'm just saying that Gloria is probably butchering the discussion of the 7 husbands of Evelyn Hugo without me there to moderate. Kaylee rolls her eyes as she grabs the last of her bags. Lou will be fine, Mom. He's starting PT soon, and he knows to call if anything feels off. She gives me a pointed look. And by anything, I mean anything. Pain that gets worse instead of better. Fever, pain, fever, sudden emotional revelations. I cut her off right there. I know, Dr. Kaylee. You've only told me 17 times. 18, actually. She grins and pulls me into a careful hug, mindful of my still tender incision sites. But seriously, take care of yourself. I will. Good. She kisses my cheek. Love you, dummy. Dad's goodbye is characteristically brief, a firm handshake that somehow conveys more affection than most people's hugs, and a reminder to listen to the doctors and don't try to be a hero. Mom's farewell, predictably, takes another 15 minutes and involves checking that I have enough food in the fridge, making sure I know where all my medications are, and extracting promises to call them every other day. Finally, the door closes behind them. I turn the deadbolt and lean my forehead against the cool wood for a second. Silence rushes back into the condo, filling the corners where the chaos used to be. It is a massive relief. But as I turn back to the empty living room, the silence feels a little heavy. I'm not sure I like that. I walk over to the couch and sink down, wincing as my shoulder pulls. I wanted my space back. I got it. Now I have to figure out what to do with it.
Chapter 13. Tanner. Seriously, Lou, what the hell is that thing? I stare at the glass tank in the corner of Louie's living room. Inside, a scaly, prehistoric-looking creature is basking under a heat lamp, looking entirely unbothered by the chaos of the 8 giant hockey players currently crammed into Louie's living room. Louie is sprawled on the couch, his arm in a sling. We're leaving early tomorrow for a 2-game road trip, but Lou won't be joining us this trip since his surgeon wants him to wait a full week post-surgery. "That's Cookie," Louie says, a grin splitting his face. "He's a bearded dragon." "You have a lizard? Named Cookie?" My eyebrows shoot up. I take a closer look at the tank. "And why does it have... Wait, is it wearing a costume?" Charlie erupts in laughter from the kitchen, where he's raiding the fridge. "Oh, mate, you haven't seen anything yet. Show him the harness, Lou." "The what?" I can't keep the bewilderment out of my voice. Louis shifts on the couch, wincing a little as he reaches for a brightly colored bundle on the shelf with his good hand. "He's not wearing a costume, Sink. It's not Halloween," he says reproachfully. Like I'm the one who suddenly started acting like a crazy person. "The wings go with his leash." He holds up the leash, and sure enough, there's another pair of tiny wings attached. They flutter cheerfully, like they're excited to be included. "His harness clips to this, so we can go for walks when it's warm enough," Louis explains proudly, like a dad showing off. He loves the attention. "You walk a lizard?" I repeat, my voice flat. "On a leash." "Best wingman ever," Kevin calls from the floor, where he's currently destroying Casey at FIFA. "You should see all the girls who stop to pet him." Olivier bounces over from the window. "Can we take him out? I've never seen a real dragon up close," he says eagerly. "He's not an actual dragon, Gags," Ethan says with a grin. "Though he does look pretty prehistoric." Louis carefully lifts the weird creature out of its tank with his good hand. He brings it up to his chest with a gentleness that makes my heart do a weird flip, and the strange animal snuggles right into him. "He's so calm," Olivier says, tentatively touching its spiky back with his index finger. "In Quebec, my grandmère, she had chickens, but nothing like this." "Beardies are actually great pets," Lou explains, like a zookeeper giving a tour. "They're super low maintenance, so they're great if you travel a lot. I'd love a dog or a cat, but it wouldn't be fair since I travel so much." "May I hold him?" Ollie asks politely, and Lou's face lights up. "Of course." He gently hands Cookie to Ollie, explaining how to hold him, and let him snuggle close for warmth. "Tanner, you next?" Ollie asks after a few minutes. "Oh no, I'm good, thanks," I say quickly, taking a step back. Jamie snorts. "It's okay, Sink, he won't bite. Lou's trained him well. I haven't trained him to do anything except eat crickets and look cute," Louis grins. "Dragons are just naturally awesome." "I still think I'll pass," I say. Louis winks at me as he puts Cookie back in his tank. "You'll be in love with this little guy before the end of the season, I guarantee it. Happens to everyone." "Somehow I doubt that," I say dryly, but Louis just laughs warmly, the sound settling in his chest. "We'll see, rookie." He still looks tired. The dark circles under his eyes seem to have taken up permanent residence there, and he's moving stiffly. But even at half strength, Louis is always the center of gravity everyone else revolves around. He commands attention naturally and thrives on it. I'm having a hard time looking away from him. "Well, guys, we should probably head," Ryland says, checking his phone. "Early flight tomorrow." The mood in the room dips. A brief flash of disappointment flickers across Lou's face before he covers it up with his usual easy smile. "You'll do great tomorrow," he tells us. "Crowd gets loud in Dallas, but don't let them get in your head." The guys start gathering their things. Kevin gives Louie a careful hug. "Go kick some Texas ass for me." I hang back near the door as everyone files out. I don't want to leave. The thought of getting on that plane and flying away from him feels wrong. "That dragon thing is still weird," I say when it's just the two of us. "You'll come around," he smirks. "Everyone does." I nod, my hand tightening on the doorknob. "So I guess I'll see you when we get back." "Yeah. See you." He looks at his hands. I look at the floor. The silence stretches between us, thick and awkward. We're both waiting for the other person to make a move, because I don't think either of us knows what the rules are anymore. I finally force myself to turn. I need to get home. I need to pack. "Hey, Sink." I spin back toward him so fast I almost trip. "Yeah?" Louis is looking at me, chewing on his bottom lip nervously. "I was thinking." He gestures vaguely toward the TV, which is currently off. "Did you want to go over some tape on the Mustangs' power play? Might be helpful." He's rambling a little, and it's one of the most endearing things I've ever seen. He's looking at me with a mix of hope and uncertainty, and I feel like I must have the exact same expression on my face. "Yeah. I think that would be really helpful," I say with a smile, letting go of the doorknob. The door clicks shut as I step back inside, and the atmosphere changes instantly. The noisy, playful energy of our teammates is gone, replaced by a thick electric tension that makes the hair on my arm stand up. I follow him back into the living room, where he sits on the couch. I should sit in the armchair to keep a safe distance between us, but I don't. I sit right beside him, so close that our legs touch. He's wearing basketball shorts, and the heat from his skin seems to sear right through my jeans. "So," I say, keeping my voice low, "want me to grab the remote?" He swallows hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. "So I, might have told a little white lie." He grins sheepishly, giving me a little side-eye. "I didn't download the video." "Good," I say, returning his grin. "Because I've already watched it." "Oh, good. That's good." My heart is hammering against my ribs. This whole situation is reckless, and I'm never reckless. But I want this. I want him. Too much to fight it. I didn't want you to leave," Louis says, the confession tumbling out. "I didn't want to go." I reach out, my fingers grazing the skin of his neck above his sling. His pulse jumps under my touch. He makes a low noise in his throat, his eyes darkening with desire. Fuck it. I lean in, capturing his mouth with mine. It's slow and gentle at first, like we're both testing the waters. Our mouths move against each other, exploring, until Louis lets out a groan. The sound goes straight to my already hard cock, and I deepen the kiss, my tongue sweeping into his mouth. The kiss turns messy and desperate. He grabs the front of my shirt with his good hand, pulling me closer. "Careful," I murmur against his mouth. pulling back just an inch. Your shoulder. I don't want to hurt you. Fuck my shoulder, he pants. Touch me. I don't need to be told twice. I shift so I'm straddling his lap, my knees on either side of his hips. I'm careful not to put weight on his chest, keeping my body upright. But the friction of his hard cock rubbing against mine through the fabric of our clothes makes my head spin. Is this okay? I ask, searching his eyes for any sign of pain. More than okay. He reaches up and slides his hand under the back of my shirt. The rough skin of his palm against my back makes me shudder. I've been wanting to do this since you walked in the door, he admits. Just since then? I've been thinking about it since Edmonton. He grins, a flash of white teeth that makes my stomach flip. And then we're kissing again. I grind down onto him, loving how hard he is for me through his jeans. Bedroom? I gasp, breaking the kiss to nibble at his jaw. He shakes his head. It's too far, he says. I want you right here. I nod, before sliding down so that I'm kneeling on the floor between his knees, while he sits on the couch. I hook my fingers into the waistband of his shorts, and he lifts his hips as much as he can as I slide them off. Be careful, I admonish gently. Don't hurt yourself. He chuckles. I'm almost a whole week post-op. Getting stronger every day. He pumps his eyebrows at me. Who knows what I'll be capable of by next week? I snort, because that's such a Louis Tremblay thing to say. But then I wrap my hand around his hot, hard length, and he gasps, shivering under my touch. God damn. Why does it feel so good when you touch me? I give him a smug smile. Because you might be the king of the crease, but between the two of us, I'm the expert in stick handling. He looks at me in surprise, before letting out a loud bark of laughter that quickly turns into another groan as I tighten my grip on his shaft and swipe at the bead of pre-cum that's gathered on his tip with my thumb. When I let go of him to raise my hand to my mouth and lick it off, I let out a groan of my own. Jesus, you pick now to start making jokes? He grits out, his breath hitching again as I tighten my grip around him. Tanner, he breathes. Please. I stroke him, slow and steady, watching his face. It's a heady feeling, seeing the man I've idolized for years come undone under my touch. I slide my other hand underneath him, pulling on his balls gently, and he hisses. Fuck, he rasps. You need to get naked. I want to see you, he whispers, opening his eyes and meeting my gaze. We didn't really talk much about what happened that night a couple of weeks ago, after my shitty game in Edmonton. He seemed completely okay with this new side of his sexuality. But I think I've been waiting for him to have some kind of freak out. Or at least to decide that whatever this thing is that's happening between us isn't smart, for all the reasons we're both well aware of. It would be fairly simple for Louis to find a random guy and explore his attraction to men that way. But at least right now, he seems pretty interested in exploring it with me. And I do not have it in me to argue. I stand from where I was kneeling between his legs, quickly ditching my jeans and underwear, while he, somewhat clumsily, kicks off his own shorts, which were still gathered around his calves. I pull off my t-shirt, too, loving the way his eyes run over me slowly as I stand before him. When I wrap my hand around my own cock and give it a couple of long, slow strokes, he groans. Jesus, get over here. Do you have lube around here somewhere? I ask, knowing what I want to do to him, and how much better it will feel when we're both slicked up. Drawer in the side table, he points, and I grin. Conveniently located. Hey, you never know when you're gonna need it. Like right now, for example. He waggles his eyebrows at me again, and I laugh as I snag the bottle and walk back to him. Instead of kneeling back down between his legs, I swing one knee over his lap and straddle him again. Nothing between us this time. I grind my hard cock into his, and the noise he lets out resembles a growl as he lets his head fall back on the couch. After taking a moment to pour a healthy amount of lube into my palm, I brace myself with one hand beside his head, using the other hand to cover us both with it, until our cocks are shiny and slick in the low light, and then I line us up and wrap my hand around us, holding us together as I grind into him. I move slowly at first, thrusting back and forth against him, loving the way his hot, hard flesh feels against my own. Louis's eyes go wide for a brief moment, darkening even more as his mouth opens in shock and pleasure. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Why does that feel so fucking good? He gasps, his voice shaking, like he's not sure what to do with this level of pleasure. He squeezes his eyes shut as I speed up my hand, continuing to thrust against him. And Jesus Christ, he's right. It feels fucking amazing. We're both panting, and I'm working up a sweat as I move, my abs starting to feel the burn from how hard and fast I'm moving against him. A drop falls off my temple and lands on his chest, and something about the sight of my sweat rolling slowly down his muscles ratchets up my arousal even further, if that's even possible. He starts, his eyes blinking open. Me too, I gasp out. Come for me, I command, and he does. We come at the same time, both of us groaning as the feelings crash into us. We both unload, coming all over his abdomen together, and it's unbearably hot to see our release mix together on his skin. Both of us still gasping, trying to catch our breath. I collapse forward, being careful not to put pressure on his bad side, and resting my forehead on his good shoulder. Without thinking about it, I run 2 fingers through the mess we've made on his abs, mixing us together, before raising my fingers to my lips, tasting both of us. He lets out another loud groan. Holy fucking shit. It's so hot to watch you taste my cum. Fuck, Tanner. I feel like I could almost get hard again right now. His voice is full of wonder, and something about that makes my stomach flip. I let out a breathless laugh. Now that would be impressive. Almost as impressive as your performance in Game 7 against the Thunder, I tease, referring to the year the Sasquatch won the Cup against New York. He chuckles. Well, I am almost 35, so yeah. I'd have to say if I could get hard again right now, that would be nearly as impressive. We're quiet for a few minutes, both of us coming down from our highs. But slowly, reality creeps back in, and I know I need to head home to get ready for our early flight. I make him stay on the couch while I go to the bathroom and run a washcloth under warm water, then return to him and clean him up, wiping away our mess. Louis watches me with those dark eyes as I gently take care of him. I toss the cloth into the hamper I noticed in his bathroom, and then I gather up my clothes and get dressed. All the while, we're quiet, and I'm hoping the freak-out I've been expecting hasn't just hit him. But he doesn't appear to be freaking out. He's watching me calmly, one side of his mouth quirked up in a half-smile, and when I slide my feet back into my sneakers, he grins at me as he gets to his feet. So I hope it's okay if I don't walk you to your car, since getting my clothes back on is kind of an ordeal. And as hot as I am, I'm guessing my neighbors won't want that kind of show. He jokes, and I laugh. Well, I don't know your neighbors. But if they really don't want to see that show, they're missing out, I tease, and we both laugh again. Come here, he says, extending his good arm for a hug. So I step into him, and he plants a soft kiss on my lips. Thank you. That was amazing. It was, I murmur in return. But then I let out a heavy sigh. I wish you were coming on this road trip. I'm a little nervous. We've played 3 more games since that disastrous night in Edmonton, winning 2 of them. But in each game, there were goals I let in that I shouldn't have. And I know I'm capable of playing better. Louis just shakes his head in response, though. I'll be on the next one, but you don't need me to be there. You'll do great. Remember what I told the other guys. Dallas's rink does get loud, so you just need to shut them out. Call me if you want to talk before the game, but you'll do fine. They're a decent team, but not a great one. He looks into my eyes before planting another quick kiss on my lips. You got this, rookie. I smile. Okay. Yeah. I got this. As I walk to my car, the smile is still on my face.
Chapter 14. Louis. I'm stretched out on my couch, Cookie sprawled on my chest like a scaly little heating pad, watching the Dallas Mustangs press hard in the last few minutes of the game. My shoulder is throbbing with a dull rhythmic ache that the pain meds are only dampening, not killing, but I don't care. We're winning 2-1, but Dallas has pulled their goalie for the extra attacker. It's 6-on-5 chaos in the Sasquatch zone. A Dallas winger winds up from the point. He fakes the shot and slides it across to the sniper in the circle, who fires off a one-timer. It's a rocket destined for the top corner. Tanner doesn't just react. He anticipates. He pushes off his post to cut down on the angle, but instead of dropping into the butterfly too early, his bad habit when he panics, he stays tall and keeps his glove hand high. The puck snaps into his leather webbing so loudly I can almost hear it through the TV. Thwack! Fuck yeah! I yell, scaring the shit out of Cookie. He kept the hand up. Last night with Tanner was amazing. But because we're both weirdos, I think we both enjoyed the hockey talk that came after the sex nearly as much as the sex itself. Man, goalies really are weird. Cookie puffs out his beard, shooting me a glare that seems to say, "Keep it down, cowboy, or I'm going to poop on your shirt." But I ignore him. I grab my notebook sitting on the coffee table to jot down the timestamp so we can go over it later. 1842, 3rd. Glove discipline. The horn goes a minute later, locking down the win. On screen, Rylan is the first one to the net, tapping Tanner's helmet. He's followed quickly by the other guys, surrounding our rookie goalie on stealing those 2 critical points from a top-tier team. Tanner, of course, is doing that thing he does, nodding seriously, not showing much emotion, but inside, he must be screaming for joy. The feed cuts to the commentator, so I hit the mute button. Silence crashes into the condo instantly. A week ago, I would have been there, smelling the sweat and the ice and the rush of adrenaline in my chest. Now I'm just a guy in a sling watching TV in an empty apartment with a very judgy lizard. The pride I had when Tanner made that save is still warm in my chest, but it's mixed up with an ache that has nothing to do with my stitches. I miss hockey. Fuck, I miss it so much I can barely breathe. But looking at the silent TV, where Tanner's drinking from his water bottle as he skates off the ice, I realize the truth is even scarier. I miss him. I reach for my phone. My thumb hovers over the text app. Great game feels weak. Proud of you feels weirdly parental. 1842 in the 3rd. He stayed tall. Kept the glove up. Textbook. I stare at the screen waiting. The guys are probably still celebrating. Coach is probably giving his speech. He won't see this for 20 minutes. But 3 dots appear, and my heart does a stupid flip. He checked his phone before he even took his skates off. Tanner. Could hear your voice in my head telling me not to drop early. I smile. Good. Keep listening to those voices, as long as they're mine. Tanner. Always. Wish you were here to break down the rest of it. I stare at those 4 words. Wish you were here. The text blurs for a second. I toss the phone onto the cushion beside me, the screen going dark. My condo suddenly feels colder than it did a couple of minutes ago. Me too, I whisper to the empty room. Cookie climbs up my shirt, his claws pricking through the cotton, and stares me dead in the eye. Yeah, I mutter, scratching him under the chin. I know. I think I'm fucked. He lets out a long reptilian sigh and closes his eyes. Looking out the window of the video room, you'd think the sky is trying to drown the entire Pacific Northwest out of spite. It's February in Seattle, which means 50 shades of gray, none of them sexy, and enough rain to make me seriously consider building an ark. I shift in the expensive ergonomic chair that manages to feel like a torture device. The ice pack strapped to my left chest and shoulder is doing its job, numbing the deep rhythmic throbbing that's becoming my constant companion since surgery, but the cold is starting to seep into my bones. PT, ice, video, repeat. My life used to be full of adrenaline spikes and screaming fans. Now it's measuring range of motion in millimeters and watching my teammates fight for their lives on a screen while I sit in the dark. We just dragged ourselves back from a very mediocre 4-game road trip with 2 wins and 2 losses. We're clinging to the second wildcard playoff berth like a cat hanging off a curtain. Our claws are dug in, but gravity is a real bitch, constantly pulling us down. This is always one of the toughest parts of the season, leading up to the All-Star break. Everyone's exhausted, the weather is shit, so traveling is stressful as fuck. The holidays are a distant memory, and while every single point matters, we're not close enough to the playoffs that we can run on adrenaline yet. Every day is a grind. Tanner walks through the door, looking more than tired. The poor guy looks eroded. He's wearing the same Sasquatch hoodie he's worn every day this week, and his blonde hair is longer than usual and sticking out like he's been running his hands through it. His normally bright blue eyes are a little duller than I'd like them, with smudgy dark circles underneath. It isn't physical. I know Tanner's conditioning. The guy's a machine. This is mental exhaustion. He's carrying the weight of the team, the expectations of the city, and his own perfectionism on shoulders that are slumping a little. Hey, he says, his voice gravelly as he drops into the chair beside me. Don't you look bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today, I tease, adjusting my sling. Tanner snorts. He smells like the locker room shower gel and that familiar chemically treated ice scent that never really gets out of your pores. I feel like I got hit by a Zamboni driven by a blind guy. I chuckle as I pull up the video of last night's game against the Kodiak. We lost 4-3 in overtime, but everyone played well, including Tanner. But there are always things to be learned for the next game. I start to pull up a sequence from the second period, but he stops me. Wait, can we start with the OT winner? Tanner asks. Sure. I push my laptop toward him, and he pulls up the camera shot he wants. It appears on the wall-mounted video screen in front of us. 3-on-3 overtime is pure chaos designed to drive goalies to the brink of insanity. I watch as Kodiak enters the zone, Tanner moving smoothly between the posts. He's sharp, tracking the puck well. Then the shot comes from the high slot, beating him on his blocker side. Tanner watches, his jaw tight. Then he rewinds it and watches again. I'm too deep, he mutters, sounding like he's diagnosing a terminal illness. I lost the angle. If I'm 6 inches further out, that shot hits my shoulder. He goes to rewind it again, but I reach out with my good hand and cover his. Stop. He freezes, looking at my hand, then up to my face. His blue eyes are stormy with his frantic need to fix this. Play it again, but slow it down, I say. He does it, frowning. The play unfolds in agonizing slow motion. The drop pass. The wind-up. Freeze it, I command. Right there. The video stops right as the puck leaves the shooter's stick. What do you see? I ask. I see me being too deep in my crease, he says, his words clipped with frustration. Look at Miller, I say, pointing to our defenseman. His left skate. Tanner leans forward, squinting. He turns his blade, I explain, tracing the line on the screen with the mouse. Just as the shot releases. He's trying to block it, but he actually screens you. For a split second, you lose visual contact with the puck because Miller's skate flashes across your sightline. You weren't too deep, Sink. You reacted a half-second late because your brain had to fill in the gap where the visual data went missing. Tanner stares at the screen. He clicks forward one frame, then back. Forward, back. His shoulders drop away from his ears as he lets go of some tension. Shit, he whispers. I didn't see it. You couldn't. Miller drifted into the lane for a fraction of a second. I lean back, my chair creaking. You didn't fuck it up, Tanner. You weren't too deep. It was because of physics. He lets out a long breath, rubbing his face with both hands. Technically, everything is because of physics, Lou. I roll my eyes. You know what I mean. A warmth spreads through my chest. Even stuck here with a busted wing, I'm not useless. I see the game. I see Tanner. And sometimes I can make him see himself the way I see him. I like this version of me, the guy who has the answers when Tanner's brain is starting to spiral. The room falls quiet. The only sounds are the hum of the computer and the relentless tap-tap-tap of rain on the window. It's weirdly intimate. But it's got nothing to do with sex and everything to do with being understood. Tanner slumps back in his chair and stares up at the ceiling. My brain feels like it's going to melt, he admits quietly. I just want to turn it off for 5 minutes. Not think about points or angles or the standings. All-Star break is in a week. I think we all need it. Not soon enough, he murmurs, his eyes drifting shut. I reach out with my right hand, needing to touch him. The nape of his neck is warm, and I massage gently. He lets out a soft groan, melting back into my touch. Fuck, that feels good, he whispers. I squeeze gently, trying to ground him. I'm here. I've got you. We stay like that for a long moment, the silence wrapping around us like a blanket. It's dangerous doing this where anyone could walk in. But right now, with the rain sealing us in, the rest of the world feels far away. Tanner leans into me for one more second and then straightens up, his mask sliding into place. He's back to being the stoic, serious rookie goaltender. He stands, grabbing his water bottle. I'm going home to sleep for about 12 hours. Do it, I say, letting my hand fall back to my lap. One corner of his mouth ticks up, and that tiny smile feels like a major victory. See you tomorrow, Lou. Night, Sink. He heads for the door, his movements efficient but weary. He walks with his head down but his shoulders squared, bracing himself to face the outside world. The door clicks shut, leaving me alone with the hum of the computers and my aching shoulder. I'm tired too, but it's the exhausting helplessness of watching and not being able to help my team. The All-Star break is next week, and I don't want to spend 6 days alone in my condo while Cookie judges me. I want to spend some time with Tanner where we can be more than just hockey players. A couple of people who like and understand each other. And, of course, who have amazing sex. And then I get an idea. I pull out my phone, ignoring the pain in my shoulder, and open a browser. Coastal Cabin Rentals. Beachside. Private. Hang in there, rookie, I whisper to the empty room. I'm working on it. The locker room sounds like a travel agency gone wild. Cabo, baby! Charlie Reese McLeod yells, using his stick as a guitar to play a heavily distorted air riff. Tacos, tequila, and tan lines, the holy trinity. Florida Keys, y'all. Fishing, beer, and bikinis. What more could a man want? This from Ethan Wolfe, second-year defenseman. I sit on the bench in my warm-ups, my sling feeling like a damn straitjacket, while the rest of the team strips off their practice gear. The air is thick with the smell of sweat, stick tape, and the manic energy that only comes right before a break. The All-Star break starts the day after tomorrow. 7 full days of freedom. My phone feels heavy in my good hand. The browser tab is open. The confirm reservation button at a luxurious, extremely secluded resort called the Seastack Lodge on the Washington coast is highlighted, ready for me to click it. The place looks next level. High ceilings, ocean front, huge windows facing out onto thousands of miles of Pacific Ocean and nothingness. Huge stone fireplace. Tanner is sitting in his stall, his head down, undoing his laces with slow, deliberate movements. He looks less like a guy about to go on vacation and more like a guy waiting for a sentencing hearing. "Hey, Sink!" Kevin shouts, snapping a towel at Charlie. "You sure you don't want to come to Cabo with us? We still got room in the villa." My stomach tightens. Don't go to Cabo. Please don't go to Cabo. Nah, pass. I'm too fucking exhausted to party this week. Staying here and sleeping the whole time. "So you're just gonna stay here?" Kevin presses, genuinely confused by the concept of turning down a villa. "In the rain?" "Yep," he says without looking up. "Boring," Charlie sing-songs, but they let him off the hook, high-fiving their way out the door in a cloud of noise. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Currently, the score is Tremblay 1, Cabo San Lucas 0. When the herd finally thins, I stand. My shoulder gives a dull throb, deep in the healing tissue, but it's so much better than it was. Baby steps. I catch Tanner's eye as he turns to head for the door. I jerk my head toward the exit. A silent signal. Wait up. He blinks and gives me a nearly imperceptible nod. I wait a couple of minutes before following him out, finding him waiting for me outside the player's exit. He looks wrecked. The hood of his Sasquatch sweatshirt is up, his posture screaming with exhaustion. I'm sure this wet cold that seeps right through your clothes and settles deep into your marrow isn't helping his mood or his exhaustion. We start toward our cars. "So, you really don't have any plans for the week?" I ask as I dodge a puddle the size of Lake Washington. I suddenly feel like a teenager asking his crush to the prom. "Yeah, just need to sleep. I'm not exactly a huge partier at the best of times, as you might have guessed." He gives a self-conscious laugh. "I'm probably going to literally sleep and watch tape." "Tape?" I stop in front of him, the rain plastering my hair to my forehead. "Sink, if you watch any more game tape, your eyes are going to start projecting replays onto the wall. Besides, look at this." I gesture vaguely at the miserable, weeping wet weather surrounding us. "It's going to be gray and wet and depressing all week." "I like gray," he mutters, huddling deeper into his sweatshirt. "You know what's better than shitty weather in the city?" I step closer, dropping my voice so it cuts under the sound of the rain. "Storm watching. I found this place out on the coast. Huge waves crashing against the rocks, salt spray, toasty fire crackling while the wind howls outside." His eyes widen as he looks at me. I can almost see the way he's picturing the fire. "Sounds nice," he admits, shifting his weight. "Here we go." "Yeah, I booked it," I say, pulling the phone out of my pocket but keeping the screen dark. "But the docs don't want me to drive that long. Apparently it's bad for the healing tissue. Micro trauma or something." I shrug with my good shoulder. Of course that's complete horseshit. The doctor said no lifting, not no driving. But I don't want to pressure him. And let's be honest, it feels safer for me as well. Tanner chuckles. "So you're asking me to come along? As your driver?" He crosses his arms and looks at me suspiciously, but there's the ghost of a smile playing around the corners of his mouth. "I can't let the reservation go to waste, and I sure as hell don't want to stay home alone with Cookie staring at me for 6 days. Come with me." He stares at me and I hold my breath, waiting for him to say he has stuff he needs to do or he wants to be alone. But then his smirk grows into a broad smile and the tension around his eyes seems to disappear. He's obviously figured out my little game, but at the moment I don't give one tiny rat's ass. "Yeah," he breathes out, the word ghosting into the cold air. "That sounds great. Get me out of here." Victory rushes through me warmer than whiskey. "Done. Let's plan to roll out on Friday morning. 9 a.m.? Hell yeah, he says, and for the first time in a week there's a spark of life in those blue eyes. Thanks, Lou. You're the one doing me the favor, remember? I wink. Go get some sleep, rookie. I'll see you here tomorrow afternoon. We've got one final game before the break. Tomorrow night against the San Francisco Fire, who are currently sitting in last place in the entire league. And then it's a solid week off. Night. He gets into his car and I turn toward my SUV. My heart is hammering against my ribs as I slide into the driver's seat and shut the door, sealing out the rain. I unlock my phone. Reservation confirmed. I stare at the message, chewing on my lip. Well, Kaylee did tell me to grow a pair. I wonder if this qualifies. 5 nights of nothing but Tanner, me, the wild Pacific Northwest coast, and a fireplace. This is a big, giant-ass step, and if it goes off the rails, the consequences are going to be major, and not just for our careers. For the first time, maybe ever, I'm worried about the consequences for my heart if this goes sideways. Fuck, I whisper, leaning my head back against the headrest. It's terrifying. I can't wait for Friday.
Chapter 15. Tanner. The windshield wipers of Louie's SUV are working overtime, fighting a losing battle against the deluge hammering us as we head west. It's not just rain. It's a gray curtain of water that blurs the world into streaks of slate and charcoal. I should be white-knuckling the steering wheel. Visibility is shit, the roads are slick, and I'm driving a car that costs more than my mom's house. But I'm weirdly calm and comfortable. In the passenger seat, Louie is shifting around, trying to get comfortable without jostling his sling. Every so often, he lets out a small hiss of breath. I can't tell whether it's from pain or from frustration at still being in the sling. But whenever I glance over, he flashes me that trademark grin, the one that disarms referees and charms the pants off, well, everyone. We're getting close, he says excitedly as he peers through the rain-streaked glass. GPS says 10 minutes, I say, keeping my eyes on the wet asphalt. Unless this rain washes the road out. Makes for a great atmosphere, Louie counters. It's cozy. It's a car wash without the wax, I mutter, though I don't actually mind. There's a safety in this setup that I didn't expect. When Louie asked me to come with him, my brain practically short-circuited. 4 nights together, alone. It felt dangerous. But now that it's actually happening, it feels natural. We round a curve in the road, and suddenly, the dense forest on our left breaks open. Lou lets out a low whistle. Whoa, he breathes. I ease off the gas, captivated by the view spread out before me. The trees have given way to a drop-off, and below us, the Pacific Ocean reveals itself. It's a churning expanse of gray-blue waves, crashing against jagged black rocks. White foam sprays high into the air, carried by the icy wind. It's wild, untamed, and breathtakingly beautiful. Lou leans forward in the passenger seat. Riley wasn't kidding. She said the view from the highway was the best part, but damn. My hands tighten on the wheel at 10 and 2. Riley? Yeah, Riley Campbell. The receptionist? She's the one who told me about this place. Her cousins own a renovation company, Hot Damn Homes, and they did the work to upgrade this place. I guess it was pretty dilapidated before they fixed it up. An ugly hot spike of feeling drives straight into my gut. I picture Riley, blonde, bubbly, incredibly nice, and exactly the kind of person everyone expects a guy like Louis Tremblay to be taking on romantic weekend getaways. Oh, right. I didn't know you guys were close, I say. My voice is sharper than I planned. Louis turns his head, studying my profile. The silence stretches long enough to make my skin itch. You jealous, Sinclair? What? I scoff, keeping my eyes locked on the road. No, I'm just making conversation. You're a terrible liar. You twitch when you lie. Did you know that? I do not twitch. Your left eye. Just a little tick. His voice drops an octave, losing the teasing edge. Rouse is a buddy. She's great, but we're just friends. The air leaves my chest in a whoosh. As I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Okay, I say quietly. Okay, Louis echoes. He doesn't push it. He doesn't dunk on me for being insecure. He lets the facts sit there. I'm here with you, not her. A mile later, the GPS guides us down a narrow gravel drive, the tires crunching as we wind through a cathedral of massive trees. Sitka spruce and cedar trees tower overhead, their branches interlocking to form a sort of roof that, amazingly, blocks out most of the rain. It's like entering a different world. The Seastack Lodge appears at the end of the drive, like something grown from the earth rather than built. It's perched right on the edge of the cliff, facing the fury of the Pacific Ocean head-on. The building is somehow both modern and traditional at once. Weathered cedar, gray stone, and glass-frame huge windows that spill amber light into the dark, rainy afternoon, making it seem cozy and inviting. It's stunning. I put the car in park and kill the engine, and the muffled roar of the wind and surf outside fills the cabin. Behind the reception desk is a large great room, furnished with soft, comfy-looking chairs, and sofas clustered in different seating arrangements. But the massive stone fireplace, flanked by 2-story high windows that face directly out to the ocean, draws my attention, and I wander over to it while Louis checks in and gets our keys. Amazing, right? He says, appearing beside me a couple of moments later. No kidding. I can't hide the awe in my voice. Obviously, I've seen the ocean before. Hell, I lived in Florida for a couple of years. But I've never seen the ocean quite like this. For a working-class kid who grew up in the Midwest, this view is something else. I shake my head. Lou chuckles. Agreed. I grew up close to lots of lakes in Ontario. But after living on the coast for the last few years, I think the ocean has me hooked. Yeah, I can understand why, I murmur. We stand shoulder to shoulder, enraptured by the view for a few moments, before he holds up our key cards. Want to go check out our home for the next few days? Hell yeah. A few minutes later, I pull the car up to cabin 4, the Osprey. Inside, the cabin takes my breath away even more than the drive. It smells of cedar and sea salt. The entire front wall is glass, with floor-to-ceiling windows framing the churning ocean. There's a smaller version of the stone fireplace from the main building, surrounded by a plush sectional that looks like it could swallow you whole. It's incredible. The sense of being all alone here is palpable, and as crazy as it sounds, it's almost like a piece of the tension I've been carrying for months drains away with each breath I exhale. It's fucking perfect. Wow, Louis murmurs, standing in the center of the room. This is exactly what I was hoping for. You should sit down, I command gently, nodding at the couch. I'll grab the bags. I can get the lighter stuff. Nope, you're not grabbing anything. I'm not about to let you fuck up your stitches on a vacation. Try explaining that to Coach and Carson. He rolls his eyes, but drops onto the sectional with a sigh of relief. I head back out to the car, grabbing our duffels and the 2 bags of groceries we picked up in Aberdeen. Once I'm back inside, I lock the door behind me, shutting out wind and rain. I carry the groceries to the small but luxurious kitchen and unpack systematically. A place for everything, and everything in its place. Stupid, maybe, but Having everything organized always makes me feel more calm. I grab both our bags and take them into the bedroom. After unpacking my own stuff, I unzip Louie's bag and start putting his things into the drawers without thinking about it. I line his toiletries up in the bathroom next to mine and get everything neat and tidy before heading back out to the living room. I know enough about psychology to understand that being slightly obsessed with neatness and order is a coping mechanism for my anxiety. It's my subconscious trying to control the environment. But the truth is that if my physical space is chaotic, my head gets chaotic. And right now, I don't want to start overthinking anything. Like how I'm here in this amazing place with a man I'm feeling some kind of way about, even though those feelings are not going to make my life easy. Especially since we haven't discussed what this is between us, or what will happen when Louie is healed and ready to play again. When I walk back out to the living area, Louie is still on the couch, but he's not looking at his phone or the TV. He's not even watching the ocean as it churns and crashes against the rocks. The wind is picking up, and it's getting more violent out there. But Louie is watching me. He gives me a soft, gentle smile as I approach him. "What?" I ask, slightly self-conscious. "Did I forget something?" "Nope," Louie says softly. "You're just really good at that. At taking care of things." Heat climbs up the back of my neck. It's not the embarrassment I usually feel when people point out my need for control. He's not telling me I'm too uptight and I should relax. Instead, he looks as though he's seeing something he likes. Something that makes him smile. Someone has to be the adult, I deflect, walking over to the fridge. I grab 2 bottles of local IPA we bought. I twist the caps off, the hiss of the escaping CO2 sharp in the quiet room. I walk back toward the couch, holding one out to him. His fingers brush mine as he takes it from my hand, and the contact sends a jolt up my arm. "Cheers, rookie," he says, his dark eyes glittering with an emotion I can't name as he clinks his bottle against mine. I take a long pull of the beer. It's cold, bitter, and perfect. I blow out a long breath, staring out at where the darkness has almost completely shrouded the ocean from view. But it's still making its presence known with the crash of the waves against the rocks below us. It's so isolated, so removed from real life, that it's easy to buy into the idea that this thing between us doesn't have to be complicated. That when we're here, we're not the veteran injured goalie and his rookie substitute. We're just 2 people who like each other. A lot. "Cheers," I say. The wind howls like a banshee clawing at the windows, but inside, the world is nothing but warmth, and the delicious smells of garlic, wet wood, and obscene amounts of cheese. The frozen lasagna we ate for dinner that we picked up in Aberdeen is definitely not on my nutritionist approved list, but it was sinfully delicious. And right now, watching the firelight dance across the walls and listening to Mother Nature showing off outside, I can't bring myself to care. I'm sitting on the plush rug in front of the fireplace, my back resting against the sofa, legs stretched out in front of me. Louis is perched on the sectional behind me, his injured arm propped up on pillows and a plate balanced on his lap. I reach for the bottle of IPA on the coffee table. The condensation is cold against my palm. I take a long swallow, the bitter hops biting at the back of my throat. "Easy there, killer," Louis teases, his voice low and vibrating with amusement. "I thought your body was a temple. Isn't beer akin to pouring sludge into the engine of a Ferrari?" I snort, staring into the flames. "Temple is closed for renovations tonight. Besides, if I don't turn my brain off soon, the engine is going to overheat." "Still running the tape in that head of yours?" "Always," I admit. I can't stop thinking about everything. The standings, the pressure, all of it. Lou pauses as we enjoy the fire and the feeling of our full bellies. You want to hear a little bedtime story about my early days? My first playoff start when I was playing for Montreal? I lift an eyebrow at him. Duh. Who's going to say no to a bedtime story? He chuckles, leaning forward into the firelight, his dark eyes twinkling with mischief. All right, so it's my first year as a starter in Montreal, right? My second year in the league, and we scrape into the playoffs by the skin of our balls. Of course, we get Boston in the first round, and they're monsters. President's Trophy winners. Their best season in decades. Yeah, I remember that game, I say thoughtfully. Wasn't that the one where you had some kind of equipment problem that caused you to miss part of the game? Equipment problem was the official story, yep. And you're telling me that wasn't quite true? He chuckles, and I turn around, sitting cross-legged so I can face him. Before we continue, I should preface this by saying that I was younger then, and there's a chance I wasn't as strict about my diet as I am today. It's my turn to chuckle. Of anyone on our team, Louis worries less about nutrition than anyone else, something I used to find incredibly annoying. So we're in Boston the night before the game, and I'm hungry, but our coach was strict about curfew, and the restaurant was closed, so I decided to order in. He pauses. Indian food. Uh-oh, I say, starting to see where this story is going. Now, let me say, it was some of the best Indian food I've ever had in my entire life. Delicious. And I demolished it. Probably ate enough for 3 guys. Oh no, I say with another chuckle. Oh yes. So I wake on game day, and my stomach is a little off. But I'm sure I'll be fine by game time, and my coach would have my balls on a silver platter if he figured out the reason I wasn't feeling well. So I didn't say anything. Figured I'd tough it out. You know, man up and power through it. So by game time, my stomach is making noises like a washing machine full of tennis shoes. Oh my God, you played sick? Like puking? I can't hide my disbelief. Even I'm not that stubborn. Lou throws his head back and laughs. Oh, sweet summer child, I wish I'd been puking. No, young Padawan, my issues were coming from a place quite a bit south of puking. Oh my God, you didn't? During the game? Well, by some miracle, I make it through the game. The big problem is that when the final buzzer sounds, it's tied. We gotta go into overtime. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have an, incident, like, immediately. So the second the horn sounds, I'm off the ice, making a break for the bathroom. My ass cheeks are clenched so hard, I'm pretty sure I could have turned a lump of coal into a diamond. Holy shit, I choke out. Indeed, he snickers, taking a pull from his beer. So there I am, in full gear, waddling at top speed down the tunnel like some kind of armored penguin in distress. Oh my God, I howl. But you made it, right? You didn't actually shit your pants right there on the ice? Pretty fucking close, he laughs. But I make it to the bathroom and full-on dive into the stall, Louis continues, animating the story with his good hand. There's barely time to get my pants and Under Armour down far enough so that I can sorta hover there and, let nature take its course. Oh my God! I wipe away tears of laughter. So I'm in there dying. It's violent, like my guts are staging a coup, and I'm praying to every deity I know to either end this or kill me. And then I hear Frederic, our equipment manager, calling for me. He puts on a ridiculous French-Canadian accent. Louis, where are you? Coach is looking for you. 2 minutes. You must get back on the ice. I'm doubled over with laughter by now. Anyway, I'll never know how, but I managed to get myself under control and get back out there. But I did miss the first 3 minutes and 34 seconds of overtime. Our poor backup had to go in cold because I was trapped in a bathroom stall, shitting my brains out in full goalie gear, while 18,000 people wondered where I went. The laughter rips out of me almost unexpectedly, The stress, the anxiety, the constant low-level hum of need to be better snaps as I fight for breath and my stomach starts cramping. A heavily armored penguin, I gasp, wiping at my eyes. Hockey is not always a dignified sport, Tanner, Louis says solemnly. You gotta let that shit go. Literally in my case. Oh my God, I breathe, forcing air back into my lungs. The great Louis Tremblay, defeated by Curry. It keeps you humble. The laughter slowly tapers off, leaving a comfortable silence. The fire crackles, while outside, the storm throws rain against the glass in aggressive sheets. But in here, it's cozy and warm and comfortable, secure. The firelight catches the sharp line of his jaw and the soft curve of his mouth. His hair is messy, falling over his forehead, and his sling makes him look vulnerable in a way he never allows on the ice. He's looking back at me, his dark eyes soft. He's not a statue or an idol. He's a guy who eats bad takeout and laughs at himself. He's a guy who brought me here, to the edge of the world, because he knew I was drowning. What I'm feeling isn't about admiration or envy because I want this man's job. I don't want what he has anymore. I just want him. The guy who sees me so clearly, who somehow knows what I need and gives it to me before I even realized it. Louis holds my gaze, his eyes still full of laughter. But there's more. There's heat and want. The air between us crackles almost louder than the fire. I take a slow breath, letting the cedar and warmth fill my lungs.
Chapter 16. Louis. The way Tanner looks at me as we come down from our laughter high makes something stir in my chest. And to be clear, also in my pants. God, the man is fucking gorgeous. The mood changes suddenly, and his expression goes from light to intense in the blink of an eye. Come here, I say softly. Sit beside me. He smiles that adorable half-smile he gets and knee-walks the short distance to the couch from where he's sitting on the floor. He stands and makes like he's going to straddle me, like he did at my apartment last week after the rest of the team left. But I don't let him, steering him instead to sit on the cushion beside me. The surprised look on his face is adorable. I lean over and kiss him quickly before I get up, standing in front of him for a moment while he gazes up at me. His icy blue eyes turn dark with lust when I drop to my knees before him, reaching for the button of his jeans with my good hand. Jesus, Lou. Are you sure about this? He asks. His concern for me is sweet, and I have to admit there's a part of me that loves how he wants to take care of me, to make sure I'm feeling okay. But right now I'm a lot more concerned with getting his goddamn jeans off and getting his dick into my mouth. I may never have done it before, but I've never been afraid to try new things. I'm very sure I want your dick in my mouth, I say with a sly smile. The only thing I'm not sure about is how I'm going to get those goddamn jeans off you with only one hand. He lets out a laugh before lifting his hips and sliding his jeans and underwear off together at once, leaving him naked from the waist down, his long cock hard as iron, pointing up toward his abdomen. I look at him for a moment, part of me wanting to draw this out as long as possible, but the impulsive part of me, the part that wants to make sure I never miss out on anything good, is in the driver's seat at the moment. So maybe it's not the most well-thought-out move I've ever made, but I want him so much. Want to give him the same kind of pleasure he's given me twice now, that I can't make myself hold back. I lean forward and take his entire cock into my mouth all at once. Or at least I try to. He doesn't have a chance to react before his cock hits the back of my throat and triggers my gag reflex. I pull off him, coughing, but since I'm not the kind of guy who gives up easily, I shove my mouth onto him again, determined to make this work. But just as quickly I choke again, and I have to pull off him, spluttering and more than a little embarrassed. Tanner reaches down with one hand, cupping my chin and angling my face up so he can meet my eyes. Lou, it's okay. Don't try to suck me so deep. Focus on the head at first. That's easier. I blow out a frustrated breath through my nose. But I want to make you feel as good as you make me feel. He smiles, his calloused fingers playing gently with the shell of my ear. Babe, anything you do will feel fucking amazing. I promise. It's you. How could it not feel fantastic? I swear to God, those words make me blush. For the first time in God knows how many years, heat rises in my cheeks, and I almost feel bashful as he smiles down at me. I should probably be more embarrassed, but then I remind myself he's right. It doesn't really matter what a girl does when she's blowing me. The fact that she wants to give me pleasure is a huge turn-on, especially if I can tell she's enjoying herself. So right there, I decide that while I might not be able to give him the most skilled BJ of his life, I can probably give him the most enthusiastic. I mean, top 5 at least. So on my third try, I don't take him all the way into my mouth. Instead, I run my tongue up and down his full length, licking him like he's a popsicle. I place a line of hot, open-mouthed kisses from his root to his tip, loving the way he threads his fingers into my hair and curls them into a fist, tugging just enough to cause pleasure, not hard enough to sting. God, yes. Fuck, that feels so good, he murmurs. And then I pull the tip of his perfect, beautiful cock into my mouth. Is it weird that I think his dick is beautiful? I don't know if that's a thing. I've sure as shit never thought anything like that before. But to me, his dick is fucking gorgeous. I get my mouth around the full head of his dick, my lips stretching around him, and surprisingly, I like the way it feels. I like the way the smooth skin of his cock rests heavily against my tongue. I give it a tentative suck, and when he lets out a pained-sounding groan, I do it harder, while at the same time moving my tongue around, using it to play with the underside of him. Oh, fuck, Lou, he groans, his hips lifting off the couch, forcing him a bit deeper into my mouth. But I'm still good with it, so I keep sucking. He lets out a groan when I pull off him to give my jaw a rest. But instead of pulling back, I nuzzle into him, inhaling the scent of his musk deeply into my lungs. And fuck, it's sexy. I'm hard as nails in my jeans, but since I'm operating with only one good hand, I guess it'll have to stay there for the time being. I lick at his balls, which are pulled up tightly into his body, and he lets out another sexy groan. After I've spent a few moments playing them with my lips and tongue, I want his cock in my mouth again, so I move back up and take him, deeper than I was before, but I'm careful this time not to take too much. Oh, Jesus, fuck, Louie, fuck. That's so good, baby. Tanner babbles, and it unleashes a weird sense of pride inside me. I fucking love making him feel this good. And if I'm being honest, I'm feeling pretty damn good myself. I slide my one hand up his thigh from where it's been resting, using it in tandem with my mouth to jack him off while I bob over him, moving up and down his length, working to get as much of him into my mouth as I can. Moments later, the muscles in his thighs and his pelvis start to tense up, and he tightens his fist into my hair. Fuck, Louie, I'm gonna blow, so you need to pull off, baby. But then I realize I want to taste him. I find it so much hotter when a woman swallows, so I brace myself as he arches his back off the couch and shoots cum into my mouth as I keep sucking him. His dick twitches over and over as he comes, shooting his release into my mouth, and I swallow it. I'm not going to lie and say it's delicious or anything, but it's not terrible. I would absolutely do it again. When he's finally spent, he pushes gently at my shoulder, still gasping for breath. Stop, I'm too sensitive, he gasps. So I pull off him and sit back on my heels, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Tanner reaches out, gently caressing the side of my face as we stare at each other for a minute. A broad grin crosses my face, and when he sees it, he chuckles. Someone's feeling pretty proud of himself, he teases. I shrug my one good shoulder. Maybe, I say nonchalantly, but I can't hold back my grin. He chuckles again. Come up here. I need to kiss you, he says, and I do as he asks. When our mouths meet, he sweeps his tongue into my mouth and lets out a groan. Fuck. I can taste myself on you. That's so goddamn hot, he says, pulling me down again, and I smile because it really is. We sit side by side on the couch for a few minutes before he turns his head to look at me without lifting it from where it's resting on the back of the couch. That was amazing. Thank you. His eyes are heavy, and that sense of pride fills my chest again. He feels good because of me. I made him feel that way. I love it. I loved it too, I reply truthfully. He reaches for my hand and laces our fingers together as he slides his head over so it's resting on my good shoulder. Chapter 17. Louis. The storm exhausted itself overnight, or maybe it needed a timeout, I don't know. But when I blink my eyes open, the only sounds are the heavy, rhythmic whoosh of the ocean below us and the softer sound of Tanner's breathing beside me. We came to bed shortly after I blew him in front of the fire, like we're two characters in a romance novel or some shit. But if I'm being honest, it was pretty fucking amazing, even if it was corny as hell. Getting ready for bed together was surprisingly not weird at all. Tanner, being the perfectionist he is, insisted on returning the favor when we got into bed, and it was utterly amazing, the same way it was the first 2 times he did it to me. I have no idea why things feel so different with him, but for some reason they do. I have no idea what I'm going to do about it, but I'm very deliberately not thinking about that right now. He's tucked into my side, his arm draped over my waist, carefully avoiding my bad shoulder even while he's sleeping. It seems like it should feel strange to me, simply because we're close to the same size and I'm so used to women being so much smaller. But I like it. I like how he matches me, his hard muscles and long, slightly furry limbs. In fact, the only thing I don't love about being cuddled up to him is his body temperature. The man is a furnace. For a guy who always appears so emotionally cool, his body heat is off the charts. I lie there for a minute, staring at the cedar-paneled ceiling and enjoying the sensation of being here. My shoulder is a dull, manageable ache, like an annoying noise at low volume. I can ignore it, for the most part. But for the first time in months, the crushing weight of what comes next isn't pressing down on my lungs. Tanner shifts, letting out a sleepy groan. Morning, I rasp, my voice thick with sleep. He replies eloquently, tightening his arm around me for a second before he's fully conscious. But then his Tanner Sinclair serious professional programming boots up, and he pulls away to stretch. Strangely, I miss his body heat pressed up against me. I roll over to face him carefully, wincing as the movement pulls at my injury. His hair is sticking up in 3 different directions, and his face is creased with pillow marks. He looks younger, softer. Coffee? I ask. He quirks his mouth into a cute smile. Is that a question or a promise? It's a necessity. His smile grows into a sleepy grin. He's not fully awake yet, so he seems less guarded than normal. My heart does a little flip in my chest. Okay. I'm cooking breakfast, though. I've seen you try to crack eggs one-handed. It's a tragedy. We roll out of bed, and an hour later, after a delicious breakfast of bacon and eggs and perfectly brewed coffee, all prepared with healthy team effort, we're outside for a walk. We head along the edge of the cliff toward the weathered wood staircase leading down to the beach. The path is narrow, worn into the tough beach grass by hotel guests, and the air is cold and full of the sharp scent of sea salt and wet pine trees. The sky is a heavy slate gray, but every so often there's a rip in the cloud cover, letting a shaft of sunlight stab down onto the ocean, turning it from dark gray into hammered silver. It's breathtaking. How do you think the healing is going? Tanner asks. He's walking on my right side, subconsciously positioning himself between me and the drop-off, even though the path is plenty wide enough to be safe. Good, I say, and I mean it. I can feel it getting better and better every week. He nods, his hands shoved into the pocket of his hoodie, while he looks out to sea. His eyes are constantly scanning the horizon like he's analyzing what he sees, tracking the swell of the waves or the flight path of a seagull. But the tension in his jaw is gone. So, I say, kicking a small pine cone off the path. This is better than watching tape in the video room, right? I suppose, he allows, the corner of his mouth ticking up. We walk in comfortable silence for a while, the only sounds the crunch of our boots and the roar of the surf. It feels domestic in a way that should scare the shit out of me but doesn't. You know, this reminds me of home a little, I say, looking at the trees. Northern Ontario doesn't have the ocean, obviously, but the smell of the trees. We used to spend all day outside in the winter. My dad would flood the backyard, and me and Rylan would be out there until our toes were black. Tanner glances at me. Your dad was a doctor, right? Yeah, small-town GP, which meant he was also the marriage counselor, the sports medicine specialist, and occasionally the vet if someone's dog got into it with a porcupine. I chuckle at the memory. It was good. We all thought it was so boring, but it was safe and stable. Mom was a nurse at the hospital about an hour away, but she was from that generation that taught women that they were the ones responsible for feeding the family, even if they were working outside the house. She was always cooking enough food for an army, so we always had leftovers. And Rylan? He lived at my house more than his own, especially after his brother died. I trailed off, looking out at the water. And then his mom passed like a year later. My parents just kind of absorbed him into us. They could see his dad struggling so much, and they loved them both, so they stepped up and welcomed Rye into our family, loving him like another kid. That's why we're closer than a lot of siblings. That sounds nice, Tanner says. His voice is carefully neutral, almost like he's trying to distance himself from an emotion he doesn't want to examine. I stop walking and turn to him. What about you? I know your mom had to work a lot, so you were closer to your grandparents? Tanner stops too, squinting against the wind. He looks down at his boots. It was fine. It was just logistics. Logistics, I repeat. Yeah. My mom was grinding. She was a single mom trying to climb a corporate ladder. She loved me. I know she would do anything for me, but she was tired. All the time. He shrugs. I learned pretty quick that not causing problems was the best way to help her. Get good grades so she doesn't have to meet with the teacher. Don't ask for help with homework. Don't break things we would have to pay to replace. Don't need things. What about hockey? Hockey was my ticket out, he says simply. I left when I was 15. Juniors. He hesitates for a second before continuing. It made my mom's life a lot easier when I moved away. She was able to focus more on her job without worrying about me. It was better for everyone, honestly. I frown. Jesus, you really think it was? I say softly. He shrugs. How could it not be? I went from being in her house full-time, always needing a ride somewhere or something for school or some new piece of equipment for hockey, to being only something she had to think about once a week or so for a phone call. Damn. You only talk to her once a week? It's pretty common for young hockey players in Canada to play on teams far from their hometown, so they stay with other families. Rylan and I were lucky we were able to live at home and still play rep hockey, but that's not the case for most kids. But most of the guys who lived with billet families kept in touch with their parents all the time. Only talking to your family once a week sounds like something from my parents' generation, before everyone had cell phones. But nowadays, when it's so much easier to stay connected, only talking to your kid once a week seems extreme. The billet families I lived with were always nice, he says, still not looking at me. They fed me, drove me to practice. They were great. But? He shrugs again, still staring out to sea. I was a teenager living in someone else's home. I was always a guest, never part of the family. I learned to not take up any more space than necessary. Don't make noise, wash my dishes right away so I didn't make a mess anyone else would have to clean up. He chuckles wryly. Sometimes I wonder if that's why I was successful as a goalie. It's more solitary, you know? You're on the team, but you're apart from it. You have your own rules, your own space. It made sense to me. Do you still talk to the families you lived with? Nah, not really. We're connected on social media. For the first few years, I would make a point to try and call them around the holidays, but after a while, that faded too. That's how it works. He shrugs like it doesn't matter, but I get the feeling it does. My heart breaks for that 15-year-old kid trying to be invisible in a stranger's house. Worried that if he made too much noise or struggled in class or needed some emotional support, he'd be a burden. That must have been fucking hard, I say. He blinks, maybe surprised at the force of my words. Maybe sometimes, but it's not a big deal. It's just what happened. Lots of kids have it a lot worse. Yeah, I know you get the math. I step closer, forcing him to look at me. It sounds to me like you've rationalized all that shit away. Mom worked hard, billets were nice, taught me how to take care of myself, made me tough. I shake my head. But how did it feel? Because it sounds pretty fucking lonely. Tanner's throat bobs. He looks away, staring at a piece of driftwood down on the beach shaped like a twisted spine. His jaw works. Yeah, he whispers, the word barely audible over the wind. I was lonely. When he looks back at me, the analytical, robotic Tanner Sinclair is gone. There's just a man who's been holding his breath for years, waiting to see if he's safe enough to exhale. I didn't want to be a problem, he admits, his voice cracking. But yeah, it was hard sometimes. Never fully feeling at home anywhere. Never being able to let my guard down all the way and relax completely. I reach out with my good hand, gripping the back of his neck. His skin is cold from the wind, but he leans into my touch like a flower finding the sun. You're not a guest here, I say fiercely. Not on our team. Not with me. He stares at me, his pupils blown wide, and the air between us shifts. The heavy sadness changes into something more electric. I'm starting to believe that, he murmurs. His gaze drops to my mouth, then back up to my eyes. He doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't have to. He's looking at me like I'm the only solid thing in a world of instability. Let's go back, I say, my voice dropping an octave. Tanner nods. Yeah. We turn back toward our cabin. We don't touch, but the air between us is electric. I feel like he just shared something with me that he's never shared with anyone else. We walk faster. The second we're back inside our cabin, we're on each other, our kisses desperate and hungry. Somehow we shed the first layer of our clothes, and then we're stumbling down the short hallway to the bedroom. I love kissing Tanner. His rough stubble feels so good against mine, and it's so different from kissing a woman. It's intense and sexier than I could have ever imagined. We pull apart just long enough for him to tear off his shirt and help me take mine off before crashing back together. I could get addicted to the feeling of his hard muscles, of his lightly furred chest pressed up to my own. I wish like hell I wasn't still trapped in this stupid sling because I want to wrestle with him and pin him down, to match his strength, to compete for dominance. I'm fucking dying to run both hands over the smooth skin of his back, pulling him as close to me as I can get him. He kisses his way down my jawline to my neck, groaning as I tilt my head to give him more access. So, I don't want to rush you or anything, he says, alternating slow, open-mouthed kisses with playful nips. But you can fuck me tonight if you want. I suck in a sharp breath. Fuck yes, I want. I've been thinking about it since my surgery. As I was lying there, waiting to go under, my mind was drifting to all the things I still want to experience. And somehow this rose straight to the top of the list. I want to explore this side of myself I never even knew existed. And I want to do it with the man who brought it out in me. With Tanner. I must hesitate a beat too long because he hurries to reassure me. It's okay if you're not ready for that. I love what we've been doing, but if that's something you want, I'm good with it. Oh, fuck yes. Yes, I want to. He smiles, moving his mouth back up to mine again. Me too. I want to feel you inside me, he murmurs against my lips, and my already rock-hard cock twitches. He goes for the button on my jeans, and when I try to help him with my one good arm, he brushes me away. Nope. I'm the teacher tonight. He grins as he slides my pants and briefs down my legs, pausing to plant a kiss on the tip of my dick, which makes me smile. There's a playful side to Tanner Sinclair that he rarely allows out, but I love it. I want to see him like this more often. When we're both naked, he nods toward the bed. Lie down. I'll be right back. He disappears into the bathroom and emerges a few minutes later, holding condoms and a small bottle of lube, which he drops beside my hip before crawling slowly up my body, his gaze predatory. He leans in to take my mouth, kissing me deeply as he settles his weight on top of me, rutting our rock-hard erections together and making me groan. I run my good hand up the wide expanse of his strong back, everywhere I can reach, cursing my damn stupid injury once more. God, I want to touch you with both hands, I murmur as his mouth drifts down to the nipple on my good side, alternating between sharp bites and soft licks. It's okay, baby. Let me make you feel good tonight, he whispers. Okay, I say softly. But do you need to be, prepped first? He pulls back to meet my eyes and smiles. Someone's done his homework. And yeah, I'm gonna need to be opened up a little. I can do it if you want, or you can. Oh, fuck yeah, I want to do that, I whisper. And damn, I really, really do. He laughs, the sound hitting something deep in my chest. Okay, eager beaver. Since you've only got one good arm right now, this might be easier if I'm on my back. He rolls off me, positioning himself so he's lying with his head on the pillows. Then he takes another pillow and shoves it under his hips to give me better access before grabbing the lube. Give me your hand, he says. When I do, he slathers up my fingers, then slicks himself up with a healthy amount. He gives me a cheeky grin. First rule of sex with men. You can never have too much lube. I bark out a laugh, realizing I was holding my breath without knowing it. I'm nervous about what we're doing, but not for any of the reasons I would have thought. I'm more concerned about making it good for Tanner, because he deserves it. I want to make sure he knows how much I want him. And not only in bed, but in my life, on my team, and yes, even sharing my crease with him. Okay, babe, I need your fingers. It's not rocket science, he grins. Start with one and go slow. I'll tell you when I'm ready for more. I nod, shifting so I'm between his spread legs. It's like he's on display for me, his thighs open wide and his ass raised up on the pillow. It's one of the hottest things I've ever seen. You're sexy like this, I grin. Being in charge brings out your cocky side. I like it. I give his long, thick cock a few leisurely strokes before moving my hand lower, behind his balls until my fingers brush against his rim. His breath hitches and he groans as he takes over on his cock, sliding his hand up and over the head, twisting when he gets to the crown. Then he cocks an eyebrow. Like I said the other night, of the two of us, I'm the expert in stick handling, he teases. I lean over, kissing the inside of his knee as I circle his hole with my fingers, exploring the furrowed skin. I press gently with the pad of my finger, dipping inside just a little before retreating. Tanner shifts his hips, chasing my finger. But I want to keep playing. I let out an evil-sounding chuckle. You may have more experience with stick handling, but I'm going to be the one scoring tonight, I say, waggling my eyebrows. The sound he makes is somewhere between a snicker and a groan as I press my finger against his hole again, using a little more pressure and sliding the tip inside him. Oh yeah? He replies breathlessly. That's what you think, huh? He shifts down, seeking more, so I give it to him, sliding my finger in deeper and curling it, searching for that spot I've read about. When I find an area that feels a little different, I rub against it. Tanner's hips thrust forward. Yes. God, yes. Right there. Oh, yeah, I say, my own voice like gravel. I'm for sure putting one right through the 5-hole tonight. He laughs, and the muscles in his ass contract around my finger. Damn, what will it feel like when it's my dick getting squeezed? Fuck, I can't come up with a comeback, he rasps, circling his hips and letting his legs fall completely apart. His head rolls from side to side like he can't control himself. Brain not working. I need another finger. I pull my finger most of the way out of his body before working 2 back inside him. I love how his body opens up for me. When I find his prostate again, I press down, and he makes a long, hungry sound that goes straight to my own cock. Jesus, Louie, be careful or I'll come too fast, he gasps, letting go of his dick and grabbing a handful of the sheets. I give him a cocky smirk. Oh yeah? Bit of a quick draw, are you? Don't worry, rookie. It happens to everyone. He snorts and rolls his eyes. Oh, for fuck's sake, Tremblay. You're the rookie in this situation. And don't you forget it. He's trying to sound threatening, but he's thrashing about like he's been possessed with lust and unbearably hot. I give him another evil grin, pressing down on the spot again. Tanner groans. Not fair, he gasps. All's fair in hockey and sex, I tease, which earns me another eye roll. Not true. You should take a penalty for this. He's practically whimpering. Oh, I'll be spending some time in the box, all right. Don't you worry about that. He rolls his eyes again, but he continues to grind down, riding my hand. I've always loved sex, and I've had plenty of fun in bed, but this playful teasing, where each of us is giving as good as we get, is new. It's a huge turn-on. His cock is leaking pre-cum onto his rock-hard abs as I fuck my fingers in and out of his body, and god damn, I want to lean over and lick it off him. I'm trying to figure out how I can twist my half-broken body into position to do just that when he reaches between his legs to grab my wrist. Stop, he gasps breathlessly. You gotta stop, or I'll come, and I want you inside me first. And suddenly I'm not so worried about teasing him. Gently I remove my fingers as he reaches for the condom. Lie on your back. I'll ride you since you're still working with that broken wing. He smiles and we switch positions so I'm lying on my back. He tears open the condom with his teeth and rolls it onto me before slathering lube all over my dick. Then he swings one leg over my hips, straddling my hips and reaching behind himself to line me up with his hole. Then he sinks down, taking the first inch of my cock inside his body, and I swear to God I almost explode right there. I must have some kind of look on my face because it's his turn to smile wickedly as he rocks his hips and takes another inch. Oh, Jesus, fuck, I murmur, slamming my eyes shut. The way Tanner looks right now, his face flushed, his eyes dark and hooded with lust, his body covered with a sheen of sweat, is too much when combined with the searing hot vice that's wrapped around my shaft. This okay? He asks as he sinks further onto me. Fuck, yes. Oh, God, Tanner. My eyes roll back in my head as he sits down, taking the rest of me inside his body all at once until his ass is pressed tight against my groin. Oh, fuck, he grunts, right before he rises up and quickly drops back down onto me, sliding that hot ass along my full length. He begins to move in a steady rhythm, and each time he lowers himself, his dick slaps against my abs. I would have never dreamed I would find something like that hot, but the sight of it almost pushes me over the edge. Reaching around his hip with my one good hand, I grab onto his firm ass, squeezing it as he moves up and down on me. He presses down hard and does something with his inner muscles that makes me cry out. It's so much more intense than I've ever felt during sex, and I don't know how much longer I can hold off the orgasm that's barreling toward me like a runaway train. Involuntarily, I start thrusting up into him, my hips meeting his ass every time he slams down onto me, and it's so fucking good. Even the throbbing pain in my chest doesn't matter to me as the ecstasy I'm experiencing overrides everything else. God, Jesus. Fuck, Louie, it's so good. So good, he babbles, and I tighten my one-handed grip on his ass. Fuck, the only thing that could make this better would be if I had two working hands and I could touch him all over the way I'm craving to. He clenches around me again, and I know I can't last. Tanner, I'm gonna... Jerk me off, Louie. Jerk me while you come. He's panting, his mouth open, chest heaving as he fucks me hard and fast. I grasp his cock with a ferocious grip, jerking him like he asked, and the sound that tears from his throat is the last straw. Oh, God. Oh! I cry out as my vision whites out, all the muscles in my body contracting. Everything I have shoots out of my cock, filling the condom inside him. Tanner lets out a feral groan as he follows. He explodes, streams of cum landing all over my abs and chest. His orgasm goes on, but when he's finally empty, he leans over, pressing his mouth to mine in a sloppy, wet kiss. Then he pulls himself off and collapses beside me as we both come down from our highs.
Chapter 18. Tanner. I stand by the trunk of Louie's SUV, staring at the cabin perched on the cliff's edge. In the last 4 days, this place has somehow managed to feel more like home than anywhere I've lived since I was 14 years old. The rain has reduced to a fine, misty drizzle, coating the world in a soft focus and blurring the line between the gray sky and the churning ocean. For the last few days, I wasn't Tanner Sinclair, the rookie trying to prove himself. I wasn't the backup, or the kid with the single mom, or the guy terrified of letting anyone see the real him. I was just Tanner, and Louie was just Louie. "You okay back there, Sink?" Louie's voice cuts through the mist. He's standing by the passenger door, his good hand resting on the frame. He looks relaxed. The dark circles that have been under his eyes since his injury reduced to almost nothing. Lots of sleep and salt air has been healthy for both of us. "Yeah," I call back. "Enjoying the view one last time." I slam the trunk shut with a heavy, final-sounding thud before sliding into the driver's seat. The car smells of wet wool, stale coffee, and that underlying scent of expensive soap and musk that I'm starting to associate with Louie, with comfort. "Ready to head back to civilization?" Louie asks as we buckle up. "Not really," I admit, putting the car in gear. The gravel crunches under the tires as we roll down the drive, the towering spruce trees closing in around us like a tunnel. "We should come back," he says softly. "Maybe in the summer, when I can actually chop wood with 2 hands. My heart does a slow, heavy thud against my ribs. He's thinking about a future where we're still doing this. My heart flutters, and I have to bite my lip not to smile at the thought. The silence is easy and comfortable for the first part of the drive. Louie hums along to the radio, his head tipped back against the headrest, eyes closed. I keep one hand on the wheel, navigating the slick curves of Highway 101, letting myself believe that maybe, just maybe, I can have both. The career I've bled for, and this man who has somehow figured out how to make the noise in my head go quiet. Maybe I don't have to choose. Maybe Seattle can actually be home. We hit a stretch of road where the dense forest canopy opens up, reconnecting us with the world, and with the cell towers. Ping, 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 ping. The sound is jarring in the quiet cabin. Both our phones, resting in the center console, light up simultaneously. Notifications cascade down the screens as the world crashes back in. "Guess we're really back to reality," Louie mutters without opening his eyes. I glance down at my screen. A text message banner sits at the top. Sender, Carson Wells. My stomach drops. A text from the GM on a break week? That can't be good. I tap the screen, grateful Louie isn't looking. "Sinclair, you need to contact me as soon as possible. Urgent. Come into my office the moment you're back in town." The words blur. Urgent. Come to my office. My grip on the steering wheel tightens until my knuckles ache. My old familiar friend, anxiety bordering on panic, claws at my throat. Are they trading me? It's the first thought, but that's irrational. I'm the starter, and Lou won't be ready to play for several weeks yet. They still need me. Did someone see us? Ice floods my veins. If someone saw us at the lodge, if they took photos and put them online, shit, that wouldn't be good. The car's Bluetooth system interrupts my spiral with a phone call, the car's screen displaying the caller's name. Incoming call, Nicole Raymond, agent. Louis jerks upright, his eyes snapping open. Shit. He reaches for the console, tapping the screen to answer. Hey, Nick. Lou, how are you? I've never met the woman, but the excitement in her voice is obvious, even though I can only hear it leaking through his phone speaker. I've been trying to reach you all morning. Have you heard the trade rumors? Nah, I've been off grid for a couple days, Louis says. His tone is casual, but his posture stiffens. What's up? I know I can't be on the block. I've got the no trade clause. I can't make out her exact words, but I catch fragments. Minnesota. Hansen injured. Season ending. When I glance over at him, he's staring out the rainy windshield, his expression stony. The soft, relaxed man who woke up in my arms this morning has disappeared. Uh-huh, he says flatly. She starts talking again, but I can't make out the words. But whatever she's telling him doesn't sound good. His jaw tightens as he listens, and when he responds, he seems like he's forcing a lightness into his voice. Yeah. Okay, sure, yeah. I'll talk to you later then. After saying goodbye, he lowers the phone slowly, staring at the black screen for a second before dropping it back into the cup holder. The silence in the car has teeth now. Everything okay? I ask. The words are like ash in my mouth. Louis doesn't look at me. He adjusts his sling mechanically. Yeah, just some contract stuff. Boring shit. Nothing to worry about. Liar. I saw his face. I heard the tone. That wasn't boring contract stuff. Whatever his agent told him has him upset. My anxiety surges again. I want last night's version of Louis back. The guy who made me feel comfortable. Like I belong. Like I'm not a guest in my own life. I swallow hard. I got a text from Carson. He wants me in his office ASAP. Says it's urgent. Panic bleeds into my voice. I wait for Louis to shoot me a reassuring grin and make a dumb joke to cut the tension. But he doesn't. He stares straight ahead at the gray road stretching out in front of us. When he does respond, his voice is weirdly distant and detached. If Carson says it's urgent, don't make him wait. You should go straight there after I drop you off. I blink, stung. Lou? What's going on? It's fine, Tanner. Nothing to worry about. My shoulder's aching a little, that's all. More lies. He shoots me a smile. But he's not fooling me for 1 second. Something's going on. And for some reason, he can't or won't tell me what he knows. He pulls his phone out again and starts scrolling, effectively ending our conversation. The connection we built over the last 4 days snaps, just like that. The rest of the drive is a blur of rain and windshield wipers. I spend the whole time spinning out, overthinking and analyzing every variable like it's an Olympic event. Does he regret the trip? Did the call scare him? Is he pushing me away because I'm in some kind of trouble? I feel sick. We pull up to my building, not far from the practice rink, where Carson will be waiting for me. The rain's coming down harder, hammering against the roof of the SUV. I pull into a parking spot, but he stops me. You should just pull up to the front door. My place isn't far. I'll drive home from here. You should go see Carson right away. I nod, doing what he asks, and we both get out of the car. I can't stand this anymore, so before I grab my bag from the back, I stop him before he slides behind the wheel. Louis, wait. He turns to look at me, raindrops clinging to his eyelashes. He looks exhausted again. like the last 4 days of rest and relaxation never happened. Do you know something? I shouldn't ask him. Even if he knows anything, it's probably just a rumor. But I don't know any other way to ask him what's going on without sounding like I'm begging. And I don't beg. He looks at me for a moment before shaking his head, his eyes dropping to his shoes. Nah, kid. I don't know anything. But you should go meet Carson. He'll tell you what's going on. Right. Sure. Here, I say, handing him the keys. My hand brushes his, and he flinches. Actually flinches. Thanks for driving, he says. It sounds like a line from a script. Are we good? I ask, hating how small my voice sounds. He looks at my mouth, then up to my eyes. For a split second, the guy I spent the last few days with is there. But just as quickly, his expression shudders, and that guy is gone. He leans in and kisses me. But it's not like the kisses at the cabin. It's brief and impersonal, almost like a period at the end of a sentence. Or a goodbye. You better go see Carson, he says before turning to slide into his car. Don't keep him waiting. Lou, go, Tanner. I'll see you soon. I stand there in the rain, water dripping off my nose, watching helplessly as he drives off without looking back. I swipe my keycard to get into the garage, deciding not to bother taking my bag upstairs. I need to get to Carson to find out what's going on before I lose my mind. When I get into my car, my hands are shaking so bad I can barely start the engine. Our little bubble didn't just burst. It exploded. Walking through the Sasquatch practice facility to Carson's office feels like walking to the gallows. The cool air, the faint hum of the ice plant, and the smell of rubber mats and hockey gear are normally a comfort, but not today. My chest is tight with a familiar vice grip of anxiety, squeezing my lungs until breathing feels like something I need to think about, rather than an automatic function. I check my phone one last time as I approach the admin office, but there's nothing from Louie. Of course there's nothing. He kissed me goodbye like I was a distant relative he was seeing off at the airport, instead of someone he had spent the last 4 days in bed with. I shove the phone into my pocket and square my shoulders. Here goes. Carson's assistant, Kelly Garno, smiles when I walk in. Hi, Tanner, he's expecting you. Go ahead in, they say. I swallow hard before knocking. Come in. The Sasquatch's general manager is sitting behind his desk, flanked by floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the Seattle skyline. It's gray and rainy again, which seems appropriate given my mood. Hi, Tanner, have a seat. He gestures to the chairs across the desk. I guess we're getting right to the point. My knees wobble as I sit down, but I keep my face neutral. I'm going to cut right to it, Carson says, his voice low and steady. I received a call from the Minnesota Stars this morning. My heart slams against my ribs. Okay, I manage to say. It comes out like a croak. As you've probably heard, Connor Hansen, their starting goaltender, went down during their final game before the break. He's not going to be back in the lineup this season. I nod since I can't seem to find my voice at the moment. They are interested in acquiring your contract, Tanner. The air leaves the room. I blink, my brain scrambling as I try to process. They what? They've made a trade offer. A significant one. Carson opens the folder, glancing down at a sheet of paper before sliding it across the desk toward me. The offer is more in line with what an established starting goaltender would be worth. I stare at the paper, Names, numbers, assets, all in exchange for me. Why? I whisper. I've only played what? 15 games? Because their starter just went down with a groin tear, and they don't have a backup anywhere close to your caliber in their system. Their owner is impatient, and they need someone who can step up right away to carry the load. Carson leans forward, clasping his hands on the desk. You'd be their number one, effective immediately. My mouth goes dry. This is it. This is what I've worked my entire life for. A chance to be a starting NHL goalie. But, what about when Hansen comes back next season? Carson studies me from behind his horn-rimmed glasses. Well, obviously, there are no guarantees, but from what I gathered, they don't expect Hansen to come back. He's nearly 36, and his injury is significant. So there's a good chance he'll retire. Their number 2 goalie was injured earlier this season, and he's still rehabbing. He pauses, his gaze cool. This is the kind of opportunity that doesn't come along often, Tanner. It's the dream. This thing I've been chasing since I was 6 years old is being offered up to me on a silver platter. So why do I feel like I'm going to be sick? Carson pauses, letting his words sink in. I want to be clear, Carson says, leaning forward. This isn't standard procedure, and everything I'm telling you needs to be kept strictly confidential. As you know, players don't usually get advance notice when there's a trade being discussed. But I'm working to build a different culture here, together with the Evertons. We don't believe in treating players like assets on a balance sheet. We want everyone who wears a Sasquatch jersey to be fully committed to being here. That means we need to be upfront with you about any opportunities. Oh, right. Okay, I stammer. I don't know what I was expecting when I walked in here, but it definitely wasn't this. I guess I'm not sure what you want from me right now. I can't tell if Carson is telling me about this to give me a heads up that I might get traded, or if he wants something else. He looks me dead in the eye. I'm asking you for your thoughts, Tanner. What do you want? I open my mouth to respond, but I can't make words come out. Logic. The cold, hard Tanner Sinclair logic I've used to make all my decisions for years is screaming at me inside my head. Tell him you want it. Take it. Say yes. I'm not sure what to do here, I say stupidly, because who wouldn't take an opportunity like this? Carson's eyes soften and he nods. I know this probably wasn't what you were expecting, only a few months after getting to Seattle. But you should know that we don't want to trade you, Tanner. You're incredibly talented and you work hard. I see that, and so does Coach Shaw. But we believe that learning behind Louis is the best thing for your development. When you're ready, you'll be the face of this franchise. But once Tremblay's back, he's our starter. That's not changing anytime soon. He gestures to the paper in front of him. Minnesota is offering you the net right now. No waiting, no mentorship. So you have a decision to make. Oh, I murmur, my head spinning. It's a starting job in a hockey market. It solves my imposter syndrome. It's proof that I'm good enough. Plus, I wouldn't have to worry about the fact that I'm sleeping with the guy whose job I'm trying to take. But then my mind flashes back to the firelight reflecting in Louis' dark eyes, the sound of his laughter, and how he looked at me as we walked along the beach, like he was seeing all of me. You're not a guest here, he said. Not with me. For 4 days, I wasn't just a hockey player. I was Tanner. And I was happy. My voice shakes. I clear my throat, desperate for control. I don't want to leave Seattle. Carson's face relaxes a bit. I'm glad to hear that. But, I interrupt, the word sharp. The image of Louis in the car flashes through my mind. Just boring contract stuff. But what if it wasn't? What if his agent heard something about this? What if he's happy I might leave because it keeps his position as the starter safe? Were the past 4 days just a fling for him? Was I just an experiment? A way for him to figure out whether his attraction to men is curiosity or something more? What if I choose to stay here and I've read him all wrong? I need time to decide, I say abruptly. Carson glances at the clock on the wall. I understand. But the deadline's tight, Tanner. Minnesota's desperate, so they need to move fast. I just need a few hours, I plead. Carson studies me for a long moment before nodding. Okay. Get back to me by noon tomorrow. And remember, you might not get to your goal as fast as you want by staying here, but you will get there. We want you here, Tanner. You belong on this team. My stomach twists. It's like Carson Wells looked into my head and pulled out the exact right phrase to use to make this decision even harder. You belong on this team. Thanks, Carson. I bypass the elevator and take the stairs to the parking lot 2 at a time. The offer sitting on Carson's desk is everything I've ever thought I wanted. But as I hurry to my car, all I feel is confusion. I need to look Louis in the eye and ask him why he went cold on me. I need to know if the last 4 days were real or if I was just a convenient distraction. If he gives me one reason to stay, I'll fucking burn that trade offer to the ground.
Chapter 19. Louis. The silence in my condo presses against my eardrums. The TV is on, but I've got the volume muted. The voices of the announcers from the Toronto-Florida game were grating on my nerves. I'm sitting on the edge of my couch having a staring contest with Cookie, who is basking under his heat lamp. He does a slow, jerky push-up, tilts his scaly head, and gives me his most judgmental look. Yeah, I know, I mutter, rubbing my face with my good hand. I'm an asshole. You don't have to say it. Cookie flicks his tongue at me. It feels like an indictment of my character. My shoulder throbs. I should ice it. I should do my physio exercises. Instead, I'm sitting here replaying the last hour in my head like the game tape of a blowout loss. I lean back, closing my eyes, but the image of Tanner standing in the rain is burned into the back of my eyelids. He looked like a kicked puppy, wet, confused, and looking at me with those blue eyes that are usually analyzing everything around them. As I drove away, they were full of hurt. My chest squeezes, a physical pressure that has nothing to do with the torn muscle fibers in my shoulder and everything to do with the fact that I just ripped my own heart out and tossed it onto the wet pavement. I stand up, restless, and pace the length of the living room. 4 days ago, this was home. Now, after the last few days of soft firelight, the smell of cedar and sea salt, and the heat of Tanner's skin pressed against mine, this place feels like an empty museum. My phone sits silently on the kitchen island. I circle it like it's a bomb. Tanner's probably still with Carson. Or maybe he's done and he's sitting in his car right now processing the news that Nicole dropped on me during the drive home. Hanson's injury is bad, Lou. My agent's voice echoes in my head, bubbly and excited. The rumor is he's done. Minnesota is coming after Sinclair, and they're offering the moon. First-round pick, prospects. They're ready to hand him the keys to the franchise. I stop pacing and look out at the gray city. If they trade him, that's fucking fantastic for you, she'd said. Trading your backup while you're still out on IR, it shows how much confidence they have in you. They're still 100% committed to you as their starter, which means your contract extension offer is going to be great. She's right. It's great for my career. It's the job security I've been stressing about for 6 months. So why does it feel like shit? If Tanner stays here, what is he? I back up. He sits on the bench in a ball cap, opening the gate for me, waiting for me to fail or get hurt again. He deserves better, I say aloud to the empty room. Cookie stares at me, blinking one slow eye. Tanner is 23. He's explosive, technical, and hungry. He's a little rough around the edges, but in Minnesota, he'll be the guy, the star. He gets the validation he's been chasing his whole life, the proof that he's not just a guest in someone else's house. And there's only one reason for him to stay here. Me. And what am I offering him? A secret relationship with a guy who isn't even sure who he is anymore? A guy whose only serious relationship has been with the game of hockey? I always thought of myself as a goalie, and it's always been enough. But the way Tanner looks at me makes me feel like so much more. And I don't know what to do with that. A maybe relationship with me isn't a good reason for him to pass up an opportunity to achieve all his dreams. An opportunity that may not come up again for years. Minnesota is offering him everything he's ever wanted. The only thing I have to offer him is myself. The choice is obvious. I just wish it didn't make me feel like my insides were being scooped out with a melon baller. Bzzzt. The sound of my phone vibrating on the counter cuts through the silence, and Tanner's name lights up the screen. My hand twitches to answer it. I'm dying to tell him to come over so I can beg him not to go, to stay here with me so we can figure this out together. I want to make promises I don't know how to keep. I want to be selfish. But Tanner's worth more. I let the phone buzz. The silence that follows is deafening. I snatch up the remote, cranking the volume up until the noise drowns out the sound of the rain on my window and the heavy silence filling my condo. But it doesn't drown out the voices in my head telling me to grab onto him and never let him go. I'm doing the right thing. I want Tanner Sinclair to achieve all his dreams, to have everything he's ever wanted, even if it breaks my heart. I've been pacing since I ignored Tanner's incoming call half an hour ago, back and forth. Scrape the ice, tap the posts, focus on the puck. Except there is no puck. There's only my empty condo. I stop at the kitchen island and grab the spray bottle of granite cleaner. I wiped this counter 10 minutes ago, but I spray it again because if I stop moving, I feel like I'll get swamped with a tidal wave of regret. The smell of chemical lemon assaults my nose. I scrub hard enough that a jolt of pain shoots from my pec into my neck. Good. Physical pain I can handle. I can ice it or take a pill for it. I can't take a pill for the fact that I'm in the process of destroying one of the best things that's ever happened to me. Knock, knock, knock. I freeze, the rag clenched in my good hand. It's not the phone this time. Reality is standing in my hallway. I close my eyes for a second. Breathe in. I visualize my mask. Not the physical fiberglass and Kevlar one with the Sasquatch paint job, but the other one. The one I wear to face the media after a bad loss. The veteran Louis mask. The team guy mask. Relax the jaw. Unclench the fist. Smirk on standby. I walk to the door with my heart in my throat. I can do this. This is what's best for him. He deserves to have his dreams come true. This man deserves everything. I pull the door open. Tanner's standing there looking like a wet dog. His hoodie is soaking wet, and his hair is plastered to his forehead, dripping onto his nose. But it's his eyes that get to me. They're wide and almost frantic. He's breathing hard like he ran up the 12 flights of stairs instead of taking the elevator. I have to talk to you, he blurts out. The words tumble over each other. Why didn't you pick up your phone? Every cell in my body screams at me to reach out and wrap him up in my one good arm. I want to pull him inside, strip him out of those wet clothes, and spend the whole night warming him from the inside out. I want to show him how much he belongs here, How much he belongs with me. How I never want him to leave. Instead, I step back, creating distance between us as I swing the door wider, a silent invitation, but I keep my hand strictly to myself. Hi. Come in, I say. My voice is steady. Tanner steps over the threshold, dripping water onto the hardwood, and starts pacing immediately, mirroring the track I was wearing into the floor a few minutes ago. Minnesota wants to trade for me, Tanner says, his voice tight. He runs a hand through his wet hair, spiking it up. I'd be their #1 goalie. They want me to be the starter. That's incredible, Sink, I say. I move toward the kitchen, needing more distance between us. Carson said he doesn't want to trade me, but if I'd rather go, then he'll accept the trade offer. He turns to me, looking lost and so very alone. My chest feels like it's cracking wide open. The analytical machine that usually runs Tanner Sinclair's brain seems to be glitching. Lou, he told me I belong here, but he won't hold me back if I want to go. It's a starting job. He stops pacing and looks at me across the counter, searching my face. He's begging me to give him the other option. He wants me to tell him, you belong with me more. I look at him. If he stays with the Sasquatch, he's my backup. He sits on the bench in a ball cap, watching me play. And eventually the light in his eyes dims. Eventually, when he looks at me, the only thing he'll see is the guy standing in his way. Not the guy he wants to be with. I'll be the anchor dragging him down. I refuse to be the reason his career stalls. My shoulder throbs in protest as I stiffen my spine. Tanner, I say calmly. My voice is the one of the guy who's been in this league for 12 years and knows how it works. Look at the math. The math, he blinks. I'll be back in a few weeks. I have a no-move clause. This is my net. That hasn't changed. Tanner flinches like I threw a puck at him. Minnesota is handing you the keys, I continue. You don't say no to the NHL, Sink. Not when they're offering to make you their #1 guy at 23. I don't care about being the guy right now, he snaps, stepping closer to the island. You should, I shoot back. Because if you stay here, you're riding the bench, kid. What if I can play until I'm 40? Is that what you want? To waste your prime years watching me play? I harden my expression. Don't settle for being a backup because it's comfortable. Tanner looks stunned. He stands on the other side of the kitchen island across from me, gripping the edge of the counter so hard his knuckles are white. It's not about being comfortable, he rasps. It's about the last 4 days. I thought... He cuts himself off. Were the last 4 days just comfortable for you? He spits out. His eyes are wide, pleading for me to deny it. My stomach rolls over as bile rises in the back of my throat. I have to look him in the eye and minimize the most meaningful week of my life. I have to make him believe the last few days were nothing more than a distraction. I lean back against the cabinets, putting a few more inches of distance between us. It was a break, Sink, I say. I force a shrug, which sends a spike of agony through my shoulder, but I don't let it show. It was a good time. I enjoyed it, but we knew this was going to have to end at some point. Tanner goes completely still. It was fun, I say, the words bitter on my tongue. But it's not real life. Real life is that contract Minnesota's offering you. He absorbs the hit, and before my eyes, the vulnerability he allowed me to see, the softness he woke up with this morning disappears. He pulls it inside and slams the doors shut. His posture straightens, his jaw locks, and his bright blue eyes turn to gray ice. He gives me a sharp, jerky nod, like a mechanical acknowledgement of data received. Right, he says, his voice flat and emotionless. Okay, I get it. Just, wanted to check. He turns to the door and I brace myself for him to look back, to tell me I'm full of shit, to fight for us. But he doesn't. He doesn't. He walks to the door, opens it, and walks out into the hallway without breaking stride. The door clicks shut behind him with a final thud. I hold it together for exactly 1 second before my legs give out. I slide down the front of the cabinets until I hit the floor. The impact jars my shoulder, and a white-hot stab of pain tears through my chest, but it's nothing compared to the hollow ache in the center of my ribcage. I let my head fall back against the cabinet door, squeezing my eyes shut as the suffocating, lonely silence rushes back in. From across the room, there's a frantic rustling sound. Cookie is scrabbling around in his terrarium. When I lift my head to look at him, he stops, looking back at me and tilting his head as if to say, "You're a damn fool." I let out a breath that turns into a shudder. "Go be great, kid," I whisper.
Chapter 20. Tanner. I close my apartment door behind me, and the lock clicks shut with a heavy, expensive thud, shutting out rain in the city. I wish it could shut out the noise and chaos in my head, but it doesn't. But I keep going. I don't collapse. I don't slide down the door like a character in a movie who just got his heart broken. I don't have time for that. I have a system. I toe off my sneakers and place them on the rubber mat, the heels perfectly aligned with the edge. I peel off my soaked hoodie. The fabric is heavy, and it smells like wet pavement. I take it to the bathroom and hang it over the shower rod to drip. Then I grab a towel and rub it roughly over my short hair. Look at the math. Louis' voice is a loop in my head. You don't say no to the NHL. I walk into my perfectly clean, organized kitchen. It looks exactly like it did the day I moved in, minus a few protein powder containers on top of the fridge. There are no photos on the walls, no throw blankets on the couch, no mess. It looks like almost anyone could live here. It's not a home. It's more like the place of someone who's ready to up and leave at a moment's notice. No fuss, no trouble. Someone who's low maintenance. I sit at my small glass dining table, the surface cold against my forearms. I open my laptop, the screen casting a blue glow in the dim room. The email from Carson is there with the details of the trade, if I want it. It's right there in black and white. A significant jump in salary, along with a bunch more bonuses for consistent play, number of games played, and even more if the team makes the playoffs. I should be over the damn moon. This is it. This is the thing I've been grinding for since I was 9 years old, dragging used pads across the ice in a freezing community rink. I'm looking at a starting job in the NHL. I'm looking at the proof that I'm not just a scholarship kid with secondhand gear. The math says I'm ahead. So why do I feel like I'm going to throw up? This is a chance for greatness. The chance to become the face of the team for as long as my career lasts. But looking at the offer, I don't feel happiness or excitement. I don't even feel fear or nerves. The only thing I feel is the sick, hollow nausea churning in my gut. I close the laptop with a snap and stand, needing to move, to do something with myself that isn't sitting still. I grab my duffel bag to start unpacking. I unzip it, intending to sort the laundry, to put everything in its place. Then I pull out the flannel shirt I wore yesterday morning. The scent of cedar and wood fire hits me first. Underneath that is the clean, sharp smell of the ocean and the specific, warm scent of Louis. Suddenly, it hurts to breathe, and I struggle to suck in a jagged breath. Suddenly, I'm not in my sterile apartment. I'm back on the cliffside path beside the ocean, the wind turning my cheeks ruddy, and the waves crashing below. Lou's voice is rough and full of sincerity. You're not a guest here, Tanner. Not with me. I grip the flannel shirt, my knuckles turning white. Then I hear his words from half an hour ago, standing in his kitchen. It was a break. It's not real life. His expression was hard, his eyes cold, like he was wearing a mask. I look around my apartment that looks more like a show home or an upscale hotel. I am a guest in my own life here. If I go to Minnesota, I'll get a bigger apartment. Maybe even a house that I'll fill with expensive furniture I don't care about. I'll be the starting goalie on the city's NHL team. But I'll still be a guest. I'll still be hiding my sexuality, hiding a huge part of myself so I don't rock the boat for anyone or cause any inconvenience. I'll be low maintenance, Tanner, useful and efficient. But I'll be alone. My brain, usually my best weapon, finally reboots. The emotional noise clears, and the analytical engine kicks in. I stop staring at the offer and start analyzing everything that happened over the last few hours. I replay the conversation with Lou in his kitchen. I try to take my hurt out of it for a second and remember exactly what was said, what he looked like, his body language, all the variables, looking at the data. Louis stood there telling me it was a fling. He told me it was just for fun, that it didn't matter to him whether I stuck around or not. But when I first got to his place, he didn't look like someone who didn't care. He looked devastated. And when he said, "Look at the math," he shrugged, trying to make me think he believed what he was saying. But he didn't look at me. He looked down at his hands and then at the floor. The corners of his mouth were turned down. If he really didn't care, he would have been able to look me in the eye. He might have been feeling relieved, but he wouldn't have been acting like he was hurt or like he was feeling guilty about hurting me. He wouldn't have looked like he wanted to throw up. If you stay here, you're riding the bench, kid. That's what he's afraid of. Not us. He's afraid of me failing to reach my goal. He thinks the job is the most important thing in the world to me. Because that's what I've always shown him. That's what I told him. That's what I've believed. He's pushing me away because he believes I need to take that job to realize all my dreams. And he's trying to make it easier for me. He thinks I want the starting job more than I want him. Maybe that was true a few months ago. Hell, maybe it was even true a few weeks ago. But it's not true anymore. I look down at the flannel shirt in my hands. The smell of the fire is already fading. If I accept this offer and go to Minnesota, it'll be gone forever. I swore a long time ago that I wouldn't be a burden. I watched my mom struggle, saw how hard she worked, and I learned to make myself small, to require as little as possible so I didn't add to her stress. I learned that being good meant being easy. Louis is doing what I've done my entire life, making himself small, because he thinks that will make life easier for someone else, me. And I don't ever want to be the reason anyone, especially Louis Tremblay, tries to make himself small. I drop the shirt back into the bag. I don't want to go to Minnesota. I don't care about being the number one goalie if it means starting over in another city where, once again, I'll be a guest in my own life. Louis made a calculation, but he used the wrong variables. He thought what I wanted was to be the starting goalie on an NHL team, no matter what. It turns out that's not what I want more than anything. What I want is to belong. To feel wanted and important. And to be a valuable part of something bigger than me. Even though I've only been part of the Sasquatch for a few months, I'm already starting to feel those things. Louis Tremblay is the biggest part of that. I want Louis more than I want to be the #1 goalie for the Minnesota Stars. I'm happy to be the backup for as long as it takes, if it means I get a chance to be with him. I grab my keys off the counter, not bothering to grab my phone, since I'm not going to call him. I need to take some ownership of my life before I can ask him if he wants to be part of it. I yank the door open and march back out into the hallway. The admin offices at the practice facility are quiet. The receptionist's desk is empty. The computer monitors are dark. The usual hum of chatter is absent. But even though it's getting late, I knew our GM would still be here. It should feel eerie. A few hours ago, walking down this hallway felt like marching toward a firing squad. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and my palms were sweating so badly I had to wipe them on my pants before walking into Carson's office. This time feels different. I walk steadily and confidently, like I'm sliding into the crease for the start of the third period with a 3-goal lead. I've done my homework, so I know all their players, from their top guns right down to their fourth liners. I know where they like to shoot from, their favorite angles, and who's more likely to fake a shot and pass it to a teammate rather than shooting it through traffic. I know exactly what I need to do to protect this win. When I get to Carson's office door, I don't hesitate. I lift my hand and knock firmly, more like a statement than a question, and push the door open when he answers. He's sitting behind his desk as usual. I swear the man must sleep here. The room smells like coffee and expensive leather, but it's somehow both intimidating and comfortable at the same time. He looks up, his eyebrows shooting toward his hairline when he sees me standing in the doorway. He says something quick and low into the phone he's got pressed to his ear, and then takes his glasses off. Tanner? He checks the heavy watch on his wrist. I didn't expect to see you back here tonight. He looks tired. The lines around his eyes are deeper than usual. He gestures to the empty chair in front of his desk. Have a seat. Did you have questions? No questions, I say, but I stay standing. When you're a guest, you sit where you're told. You fold yourself up so small, you don't take up too much space. I'm done with that. I plant my feet shoulder-width apart, taking up space in the center of the room. I don't need until noon tomorrow, I say with confidence. I know my answer now. Carson leans back, studying me. The GM mask is firmly in place. Stoic, unreadable, and a little intimidating. Okay. The glossy Minnesota Stars logo is on the folder sitting on his desk, on top of a stack of papers. It's a ticket to everything I'm supposed to want. I don't want to go to Minnesota, I say. I want to stay with the Sasquatch. Carson doesn't blink or smile. He laces his fingers together on top of the desk and gives me a hard look. You understand what you're turning down, right, Tanner? His voice is low and measured. Taking this opportunity could fast-track your career. Staying with the Sasquatch means you'll likely be in the back seat until Tremblay decides to retire. Are you going to be okay with that? Not just today, but for the next couple of years or more. It's the same argument Louis used in his kitchen. You'll be riding the bench, kid. It's the logical argument. I know, I say. It doesn't make sense on paper. And maybe a few weeks ago I would have jumped. But I think of my pristine apartment, the flannel shirt I almost packed away, I've spent my whole life feeling like a guest, I say. Different teams, different billet families, different apartments that are all the same. I know how to pack my bags in 10 minutes and move on. Low maintenance. I suck in a deep, grounding breath. I'm tired of packing my bags, I say. You told me I belong on this team. I believe you. I'd rather be a backup in Seattle than a starter anywhere else. Carson watches me for a long beat, like he's looking for a sign that I'm making an emotional decision I'll regret later. I don't give him one. We're building something here, I add, keeping my voice firm. I want to be here when we win. Slowly, the tension in Carson's shoulders drops. He lets out a long breath and smiles, his dark eyes lighting up with something that looks like relief. He looks 10 years younger. I'm very glad to hear that, Tanner, he says. He takes the Minnesota folder and drops it into his bottom desk drawer before sliding it shut with a decisive thud. I didn't want to lose you. We believe you're the future of this team. I brought it to you because I wanted to make sure you believe in the Sasquatch too. The knot of tension in my chest finally begins to loosen. I really do, I say, believing it. Carson stands up and rounds the desk. He extends a hand. It doesn't feel like a regular, perfunctory handshake between a boss and an employee. It feels like a promise. An agreement between two people who want the same thing. Good, he says, gripping my hand firmly. You do belong here. I'm so glad you know that. He smiles. Now go home and get some sleep. You've got practice in the morning. I will. I turn to walk out of his office, but before I get there, I turn back to him. Thank you, Carson. This feeling like I belong here, it means a lot to me. He nods, returning my smile. I know, Tanner. I'm glad you're here, on a personal level, as well as professional. The hallway is just as quiet as it was before, but the air feels different, lighter. I push through the doors and step out into the cool Seattle rain. I take a deep breath, tasting the damp air. Step one is done. I look toward the parking lot, half expecting to see Louie's truck, but the lot is empty except for my car and Carson's. I unlock my car, the beep echoing in the empty lot. I'm not a guest anymore. I'm home. And I'm going to fight for it.
Chapter 21. Louis. The emptiness of my condo makes it seem like the walls are closing in on me. Rain lashes against the floor-to-ceiling windows, distorting the lights of the city below as I pace back and forth across the floor, wearing a divot into the hardwood. My shoulder's aching, dull but relentless, but that pain is nothing compared to what's going on in my head. And my heart. And the worst thing is that I did it to myself. I stop in front of Cookie's terrarium. He's lounging on his basking rock, his head tilted and one reptilian eye fixed on me. He looks bored and, as usual, kind of judgy. Don't look at me like that, I snap. Jesus, things must be bad if I'm snapping at my little bearded buddy. Cookie doesn't move, though. He stares at me like he knows what I did, and he's dying to tell me I'm an idiot. Go be great, kid. That's what I said. Like I'm some kind of martyr. I sent Tanner Sinclair off to Minnesota to be the star he deserves to be, because there's not enough room for both of us in Seattle. I checked my phone for the 50th time in the last 10 minutes. It's almost 10 p.m. Maybe Tanner's already packing, or maybe he's on with his agent going over last-minute details before the paperwork gets finalized, probably first thing in the morning. And there are no take-backs in the NHL. Once those papers are signed, he's gone. I rotate my shoulder. It's still stiff, but the range of motion is there. The surgery worked. I'm healing. In a few weeks, I'll be the starting goaltender for the Seattle Sasquatch again. And that's the problem. As long as I'm on the active roster, Tanner's blocked. He's the backup. If I wasn't standing in his way, the Sasquatch couldn't trade him. He could have everything he wants, everything he deserves, and stay where he belongs. Here. With me. My heart hammers in my chest as I grab my phone and scroll through my contacts to Carson Wells. It's late. You don't call your general manager at 10:30 at night unless someone is in jail or dead. I don't give one tiny rat's ass. I hit the green call button. Louie? Carson's voice is surprised. Is everything okay? I'm sorry to call so late, Carson, but I have to talk to you, I say. My voice is like gravel. No? Carson asks, clearly surprised. It can't wait. It's about Tanner. There's silence for a moment. You have my address? Yes, I'll be there in half an hour. I end the call before he can reply, then grab my keys, throw on a hoodie, and shove my feet into my sneakers. Cookie watches me go, his head tracking my movement to the door. I'm fixing it, I tell my lizard. I'm fixing it. The drive to Mercer Island is a blur of rain and red taillights. My wipers slash back and forth on high speed, fighting a losing battle against the weather, but I don't slow down. My mind drifts back to a few years ago when we won the Cup. An expansion team. A bunch of cast-offs. Guys other teams didn't bother to protect. Players they figured they could live without. We were stitched together from everyone else's leftovers. And somehow we went all the way. We won the whole damn thing. It was the sweetest victory any of us could have imagined, because every single guy in that room had something to prove. And man, did we ever prove it. I think about the 2 Vezina trophies I won for being the best goalie in the entire league. The first was only my 3rd year in the league, and the second was with the Sasquatch, the year we won it all. I think about the way I still get a chill down my spine when the crowd screams, "Lou!" The way fresh ice feels under my skates before I scrape it up. The perfection of a crisp, clean edge of a freshly cut crease. Then I think about Tanner. How he built me a pillow nest so I could sleep more easily after my injury. The almost childlike joy and awe on his face when he stared out at the stormy ocean off the Pacific Northwest coast. The way his bright blue eyes turned to a steely gray color when he's hungry for me. The gentle tone of his voice and his sweet, almost shy smile when I told him he would never be a guest when he's with me. Retirement. Even the word makes me uneasy. My entire life, I've thought of myself as a hockey player. I don't know who I am without it. But when I'm with Tanner, somehow I feel like something more than just a player. I don't know exactly what comes next if my days aren't filled with practices and games and travel, but for the first time, that uncertainty doesn't feel like a terrifying void. It feels like possibility, and with Tanner beside me, I'm not afraid to find out. I can't imagine a life without hockey, but what's worse is imagining one where I hang on too long. Where I become that guy people watch with pity, shaking their heads, wondering why he didn't know when to walk away. Tanner's 23 and brilliantly talented. He deserves to be a starting goalie. Sure, we could work together a little longer. Hell, I've got a lifetime of tricks I could teach him, and I'd love to do it. But he won't need me forever. He'll be ready soon. I've heard stories about how Minnesota's front office likes to chew up young players and spit them out. I know Tanner will be able to deal with it, and if he goes, he'll be a huge success. But he'll be alone again. He'll slip back into feeling like a guest in his own life, retreating into the safety of data and numbers and analysis. And eventually, the game will freeze him from the inside out. I can't let any of that happen. As I exit the highway onto the darker, winding roads of Mercer Island, my heart is in my throat. What if I'm too late? What if he's already signed? What if I've missed this chance at a life I never even knew I wanted, but now need more than anything? I pull up to Carson's gate and punch in the code. The iron gates swing open slowly and ominously. His modern-style home is stunning, all glass and cedar with incredible views across Lake Washington to Seattle. Lights are on downstairs, making the house look warm and inviting. I pull up to the front and sit there for a moment, listening to the rain on a roof like a drum roll. Here goes nothing. As soon as I get out of my SUV, the rain soaks through my hoodie, plastering it to my back. But it feels good, in a weird sort of way. I don't run to the door. I march. A few seconds later, the heavy wood door opens and Carson Wells stands there wearing gray sweatpants and a faded college t-shirt, his glasses perched on his nose. At first, he looks confused, but as he takes me in, his expression turns to concern. "Louis?" he says, stepping back. "Jesus, come in out of the rain." I step into the foyer. I'm dripping on his expensive slate tile. I don't wait for an invite to the living room. I don't take off my shoes. I turn to face him. My heart is pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat, choking me. "Don't trade him," I say. My voice is steady. Steadier than I feel. Carson frowns, closing the door behind me. "Louis, let's go sit and talk about this. Tanner..." "I'm going to retire, Carson." He freezes, a blank, stunned look on his face. "What?" "My shoulder," I lie. I look him right in the eye, summoning every ounce of acting ability I have. "I don't think it's healing properly. The docs say it looks good, but I know my body, and I don't think I'm ever going to get back to where I was, Carson. I'm done." "Louis," Carson says, his voice turning gentle. "I'm retiring," I repeat, louder this time. I take a step toward him. Effective immediately. I take a shuddery breath. This is harder than I imagined. "You can't trade him if I'm not here. He needs to be the starter. The team needs him." I swallow the rest of my words. I need him. Carson doesn't say anything at first. He stands there in his foyer in his soft guy-at-home uniform, looking at me like I've sprouted antlers. Rainwater drips off my hoodie and hits his slate tile with steady little taps. My shoulder throbs like it wants to remind me this is real, even if the words coming out of my mouth aren't the God's honest truth. Carson's eyes flick down to my wet shoes, then back up to my face before he lifts a hand and scrubs it down his own face as if he's trying to wake himself up. And then, for some inexplicable reason, he smiles. It's a small smile, like he's watching a kid try to bluff at poker with a hand of garbage. It is most definitely not the smile of an NHL team general manager whose franchise goaltender just announced out of the blue that he's retiring. My temper spikes so hard it's like someone jammed smelling salts under my nose. "Are you serious?" I snap. His smile doesn't disappear. Fuck me sideways, it actually seems to grow. "Did you hear me?" I take a step closer, water squishing in my sneakers. "I said I'm done." Carson holds my stare for a long beat. He just waits, like he's waited out a lot of men in a lot of rooms. "You should come in," he says, nodding toward the living room. "Before you flood my entryway." "I don't need a tour," I bark. Because seriously, what the actual fuck? "Louis." His tone isn't angry, but it does command attention. The man might be the youngest GM in the league, but I can understand how he's achieved this position. His tone brooks no argument. I clench my jaw tightly as I follow him into his living room. The house smells like cedar and expensive coffee. He gestures to the couch before sitting in a chair across from it. He looks like he belongs in every room he walks into. Meanwhile, I'm still dripping rain on his floor like a Labrador retriever. Carson studies me again with that calm, practiced gaze. "Okay," he finally says. "Tell me what's going on." I swallow hard. The lie is sitting on my tongue like a stone. "My shoulder isn't right," I say, keeping my voice steady. "It's not coming back the way it should. He narrows his eyes slightly, but his expression gives nothing away. And you decided this tonight, he says. Yes. And this is about Tanner, he says, like he's connecting dots on a whiteboard. It's about the team, I say, too fast. His mouth twitches like he's biting back a smile. Again. Don't trade him, I say. If I retire, he doesn't have to go. He can be your starter. He could be your future. Carson leans back in his chair. You're too late, he says. I blink. What? He came to see me a few hours ago, he cuts me off. He instructed me to turn it down. The words don't land right away. I stare at him. No. Carson's gaze doesn't waver. Yes. But how could he do that? Something in me lurches. At first it's shock, but quickly it turns to anger. Not at Carson. At myself. I took the one thing Tanner wanted, belonging, and I threw it back at him like it meant nothing. I told him what we had wasn't real life. And he still turned down his starting position. Did he do this for me? No, he couldn't have. Could he? I drag a hand through my wet hair, yanking hard enough it stings. I don't understand. He told me he'd rather be your backup than be a starter anywhere else. He believes in the Sasquatch, and he wants to be part of what we're building here. You're the biggest part of that, Louis. He continues, his voice quiet but sure. And then you come storming in here tonight ready to retire, to make sure he gets to live his dream. I stare at him. For a second, the room tilts. Carson's mouth twitches again. I've never seen two guys fight so hard to give the other guy the spotlight. He shifts forward in his chair, resting his elbows on his knees. Lou, I'm going to ask you a question. I nod, still trying to process. This decision to retire, is this about your injury? Carson says. Or is this about Tanner? Silence fills the space between us as the rain taps against the windows. My throat works like I'm trying to swallow something that doesn't fit. I look down at my hands, calloused and rough with scarred knuckles. Tanner's hands are smaller than mine, but just as strong, precise. Gentle when he helped me dress. Steady when he held my jaw and kissed me like he was dying for me. It's about him, I admit, my voice low. Carson nods like he was expecting that answer. Okay, he says. Then let's talk about a different option. I tilt my head, looking at him through narrowed eyes. What do you mean? There's only one net. There's only one net, but it's a long season, Louis. Carson stands and walks to the kitchen area that overlooks the living room we're sitting in. He grabs 2 bottles of sparkling water out of a wine fridge tucked under the counter and walks back to his chair, pausing to hand me a bottle. He twists the cap, takes a sip, then looks at me over the rim. The league is changing, he says. Teams are protecting their starting goaltenders a lot more than they used to. It's working for both players and teams. You're talking about a tandem system. Carson nods. Mostly, yes. But what I have in mind is a little different. I'm envisioning something closer to a player-coach hybrid role. You'll still play, but a large part of your role would be focused on coaching and mentoring the more junior goalies in our system. Not just Sinclair, but also McWhittier and anyone else our scouts identify as having potential. My heart speeds up again, this time not with fear and dread, but with excitement. I've never considered that, I say. But suddenly I remember how amazing it felt when I was watching Tanner play and I could see him finally master a move I'd been teaching him. The pride I feel when he's playing well. The feeling is nearly as good as when it's me in the crease. I don't need you to play 60 games, he says. I need you to play 35. And then, when you're really ready to think about retirement. He pauses, giving me a pointed look. If things are working, there will be opportunity to transition into a full-time goalie coaching role, if that's something you want. My chest tightens with relief as I realize what Carson is offering me. A chance at a future where I don't have to leave the game completely behind. Where I don't have to worry about being the guy who hangs on so tightly that someone has to drag me off the ice. Louis, Carson says gently, your value to this team has never been just about stopping pucks. You're a hell of a goalie, obviously. But you're also the guy who can get Casey McWhittier to smile after a brutal practice, who can pull Sinclair out of his own head when he starts to spiral. You keep the guys loose when the pressure's on, and you don't sugarcoat the hard truths when someone needs to hear them. You know how to motivate people. Every single man in that locker room respects you. He holds my gaze. That matters. I swallow hard, my throat tight. Thank you. Even if you don't come back the same player you were before, Louis, you need to understand that if you retire now before you need to, the only thing you're doing is taking away what you can still give this team. And what you can give Tanner. My throat burns and I blink hard again. He needs your mentorship, Lou. Carson continues. He's talented and hungry. But he's also alone. His eyes flicker so briefly it's almost imperceptible. But it's as if he knows exactly what it's like to feel alone, even while surrounded by people. I drag a hand down my face, hard. Okay. That's a lot to think about. Carson nods. It is. To be clear, Louis, I'm not accepting your retirement right now. We'll talk again after you've had a chance to, think about it some more. Okay. I get to my feet feeling a little sheepish, but also desperate to find Tanner and fix what I broke. Thank you, Carson. He stands as well, but the smile on his face doesn't reach his eyes. He nods. You're welcome, Louis. Now go find him. Make him listen. Because we need both of you. My pulse kicks into overdrive as I get into my car. But this time it's not panic. It's urgency. Because I can fix this. I'm going to find Tanner Sinclair and I'm going to tell him the truth. All of it, no matter how ugly or scary it feels. Because I'm done pretending this thing between us is casual. Or that he doesn't belong right here. With me. Chapter 22. Louis. The windshield wipers of my SUV are fighting a losing war against the Seattle downpour as I skid into the empty parking lot of the practice facility. I slam it into park right next to Tanner's car. I'm fixing this. I burst out of the truck, ignoring the rain soaking through my hoodie for the second time tonight, and sprint for the side entrance. I key in my code, beep, beep, click, and yank the heavy metal door open. It's midnight. The lobby is dark, lit only by the green glow of the exit signs and the hum of the vending machines. Usually this place is full of noise, shouting, laughter, bags thumping against walls. Tonight the silence is heavy. I push through the double doors leading to Rink A. I hear the sound right away. Shh-chick, scrape. Shh-chick. It's the distinct rhythmic sound of steel blades carving into ice. It's colder in here than outside. The familiar, comfortable sense of recycled air, rubber mats, and Zamboni exhaust mingling together. I walk to the glass, staying in the shadows. Tanner's in the far crease doing technical edgework. Butterfly slides, T-pushes. Over and over he repeats the series of movements. Push, slide, stop, reset. Push, slide, stop, reset. He's moving like a machine, crisp, efficient, and utterly soulless. He's not training. He's pushing himself. I know that look. I know exactly what he's doing because I've done it 1,000 times. He's trying to turn off his brain. He's trying to work through his confusing emotions using the physics of his skate blades and the biology of exhaustion. His jersey is soaked through, and he's not wearing his chest protector, so it clings to his chest. Even from here, I can see how heavily he's breathing. He's been here for hours. While I was sitting in my condo feeling sorry for myself, he was here, grinding himself into dust. A jagged ache rips through my chest that has nothing to do with my surgically repaired pectoral muscle. I step into the player's bench and climb over the boards, my sneakers landing on the rubber matting with a heavy thud. "You're going to grind your steel down to nothing, Sink," I call out, my voice echoing in the cavernous rink. Tanner freezes mid-slide. He stands up slowly, rotating his hips to face me. His mask is sitting on the top of the net. His short blonde hair is wet with sweat, plastered to his forehead. He doesn't offer me a smile. He doesn't look relieved to see me. He looks more like a fortress with the drawbridge pulled up. His blue eyes are flat, analyzing me like I'm an opposing forward he needs to read. "If you're here to tell me to take the offer, don't bother," he says, his voice hoarse. "I made my choice. I'm staying here." He thinks I'm here to lecture him and finish the job I started in my kitchen, to push him away for his own good. "I know," I call back. "Carson told me." Tanner stiffens. He waits, clearly expecting me to tell him he's being an idiot, that he needs to take the trade offer and go to Minnesota. I don't. Instead, I step off the rubber matting. My sneaker hits the ice. It's a stupid, dangerous thing to do. I'm recovering from major surgery, and sneakers aren't exactly made for walking on ice. I slip immediately, my feet scrambling for purchase, my good arm windmilling to keep my balance. A bolt of pain shoots through my shoulder as I jar it. "Louie!" Tanner barks. He lunges toward me, his robot armor shattering as his instincts take over. "What the fuck are you doing?" he snaps, panic bleeding into his anger as he reaches me, coming to a stop a couple of feet away. "You're gonna fall and fuck up your shoulder." I ignore him. I shuffle closer to him, sliding carefully across the ice. "I'm not here to yell at you," I say breathlessly, my focus locked on him. He looks torn between reaching out to grab me and force me off the ice and backing away to protect himself. "Then go home, Lou," he says, his voice tight. "I'm working." "I want to see Carson," I say. He frowns. "What?" "I went to his house. I told him I was retiring." The words hang in the cold air. Tanner goes completely still. His jaw hangs open. He knows what hockey means to me. He knows I don't have much of an identity outside of the game. The idea that I would quit for him doesn't compute. "You... what?" he whispers. He's taller than me since he's on skates. I look up at him, and all I can do is hope he can see how sincere I am. "I had it all wrong," I say. My voice cracks, but I don't even care. "In the kitchen. I was trying to do what was right for you, but I was so wrong." He stares down at me, his chest heaving. He's trembling slightly. Or maybe that's me. "I tried to push you away because I thought you needed to be a starting goalie more than you needed me," I say, shuffling a few inches further into his space, close enough to feel the cold radiating off his pads. "But I was wrong. And I thought I needed hockey more than I need you." I shake my head, water dripping from my hair into my eyes. "But I was so stupid, Tanner. I need you more than hockey. More than anything. You're my home. And I'm not playing another game if it's not with you."
Tanner. Lou's words hang in the air between us. I'm not playing another game if it's not with you. My brain, usually a high-speed processor of angles, velocity, and probability, grinds to a halt. I stare at him, standing there in his soaked hoodie and sneakers on the fresh sheet of ice. Louis Tremblay is hockey. I grew up studying him. I've watched him in the locker room. The way he loves everything about it, from the other players to the equipment guys, right down to the gear and the jerseys. And I've also seen the fear in his eyes when he thinks about life without the game. And yet, he walked into Carson's home tonight and tried to put an end to his career. Not because his shoulder is broken, not because he's too old. He did it for me. Suddenly, I can see it all. He wasn't pushing me away because he didn't want me. He was pushing me away because he loves me enough to let me go. And when I wouldn't go, he tried to burn his own world down to make space for mine. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but my throat is locked tight. Louis shifts his weight, trying to close the distance between us. But physics is a bitch, and he starts to go down, his eyes going wide as his feet start to slide out from under him. Shit! My body moves before my brain can issue the command. I lunge at him, my skates biting deep into the ice to anchor me as I reach for him. I catch him by the front of his sodden hoodie, hauling him upright. The momentum slams him into my chest, hard. His good hand clutches at my jersey, bunching the fabric in a death grip. He's heavy against me, solid and warm, and smelling like rain and desperate, stupid bravery. You idiot, I choke out. The words are jagged, scraping my throat. You were going to quit? You were actually going to quit? Louis looks up at me. His wet hair is plastered to his forehead, but his eyes are burning. I'm fixing it, he gasps, his breath ghosting against my chin. I tried to be noble, Sink, but I suck at it. I can't do it. I can't let you leave. I wasn't leaving, I say, and my voice breaks. I already told Carson no. I know, Louis says. He lets go of my jersey to cup my face with his good hand, his thumb stroking over my cheekbone. His touch burns through the cold sweat on my skin. But I didn't want you to have to fight for your spot. I wanted to give it to you. That's when the logic I've been using for everything crumbles. Suddenly, all the info, all the data, none of it matters. The only thing that matters is the heat of his hand on my face and the way he's looking at me. Like I'm the most important thing in his universe. More than any trophy. More than the game itself. I don't need you to give me anything, I whisper. I just need you. He lets out a sound that's a half laugh, half sob. You got me, Tanner. You got me. I don't wait. I can't. I drop my blocker and catcher, sliding one arm around his waist to hold him steady against me, tangle my other hand into the wet hair at the nape of his neck, and crush my mouth against his. It's not a slow, gentle exploration. It's messy and desperate and filled with urgency. It's the feeling of drowning and finally breaking the surface. Louis makes a wrecked noise in his throat and melts against me. He tastes like rain and coffee and relief. The cold air of the rink presses against us, but everywhere we touch is inferno hot. I kiss him until I forget about the trade rumors, forget about Minnesota, forget about feeling alone and my fear of being a burden. I'm not a guest with Louis. You don't kiss a guest like this. You don't sacrifice your identity for a guest. I pull him closer, lifting him slightly so his sneakers are barely touching the ice, anchoring him to me. For the first time in my life, I don't feel like I have to earn my place. I'm just here, and I'm wanted. When we finally break apart, we're both gasping. Louis rests his forehead against mine, his eyes closed. There's a third option, he whispers against my mouth. I blink, my brain slowly coming back online. What? Carson, he murmurs, opening his eyes. They're dark and soft. He wouldn't accept my retirement, He has a plan. A tandem. I pull back just enough to see his face. A tandem? More than that, Louis says, a hint of his usual crooked grin returning. He wants me to transition into a player-coach role. I play 30, 35 games, but you take the heavy load. You're the starter, Sink. But I stay. I mentor you. I coach McWhittier. I help build the system. He searches my gaze, anxious now. I stay in the net, he says, his voice dropping lower. But I share it. With you. I stare at him. It's perfect. It handles every variable. It gives the team stability. It gives Louis a future that doesn't end in a hard stop. And it gives me the starting job. But most importantly, it keeps both of us right here, together, on the bench, in the locker room, in life. A genuine smile breaks across my face, wide and unpracticed, and real. You're going to boss me around, I say. Relentlessly, Louis promises. I'm going to make your life a living hell during drills. I huff a laugh, shaking my head. The knot of anxiety that has lived in my chest since I was 14 years old unfurls, leaving nothing but space. Space to breathe. Space to want. I'll take it, I say. I'll take the job. And the coach. Louis' grin widens. That dazzling movie star smile that radiates pure joy. Good, he says. Because the coach comes with a really nice condo and a slightly judgmental lizard. I think the lizard likes me, I say. Everyone likes you, Sink. He kisses me again, quick and hard. Now, get me off this ice before I break my other shoulder and Carson fires us both. I keep my arm wrapped tight around his waist, taking his weight as I guide him carefully toward the bench. He leans into me, trusting me to keep him upright, and the sensation settles deep in my bones. Not a guest. We reach the gate, and I hoist him up onto the rubber matting before climbing off the ice myself. I sit on the bench next to him and start unbuckling my pads, my hand shaking a little. Louis watches me, sitting close enough that our arms are pressed together. He doesn't say anything, just offers a silent, steady presence, while I strip off the armor that's kept me safe and isolated for so long. When I'm finally down in my compression gear and skates, I look at him. Ready to go? I ask. Louis stands up and holds out his good hand. Yeah. Let's go home. I take his hand. We walk out of the cold rink together, leaving the lights off and the ice empty behind us. This has been Louis, Seattle Sasquatch Hockey Book 2, written by Harper Robson, narrated by Declan Winters and Kevin Earlywine. Copyright 2026 by Harper Robson. Production copyright by Harper Robson.